He remembers this feeling perfectly the exact moment his life ended. Then, he snaps his eyes open. He's in a massive hall with a single door, scanning the room in total confusion. He's certain he died. A slave, no way. Then, he spots a rainbow ball nearby. Curious, he reached out and touched the ball. Shocked, he clutches his ears and screams in agony. He collapses in agony, gasping for air as wings burst from his back. He drops to his knees, admitting he understands, and calls out menu. A system window pops up. He reveals his stats. Yuki, a level 1 Archdemon Lord Uniques Manai. Language skills, item box, analysis title, Otherworld Demon Lord. Yuki scans the stats. He's an archdemon now, human no more, luck is trash, but his dexterity is god level. He's in a new world as the Demon Lord clutching his face. He realizes he died back home only to be reborn as the ultimate evil. Dungeons are scattered everywhere, ruled by masters known as Demon Lords. Dungeons are living beings. New ones are weak and easy to destroy, but their cores are packed with massive mana. Now, humans and monsters swarm the dungeon to claim it. To survive and fight back, the dungeon summoned its master, the Demon Lord. If the dungeon falls, the Demon Lord dies and vice versa. Using its data, they built a game-like menu so he can manage it easily. He and the dungeon share one life. Higher analysis means more info. Mana scales his item box, and language understanding works exactly as named. My racial skill lets me see enemy mana. No targets left makes this skill useless. With everything maxed at level 10, he hits the DP catalog. A shop window pops up and he's stunned. He can spend dungeon points on items, gacha rolls, and even monster summons. Something clicks. He checks the mirror to find new wings and a blood-red eye. He has no clue why, but he already hates this world. This orb gave him a second life, and it'll protect him. The dungeon core is now his second heart. Next morning, the hero wakes up, retracts his wings, and stashes his bedding in the item box. He grabs breakfast from the DP catalog. Since DP buys everything, food won to be an issue. Dungeon points are the priority for that gacha, and he'll earn them by hunting the wild monsters invading his dungeon. The dungeon heals by absorbing every intruder and monster the master defeats. Intel in hand, he heads out. He exits the cave, jaw dropping at the stunning landscape. Analysis active. He spots explosive whitefly agaric and healing Shelmy, still dreaming of the sky. Just like that, his carefree exploration ends. Yuki freezes before the massive white dragon. One hit from this beast means instant death. Yuki tries negotiating, but the dragon rejects peace and demands the intruder S-class. Yuki's shocked. The beast can actually talk. He steadies his nerves. Even dragons have stats. This is his second life he won. To lose, he triggers analysis and sees the truth. It's an ancient high dragon. Dragon's level 987. Yuki's just 1. Confused by this weird game, Yuki doesn't know his rank, but he's definitely a demon. Extreme fear looks like a calm mask. Yuki's wearing a face he's never shown. The hero is panicking. The dragon ignored the demon's power, ready to banish him, until the boy stopped him with a deal. The beast questions his silence. Yuki admits he's outmatched, but he won't die quietly. What's the demon offering for his gut? Hero hands him a chocolate bar. The dragon sniffs the object, hooked on the scent. The boy laughs. The beast has a sweet tooth for honey, just like that yellow bear in the red shirt. The dragon doubted the bear existed. He was too noble to even raid a beehive. Realizing the beast couldn't lie, the boy made his move. He feeds the dragon chocolate, and its eyes widen. 100 times better than honey, the dragon's mind is blown. It melts in his mouth, leaving him stunned that such a delicacy even exists. Yuki offers a trade, spare his life and cave, and he gets to eat this chocolate whenever he wants. It's a solid deal. Intrigued, the dragon asks if he can eat his fill. Hero says he can defeat her massive body. The dragon asks what mutual benefit means. He calls it a win-win, claiming no one else would offer chocolate. The dragon agrees and spares him. The dragon snaps toward the girl. The hero looks away from her naked body, acting like a total idiot. He's stunned. She can look human, but she says the transformation is easy. Satisfying her is easy, he promised, so he's delivering the chocolate. He nods, shushes her, and tosses her his shirt so he knows where to look. The dragon agreed he won't attack her in this form. He brings her home and decides she needs some fresh clothes. She assumed his dungeon class was brand new, and the hero confirmed it spawned just yesterday. He claims he has no parents, though. Even he isn't certain. She explains demons spawn in magic-rich zones, mimicking life with a central core. The demon lord rules as the dungeon's core, fueled by the surrounding meso. He never knew demons were this weird, but she's just glad they have parents now. Regardless, he needs to shut up and hand over the chocolate. He hands over the chocolate, and she grabs it eagerly, but she just can't enjoy the juicy sweetness. She's Leficios, not just a dragon. The hero shortens it to Lefi since her name's a mouthful and tells her to call him Yuki. She'd never been called that before. He was a weird demon. Most are just arrogant, aggressive thugs. Leafy's glad she crushed those dungeons for fun. It led her straight to this strange demon and his deal. Too close. Her sweet tooth saved Yuki from a day 2 death by boredom. She claims it already happened, so Don T get it twisted. Licking chocolate off her fingers, she liked the place and decided to move in. He's stunned. Leafy says these cozy rooms beat the ones she trashed, and she needed a new nest anyway. Yuki panics, telling her not to rush. Worried she hates it, he begs her to think it over. Leficios leaned in, hand on his chest, begging to stay as her eyes welled up. Crushed by the pressure, the hero finally caved. Day 2, as the Demon Lord. A high demon is already freeloading in his dungeon. Leafy crashed on a floor mattress. Suddenly reborn, Yuki's ready to dive in and explore this new world. Time to master the dungeon menu. First, he turns this cave into his dungeon. Space expands, catching the hero off guard. He feels the shift as the dungeon expands. He wants more growth, but he's fresh out of DP. He remembers the intruder point trick and thanks Leafy for being one, letting him farm her for a massive bonus. He tries summoning a monster, starting with the cheapest one in the catalog. He hits the buttons, the room ignites, and he's stunned. Suddenly, the first monster appears, a slime. Recognizing the legendary slime from his stories, Yuki starts poking and prodding it. She was adorable, so he named her Shi-Ai. He checks Shia's stats. She's a level 1 slime with no class, but her luck actually beats his. Collapsing in despair, the boy cursed luck worse than a slime's. She touched his leg, and he figured she was just trying to cheer him up. He hugs Shi-Ai, calling him a sweet creature and offering to be his child. But a sudden sound catches his ear. Suddenly, a level 32 Cerberus spawns. He spots the intruder. She blocks the path, but he rushes to shield his master. High level doesn't matter. His weak Pokemon and genius tactics will bring this opponent down to earth. Cerberus strikes, smashing her against the wall. The hero screams, outraged the beast dared touch his cuteness. He smashes Cerberus, blowing its head clean off. Our hero S drenched in blood. Cerberus's remains lay before him. The boy was stunned. A 30-level gap. His stats are cracked. He just leveled up. Hero unlocked martial arts. Was it Yaka's strike? Too bad his luck didn't budge. His stats are high, but the dragons are higher, and the super monster is untouchable. No time to waste, the hero bolts to Shia. Slumping down the wall, he sighs in relief. She's safe thanks to her regeneration skill. The slime confirms it, or at least, that's what the hero thinks. He steeled himself. Chi-I's a pet, not a weapon. They're meant for love, not war. He'd fight this battle alone. Hero studies the system while Lei Fai pokes Chi-I. He turns to the girl. He asked for magic lessons. In a new world, he had to master his dream power first. Yuki begs Leafy for magic lessons. High stats make him think it's easy, but he fails. Now Leafy finally gets why he's been acting so weird. He thinks it's a breeze after checking his status. Plus, he's got an analytical skill. Hero asks if she has the skill E. Yor confirms, adding that masters can learn any life form. He couldn't believe she didn't realize he was the demon lord when they first met. She asks if he really thinks she inspects every bug she finds, and he confirms it. Lei Fai demands more chocolate, but the MC warns about cavities. She scoffs, ancient dragons are immune to status effects. Shocked Carrie's presence debuffs his stats, he tosses her an item. She catches it, realizes it's not chocolate, and asks what it is. Yuki hands her cookies and tells her to unwrap them. She asks if these clay lumps are even edible, then takes a bite. Blushing, she calls it delicious sweet, crispy, and melts in her mouth. Moving here was the right call. Soft beds, an interesting guy, and a hero flexing his high magic stats. Lei Fai claims he's the strongest in the South, but plenty of monsters still outclass him. Still short of her 12, she devoured every cookie. She agrees to teach him magic, and he pays her back with cookies. This proud dragon is forging the world's greatest mage. She takes his hands, letting him finally feel the world's mana. A blinding flash erupted, leaving him stunned. Mana surges from Lei Fai's right hand to his left. Unlike the dungeon's air, this energy is thick, like a muddy stream. She sees he's fine, but he's stunned. She just jump-started his mana with her own power. If he couldn't handle the surge, his head would have exploded. He pictures it and panics. He asks why she'd do something so cruel. She shrugs, claiming a high demon like him can take it, then dares him to try it himself. He starts circulating mana his way. Lei Fai saw his mono activate the foundation of magic. She tells him to vividly imagine her words, then repeat them back. Picture a lone flower on the horizon. Now, imagine him picking it up. Opening his palm, he chants, Kukanaita, Asa, and a flower blooms. He admires the beauty for a second, then tosses it aside, calling it total nonsense. Why a flower first? It's Lei Fai's only beginner trick. Now he just needs to visualize fire, no spells required. He manifests fire by picturing a lighter flint strikes, gas ignites, and the wick blazes. A flame sparks on his finger, and he thinks it's cool. The dragon's shocked. It was this easy, but his high demon status made it a breeze. Fire magic is sick. He dreams of being a human flamethrower like in a shooter. Then suddenly, his hand erupts. Hero asks how to stop it. Lei Fai says, cut the mana flow by stopping your body's circulation. He had to reverse that flow. He pulled it off, stopping it dead. Luffy loves surprising her, but she warns him to control his power-mastering magic requires peak mana efficiency. Letting it in will hurt. He thanks her for the basics, but now he needs the key imagination. Spells are just the tool. Most people in demons focus only on spells, but they're wrong. If the hero can imagine it, he can turn mana into anything. Not just flowers and fire, it all depends on his skill. He wields earth and fire, but the rest are a mystery. She tells him to go wild. She's got his back. Warm bath water and a perfect breeze. But for the rest, our hero is either clueless or lacks the urge because nothing happens. Lei Fai thought he could use magic, but he can that's just how it is. He wants to get creative with water magic, but here, imagination is the ultimate power. To imagine it easily, he recalls a technique from his past life. He's levitating water magic, a skill he'd love to try. Stuck with basic bathwater and dragon doodles, he asks the guy for his secret. He's washing his hair with a new bath kit. Chi sits in the bucket while the guy asks if the soapy water is edible. She just downed a plastic cookie wrapper. She likes it, so it's all good. Lei Fai asks for a head wash. He agrees. She's his magic teacher, after all. As he scrubs the dragon's head, she admits this isn't the magic lesson she promised. Her eyes sting, and she asks why. He reminds her he warned her to keep them shut, then rinses the soap and wind dries her hair. A girl sprints through the woods, leaving her pursuer gasping a warning as she dives straight into the cursed forest. Lose the goods and they're finished, but follow her and they're dead. The ancient dragon has awakened. The girl sprints at full speed. Where will this girl's journey into the forest lead? Yuki leaves Lei Fai to guard the house and eat her fill. She's ready, but what's Yuki's plan while the high dragon stays home? She agrees to watch the house with Leafy for Yuki. Lying back, she plays a game and admits it's actually pretty fun. He never expected a high dragon to obsess over a Tamagotchi. He only summoned her because she was dirt cheap. Time to farm, DP. This dungeon is untouched, likely because it's deep in Leaf Ice territory with barely any monsters around. Most ways to earn DP rely on invaders. He's filling the map to expand the dungeon. Lei Fai is all the defense he needs, so he's skipping traps to use her DP for dungeon expansion and territory growth. Once he stacks enough DP, he'll build a real dungeon. It's a total sandbox game. Hero's building his castle when a chill hits. He pops stealth and enemy detection. Something's close. Glad he's got those skills. Skill learning. 101 practice or use a scroll. Infuse it with mana, memorize the pattern, and the skill is yours. Luckily, the DP catalog is packed with these scrolls. Suddenly, he spots a lethal tiger. With their level gap, he'll sense it if it moves, so he avoids the fight for now. Stronger monsters appear as he left Levi's territory. Dungeon expansion complete. He's broke, so now he just needs to map it out. The boy climbed into the new kitchen fridge. A week's worth of meat was gone. It was empty. He screamed Lei Fai's name. She kneels before him. He asks if she has something to say. She claims he's wrong, insisting a massive secret justifies her actions. He demands the truth, willing to forgive if her reason is good enough. Leaf devoured the delicious meat, unable to stop. The hero calls it a bad dragon. She asks why he called her bad, so he snaps that for an ancient high dragon. She acts like a bratty child and needs a conscience. She screamed she was a supreme dragon, a living disaster. She'd do whatever she wanted, and today, he'd learn his first lesson how the sky falls. Seeing through her game, the hero swears he'll never make sweets again. She bows, begging for forgiveness. 0 DP means he's starving, and he regrets skipping the item box. Luckily, Lei Fai's got a plan. She bolted, shouting she'd be back in 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, a mountain of monsters lies at their feet. Leif says it's enough points. The hero's stunned. He tells her it's too much. She won him the points, but he's the first in centuries to dare smack her head. Everything has a limit, the hero warns, pointing to the blood. He eyes the monster pile, then remembers he can turn corpses into dungeon points. Lei Fai calls the hero spoiled. Yuki admits it's his fault, patting her head to soothe the pain. Thinks she's stupid. He lets her off today, but he can't spawn food forever. She suggests hunting, but the hero warns there's a limit if they kill everything. Expanding the dungeon is pointless. Leif promises she'll hold back next time. Next day, Yuki's back to slaughtering monsters. Time to map and expand the dungeon. No stamina means no warrior, so he'll branch out after maxing fencing. Mana Eyes tracks every flow before enemies even cast. Is it time to specialize in magic? Fire magic's been locked since that day. His mind thinks it's too dangerous, so he's stuck mastering water and earth. Points tripled since Lefi and things were going great until he spotted a massive bloodstain. Probably just a dead monster. Looking closer, he finds an unconscious girl with a wounded back. He rushes to her side, finding her barely alive. Her wounds are fatal, so he pulls a miracle item from his storage. He pours a high-grade potion, instantly sealing her wounds. Yuki's glad he brought Leafy's potions, but he's not leaving the girl behind. He brought her to his and Lefei's lair. The dragon teased his taste in girls, but he snapped that he didn't have time for her nonsense. Lefei calls her a vampire, and the boy agrees. Meet Iruna, a level 3 vampire demon with the unique skill. Bloodsucker, she spots him bringing another rare find. Humans have hunted vampires and succubi to near extinction, enslaving the survivors. Now, they've even betrayed their peace pact with the elves, slaughtering them as the war against demon humans. She was in pain, and the vampire looked horrified. Yuki swears he's harmless, but she backs away in fear until she spots something. Shiyi leaps onto the owner's shoulder, startling Iruna, as the parquet invites her to touch the slime. She reaches for Shaya, who lunges into her arms and starts tickling her. Yuki intros, naming the slime Shiwai and calling Lefizios a thing. The dragon snaps at the insult. Then Yuki asks the girl her name. Wait, Iruna. She smiles and introduces herself as Iruna. Wait, she smiles. Her name is Iruna is punchier. Yuki asks why she's deep in the woods. She's being hunted. He asks where her home is, but Iruna goes silent. Her home was gone, and her family was dead. She broke down in tears. Yuki reassures her, but Leafy warns they're deep in the wild way too far for a kid. She fled a nightmare, but the guy promises safety. She can stay as long as she wants. Sobbing, Iruna reveals her captors told her she's better off dead, blaming her for her parents' deaths. MC is fuming over what they said. Leaf calls out his rage, but he denies it, certain she was only bullied for being too nice. Relieved she's alive, he convinces her to keep living until Iruna finally calls him brother. Her stomach growls. He asks what she wants to eat. She demands her brother's blood. He panics about the stains, forgetting she's a vampire. Iruna agreed. Lefei questioned him, but he didn't see the problem. The dragon didn't mind, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Iruna's starving. The guy drops and bares his neck. She starts drinking his blood. He had no clue what was happening to his body. Він змусив себе залишатися спокійним, коли Лейфай підтвердила своє припущення про те, що хлопець зацікавлений у нових знайомствах. Iruna finishes her meal, so her brother tells Lefei to take her to the bath. Lefei refuses to work for free, but when he offers 2 packs of cookies, he threatened to stop making sweets, forcing the dragon to settle for 2 packs. Next, she taught Iruna how to use the bathroom. Lefei rejects the Chan nickname and demands respect, so they settle on Sister Lefei. The dragon agrees, the hero laughs, and the dungeon gets even livelier with its newest. Iruna's arrival makes dungeon life better. She asks about a toy, so her brother tells her to stick the sword into the barrel. The doll's ambush shocks the vampire, but the boy knows their massive dungeon point haul will last them ages. Time to roll the gacha. He bets 1,000 points, skipping the expensive tiers. No item list or drop rates. No problem. He turns the key. He scores a magic revolver that fires mana instead of lead. More mana means more power, with a 7-shot limit. Total jackpot. Yuki's hyped. Are these drop rates boosted? His golden age is finally here. He tries again, certain the next one's a winner. The hero lost everything, even his memories. His luck is worse than a Shea slime, the weakest monster, as Iruna asks about the transparent board. He shows her his menu and asks if she can see him. She says yes, then begs to try his object creation power. Low on points, Yuki gave her one shot. Iruna hopped on his lap, and he showed her where to click. This is huge. A white wolf suddenly appears. He's stunned she got Fenrir. She rushes the beast as the hero screams for her to stop. Iruna says it's fine. Mr. Wolf doesn't smell evil. Yuki's stunned by her sharp instincts, correcting her. It's Fenrir. While he asks about Fenrir's power, and she says it's beyond his wildest dreams. He's just a kid now, but he's destined to become a legendary monster. She fought one before and never wants a rematch. If Leafy's worried, Fenrir is legit. Insane stats, massive size, and he's still just a kid. What a monster! He asks if she sees his dungeon menu, but Leifai sees nothing. It's separate from his status bar. He saw what Iluna saw. The dragon understood. He married Iluna, making her family. Now she sees it, while the intruder is still an outsider. Yuki presses her again about the wedding ritual. Blood fuels their bodies, making feeding more of a sexual act than a meal. They'll drink animal blood to survive, but it's just a substitute. Drinking blood is a vampire wedding. He asks why she hid the truth, but she knew the girl thirsted for him too. Hero calls Leifai a bad dragon and bans sweets for 3 days. She screams tyranny, but he ignores her and walks out. Time for the main course. He loads 10 mana, aims at a rock, and pulls the trigger. Manatech barely scratched 100 dents, 500 pierces, and 1,000 obliterates half the stone. 5,000 mana in, he shatters the stone. This revolver fixes every gacha loss. He loads leak-proof mana cartridges to stay undetectable. The hero spots Fenrir. Finally alone, the hero apologized for the trouble. Ofurir. The boy apologizes and tries renaming it. Fear, but the beast refuses one more pass. Iruna named this furry creature Mofurir. Yuki asks Fenrir to flex his unique skills. Unique skill, divine speed. It grants a momentary burst of supersonic movement. Chain of Eternalization summons and controls targets, while body transformation changes the user's size. Hero shouts he's too cool, and Fur wags his tail with joy. Suddenly, he gets a plan. He ordered Fur to catch the plate, and he snagged it perfectly. He's thrilled until reality hits. He tosses another, calling him a good boy. Fenrir's thrilled. Fenrir's power is insane, and his pride won't let this slide. Forget the rest. He had fun, and now he's living purely on instinct. Yuki asks about the mana Leifai rules the summit, but the base is Yuki's dungeon, and as long as he stays there, he can live however he wants. The throne room's tight even with size shifting, but every catch becomes dungeon points, so he's not complaining. This is his home now. He'll visit to play, or we'll hunt together. Iruna hits the throne room demanding Mofore, whining she wants to play too. The guy apologizes, promising they'll all play next time. Hero bolts from his throne. Iruna turns as Yuki reveals his discovery. Fist raised, he laughs, declaring he's no longer human. He tried to fly, but failed miserably. He's grounded and confused. Wings weren't enough, so he bought a flight skill, but it's a total bust. It costs 10 times more than normal, and he just blew 2/3 of his points on this useless skill. He kneels before the dragon, begging to learn flight. She mocks his humiliation, disgusted by his pathetic state. To make up for his unfair 3-day sugar ban, Yuki offers 3 premium donuts, and the dragon is instantly hooked. She pops the box and freezes every donut has a different glaze. She'll even throw in Castella. Seeing their passion, Leifai turns him into a heavenly demon. The hero's conscience stings. She's way too easy to play. Iruna calls her sister's sweets unfair, but Leafy says it's a reward for teaching Yuki. The hero promises Yaruna dessert for helping with dinner. Stepping out, the sun blinds her. He realizes she's a total dungeon shut in. Why isn't she guarding her nest? She built it for the honey, but now she's totally ignoring it. He asks if expanding the dungeon carefully would be meant touching her. Lefine spots his amazing wings, but he keeps them hidden to avoid the daily hassle. The dragon touches his wings. Stunned, he hid them. What a waste, but he thinks her wings are way more beautiful. She blushes but tells him flattery won't work. Hero realizes wing compliments are straight-up dragon pickup lines. Leafy called him a plain donut before, but those wings just turned him into a fully iced cake. He wasn't bad for a low-tier dragon. The boy gave a shaky thanks. Lei Fai praised the hero's honor, then got straight to business, ordering him to activate his mana eye and watch closely. The dragon spreads her wings. He asks if those are her dragon wings, but she denies it, explaining they're just mana-made imitations. Leaf, I let the kid speak first, and he agreed. He called her wings beautiful, like the moon piercing the night. Lefei tells him to take care of her. She spreads her wings, floods them with mana, and rockets into the sky. The hero is stunned. She hopes he finally gets it and tells him to fly after her. Yuki locks in, surging his sauna straight into his wings. Yuki finally flaps his wings and the girl yells to hold the form and fly full power. No, keep it professional. He takes flight but can to stop. Lefei warns he has overcharged his wings with mana and needs to relax. He follows her advice, and a stunning landscape unfolds. His jaw dropped, and Lefei was just as amazed. Hero stares at the sun-drenched leaf, mesmerized. She asks what's wrong, but he denies it. Now she's showing him the true meaning of flight. Nearby ghost town, Alfiro. Inside the guild, an urgent cross is reported. Adamantite ranks are all busy, so the clerk entrusts the mission to the Mithril team. The adventurer demands an explanation. The party debriefs knowing they're trapped. Refusing a direct guild quest would destroy their reputation. Word is that rare monster keeps appearing, and we need to find out why the ghost forest is going wild. She knew he was a coward, praying he'd never face this monster. Sprinting through the forest, he finally realizes why the monsters keep coming. He barks at him to shut up and run or die. The girl knows something went down in this forest. Horned tigers belong deep in the forest. Something's wrong, and she has no clue what's happening. He stops. No choice now, they have to fight. Fenrir strikes from nowhere, slaughtering the horned tiger. He sized the man up. Facing death, he regretted never asking out Cairo-chan from the bar. Fenrir just walks away, leaving the man baffled. Silence fell. Then the realization hit they were saved. Time to bail! This wolf is a disaster-level beast, and it's wearing a collar. Someone tamed a calamity-class monster. Meanwhile, Lefei begs Yuki for chocolate donuts. Yuki mounts Fira, stunned by her insane speed. Furs hunting, the hero blew his dungeon points on flight, and now he's restocking. The cursed forest has 4 zones. North is leaf-iced, west holds the strongest monsters, south the weakest, and east the mid-tiers. Hero spots a horned tiger and pops stealth to catch it. He traps the beast with targets, flies up and stabs its back with full force. The hunt was easy until the hero's sword shattered. He needs a stronger weapon. He's a magic-focused demon lord, but he's still lethal with a blade. He grabs a steel rod, hoping it's enough. Giant ants swarm our hero. He curses they re too fast, and there's way too many. Yuki tells Fur to get off, but he refuses. The hero scoffs at this speed. He isn't going anywhere. Wasting no time, he unleashes his training, summoning a water dragon to crush the ants. Yuki mocks the ants. They blast him with acid, and he instantly regrets it. The ants are endless, and his mana is running dry. He needs a plan. He raids his item box, hunting for anything useful. He tossed the monster meat to the ants, ordering them to feast on the Wagyu grade prize. He needed a new plan, but looking up, the chase was over. They'd actually stopped just to eat meat. In the throne room, the hero wishes his useless skill could finally boost his weapon handling. The club's easy to use, but a demon lord swinging one just looks wrong. The sword looks fine, but it's too long and light to last. Iruna rushes up, asking if he's really doing another trick. He's becoming a creative demon lord. No weapon, he'll just make his own. Leafy asks if he's thinking nonsense again, so he shuts her up with a few insults. She has no clue he's the master of the supreme dragon, tamer of a beast that could bring the world to its knees. Weapon crafting requires materials, imagination, mana, and skill, the perfect power for him. With magic enchantment, he carves patterns into gear to create the ultimate fusion of steel and sorcery. That's the kind of demon lord he's aiming to be. First, he turns catalog iron into an all-metal military-style combat knife straight out of a shooter. Hero triggers weapon creation. Iruna's stunned, and Yuki knows he nailed it. He claims the demon knife, it's razor sharp now. Finishing the weapon takes pure skill. Lafine notices the blade's top-tier quality, asking if it's mountain magic, but the boy says he's not even finished. He crafts a massive, double-edged blade. Knowing shape dictates magic power. He streamlines the steel to match his water affinity. Iruna realized he looked just like her. Leaf asks what it is. It's a weapon. She wants a demo, so he keeps it simple. Grab the handle and smash your enemy with all your strength. She mocks his ultimate weapon, and he laughs it off, relieved he didn't waste rare materials on it. He pulls the giant beetle horns from the box to start crafting. He focused, hunting for a simple plan. He failed by overthinking. Forget magic, focus on weight and sharpness. No fancy design needed, just a double-edged blade and a handle. Behind him, Leafy suddenly says flower. Yuki forges the Demon Lord Greatsword, a masterpiece as stunning as a blooming flower. Hero snaps, demanding answers, but Leafy just laughs, admiring Yuki's beautiful flower. He asks her plan for the rare scrap. Lefty calls it stunning, certain it'll slay any monster. Yuki aims, but the dragon mocks her cute weapon until the guy snaps and scolds her. They bickered as he mocked her taste, claiming it didn't fit the Mistress Supreme Dragon title. Iruna sees the fight and tells Shia his siblings are at it again, suggesting they go play. Days later, Iruna thanks her brother for lunch. She only needs blood once a week, eating like a normal human otherwise. She smiles, calling herself lucky to drink her brother's delicious blood. She bolts out to play, but the boy warns her to be back before dark. Night falls, but Iluna never returns to the dungeon. What happened to her? Iluna's gone. He sits on the throne, head in hand. The door creaks. He looks up. Farapoid arrives. The hero asks about Iruna, and Geeds growls he caught a scent in the forest and found carriage tracks nearby. Iruna wasn't snatched by a monster, she's being sold as cargo. This summer is lethal for humans. Yuki asks for the nearest town. Leafy points southeast 3 hours by air. They head out immediately. Hero asks Gleefy to join him. She says it's a no-brainer. The girl was family now outside. The heroes saw a sky swarming with dragons. He asks what they are. Leaf says they are her followers, ready to overwhelm fools with sheer numbers. She turns him, ready to show the crowd who they're really messing with. He calls her a good woman. She laughs, ready to save their sister. Iruna wakes up right next to a cage. Memories flood back as she spots cages filled with beastmen. 2 men enter, relieved her survival spares them from the monster arena. They spot her awake, and Iruna realizes these are her parents' killers. He whacks her head with a stick, calling her nothing but trouble. A man warns the scar drops the price, then reveals Iruna's grim future. She didn't despair. Iruna finally has a little brother. She feared him at first, but his warmth won her over. Now she loves his company. Her sister's a slacker, but she's there when it counts. Her parents are gone, but she trusts Li Fei and Yuki to save her instead. Iruna holds the line, channeling the Earth Spirit until she glows with the blessing of Spirit King Aigia Drago. A tiny Earth Spirit pops up. She begs for freedom. The spirit unlocks the collar and cage, and Erwin thanks him. She asks to turn invisible souls have 6 elements: earth, water, air, fire, light, and darkness. She vanishes. She's lost and can't reach the forest alone. Best move, hide and wait for her brother. She reaches the door, tells the cages to wait, and vows to save them all. Someone screams urgent news at the Lord's estate. He leaps from bed, demanding answers. A soldier reports 100 monsters swarming from the cursed forest. The Lord suspects wyverns, but a scrying crystal reveals they're actually full-grown dragons. Stunned, he rouses every soldier and adventurer escort the citizens evacuate now. The Lord grabs his jacket, demanding the citizens' safety. He's stunned. How could 100 dragons make such a move? They'll level this entire kingdom. Yuki spots the city. He wished he'd come for a better reason. I called the guy Leaf, warning her rampage would level the city, and Iruna, she trusts him with her life while he orders her to control the dragons. Soldiers and adventurers swarm the monsters. A dragon falls, and the hero snaps. Residents freeze as fur sprouts. He asked if he sensed Iruna A. Bark, confirmed it. He hopped on and ordered him to run. The soldier S stunned as the boy escapes on a monster. Merchants scramble to evacuate the girls and goods as a dragon horde closes in. They need to move now. The pressure crushed her. He cursed her out, vowing to ruin her before selling her off. He stands at the door, knowing Iruna is inside. The man barks orders at the girls. Suddenly, a loud crack rings out. The hero bursts in, smashing the door to pieces. He's stunned. They demand his name. The girls watch in horror. These guys are ticking him off. But Arun's vanished. The hero knew rebirth stole his humanity. A man yelled to attack him. Yuki sees no reason to spare them. His face twisted with pure malice. A bandit lunges with a sword, but he reacts instantly. He slices the man's head off in a flash. The others are baffled. The hero mowed them down one by one. An axeman lunges at him. Firm shut it down. The scarred man yells the hero has a familiar and demands a mysterious object. As it arrives, the kid stares in confusion. The object glows, forcing the beastman to bow his head. Yuki walked up, stroked him, and asked how he felt. A suppression crystal. It jams mana to slow monsters based on their strength. Now the hero knows how they pushed so deep into the cursed forest. Only 3 men remain on the battlefield, He, Sudan, and Nadine. Grinning wildly, the heroes mock how hard it is to be so weak. He's looking down on us. Familiar masters are weak. Just swarm him with numbers. Sick of the chatter, Yuki blasts the pathetic man with a water dragon. Only bloodstains remained. He realized even mosquitoes were stronger than them. Yuki asks Fear to track Iruna, but the blood masks her scent. Asking the words is too slow. She asks the estate owner. The hero uses her pleasant interrogation to find Iruna's location. He had no clue she'd already vanished from her cage. He shackles her under heavy guard, recalling her first escape. She's dangerously smart. Backup arrives, and the Lord orders the boy's execution. Robbers down, he scanned the area for Luna. She hit the street, bolted down the alley, then collapsed and cried for her parents. She remembers the city burning and her mother calling her. She hugs her daughter, begging her to run and survive as the girl sobs. Hero exits the estate to find knights and adventurers already waiting. He loved the grand welcome. Iruna trembles, desperate to hold her again. She misses playing, napping with Mo Furrier, and chatting on her brother's lap, but the hero finds her whining annoying. She breaks down, begging not to be left alone again. He screams Aruna's name with everything he's got. She hears him. Tension spiked. Mid-air with the dragons, Lafai hears the desperate cry. Iruna bursts around the corner, calling for her brother. She lunges into her brother's arms. He holds her tight, telling her she did enough, and it's finally over. Iruna smiles, saying she gave it her all. He pats her head and tells her to flee the city with fur. It's too dangerous. Iruna reveals she's not the only captive here. She offers to save them. Shocked, he smiles and tells her to trust her little brother. The hero takes the girl, then the wolf and Iruna vanish. The crowd doesn't care one less problem for them. Seeing Iruna's bruised face, Yuki snaps, ignoring orders to disarm. The hero vows to slaughter every last one of them. Our MC starts threatening everyone. They collapse as one man senses the demon lord's insane power. Yuki's done. That race needs to die. He steps forward, but the crowd holds him back. A voice tells the kid to calm down. Lafai stops him. The mission is over. Aluna's safe. Her attackers are finished, and she pulls him into a hug. She whispered, offering to head back home. She touches his cheek, telling him he's finished here. He whispers her name. Lafai perks up, starving, and demands a feast for her hard work. Yuki promises her the best meal ever, and she's holding him to it. He claims it's so good it'll ruin other sweets forever, so she decides to save it. Someone cuts them off. Ray Lauer, Lord of Louvria. The MC asks what he wants. Realizing his people kidnapped their relative, the city lord apologized and invited them to his estate. The lord apologizes for the incident and swears it'll never happen again. He apologizes. Leaf asks if he knows her. He does. She reminds him of her ancient pact with his ancestors. The old man has analysis. That's how he knew Lafai's a high dragon. The hero asks what's this pact about. She hasn't told him yet. In an era of power seekers, vain warriors hunted her for glory, so she ended the cycle by invading their homelands. The king of the past panicked, swearing his kind would never interfere again, a non-interference pact. That pact still stands today. They took her kin, and they'll pay. To keep the deal, Rayler promised to meet her every demand. Lafai demands Yuki's real motive. He's stunned. She caught on, wondering why she followed him in silence until now. He still calls Leafy a lazy bum, but she's proving she earned her title. Yuki didn't care what they did, but warned them do it again, and everyone dies. He vows to seal the cursed forest, while the boy demands every servant in the estate. The Lord sits, shocked. The High Dragon is a beautiful girl. This Demon Lord's power is terrifying. He needs to keep his distance. The higher-ups want the forest's riches. They'll use this incident as an excuse to send an army and take revenge. Surveying the freed servants, Yuki asks Leafy what's next. She realized he hadn't thought ahead, and he admitted he only helped because Aluna asked. Hiro asks about their homes, but the girls reveal they were all kidnapped from far away. Even the kidnapped have a home to return to. He asks how she recognized him, and she says his bounty gave him away. He asks LeFay for a dragon ride home, and she says it's easy. Yuki offers the girls a ride home. These smart dragons just need a destination to get them there instantly. The girls are thrilled. One asks if he's really sending them home, but he vows to care for those with nowhere to go since he's the one who brought them here. Most girls thanked him and flew home. Only two remain, Layla, the horned sheep demon, and Lu and Jilu, the battle wolf. Lila vows to repay his kindness by serving him, but Leo's already spotted Fenrir nearby. He confirmed it. She begged him to stay, promising anything, but he assumed it was just the fire. Leo explains Fenrir is a god to the war wolves, serving him maid, leaving her village worth it. Yuki declares he's a god. The Furu bows. He introduces the group to the girls. He mentions someone else is inside, but the intro's tomorrow. For now, rest up. Lei thank the guy is fine. Let's try Lu and Layla thank him. Wait, the prompt says. Cut filler words, the guy versi. Fenrir leads the girls inside, leaving Lefane behind. He turns to her. He thanked her, admitting he'd be lost without her. She thinks he means that motherly hug, but he tells her to forget it. Lei spent a lifetime alone. The world turned gray, and she accepted endless boredom as her only reality. Then, she met a man. He lit her world with colors she never knew, filling her heart with fresh joy. But she warned she'd shut him down if he ever crossed her. Leffy grabs his face, asking if he'll keep bringing color to her world. Iruna's glad her brother saved her, but now he's forced to take concubines. Yuki was clueless about the concubines, but the vampire warned Lei-Fai's sister is the only exception. Hiro thinks Lafayette said something weird. The dragon asks if this is the maid he meant. Leo vows total loyalty to the master who saved her, and Fenrir Lila asks for the night shift, and a panicked Yuki screams he didn't mean it. He's fed up with doing all the chores alone and wants them to help. He offers help with the new gear and says they can still use yesterday's room. Yuki sees the Demon Lord's role through the king's eyes. To her, Demon Lords are just dungeon masters modified to fit their lair. The boy explains that modification. Dungeons grant goblin demon lords power beyond their race. The boy thanked her for the info. Mission add the plains. The boy realizes this just added a brand new dungeon floor. Massive space, sky and all. He flew to the limit. MC adds a river, mountains, and a bridge with sakura trees to build a traditional Japanese hotel. Yuki soaks in his custom bath, calling it pure perfection and wishing everyone could share the bliss. Iruna enters the bathroom, asking why she didn't wait to go with the group. The girl wants a bath with her brother and asks him to wash her hair. The hero suggests a plain wide picnic, but Iruna has no clue what that is. They'd eat under the blue sky and play outside all day. Lefai enters the bathroom. The guy calls her name, but she asks if they're unhappy to see her. Iruna figured her sister wanted to be with their brother too. Remember him washing her hair like before? Yuki sends Iruna to the bath first. The forest dragon sits before the hero. Looking away, the hero washes her hair. He steadies his mind. He thinks Lefai's just a useless dragon. He tells her he's done, but she leans in, saying it feels amazing. His breath hitches. She slides her hand up his knee, certain she's finally turned him on. He leaped up, fuming at her words. Iruna and Shai watch Yuki and Leafy scrap until she calls them to the bath. Leafy soaks in the tub, shocked by how good the heat feels, and the girl agrees. Yuki's thrilled. He asks Lefai how to earn the title. She's not sure he needs a massive feat to earn it, but some think it'll just happen. Either way, the method is a total mystery. Hero's stunned. There's no god, but she admits she's never seen one. He checked his menu, eyeing his weird new judge title, then asked about ranks beyond Supreme Dragon. She can mask her titles and status at will. He'll hunt for that skill in the list later. Aruna's skills are hidden, so the boy vows to unlock her full status. Li-Fi says he'll see it all once he reaches her level. He claims he'd die of old age before reaching that power, but she reveals he's got thousands of years left. Mana-bodied demons live for ages, fueling up just by breathing. He's stunned. Mana makes him immortal unless he's murdered. Yuki then asks about Li-Fi's lifespan. Dragons live long, but her mana-tuned body is built different as long as magic exists. She's immortal. He was content. With her there, even an eternity wouldn't be boring. Leaf blushes at the words and the hero notices. He carries sleepy Aruna to bed, But the dragon spots his master of the highest dragon title and starts scolding him. Liu's exhausted and notes Leafy's short fuse, while Layla warns her to change before her clothes wrinkle. Wolf agrees. 0500 38. She changes and asks Layla why she stayed. Layla claims it's to pay her back, but she knows it's just an excuse. Her sheephorn tribe is pure curiosity. They'd never rot in a place like this just to repay a favor. Lila's grateful for the rescue. She'd rather die than be a slave. But this demon lord is actually reasonable. It's her chance to raid the dungeon and uncover the demon lord's secrets. She wants him to live normally, unaware she's secretly watching over him. Leo wouldn't be mad if he found out, and Layla kept the role's elite warwolf status a secret. Rumors say the chieftain's daughter ran away, and Leo warns her to keep it secret. She says she doesn't mind, but wonders why she's hiding it. Leo asks, isn't the chief's uncontrollable daughter a major concern? Layla calls Leo feminine and sweet, leaving him totally embarrassed. The heroes hit the picnic as Iruna explains they always eat and play outside. Lefi thinks she'll sleep easy, but he warns her don't underestimate the game master. Yuki and Iruna rocket downhill. The girl loved it, and Lu and Layla agreed. He told them to try it, and they all hopped on the sled. Layla hugged Lu and clung tight. The girls rocketed down the hill at high speed. The trip was a hit, and Yuki was stoked they both loved it. Lefi says she's out, but he hoists her onto his shoulders and hauls her up the hill as she begs to be let go. Yuki hops on the sled and tells the girl to hold tight. They race down the hill. Then she realizes they're soaring. He buffs himself with wind magic. Landing drains her soul. He's confused since she flies faster, but she snaps back it's not the same. Yuki mocks the supreme dragon for folding so easily. Lefi spreads her wings, hugs him from behind, and promises a special course just for him. Lefi makes him taste her resentment while Rune tells the girls her siblings are amazing. Dinner time, the girls' eyes lit up. He praises the Supreme Dragon course, but Leafy's stunned by his recklessness. Iruna spots a mountain of Karaaj, but Lila reveals it's actually stonebird meat. Lefi loves the bento, but the hero's one step ahead. He tells her not to worry. He even packed dessert. Liu loved the treats. Dragon noted they're exclusive, and Wolf asked why he called Leafy the Supreme Dragon. He reveals Lefei is the Supreme Dragon, leaving her stunned. Liu's stunned. Listing dragon traits, Leaf dares her to speak her mind, but a guy warns Leaf to stop the threats. The wolf asks what she knows. Layla reveals she's been commanding the dragon since they first met. Shocked Leo didn't guess. She admits she was focused on Mofru Deirai. Yoruna wants to play badminton with everyone, and the hero agrees. The girls are shocked. Iruna pampers Yuki and the Supreme Dragon Lefi, but Yuki reveals their hierarchy. He's actually the weakest of the four. Kingdom of Alina, King Raid, Gloria. Alina tells her she can tea. Prince Ryoto Glorio, Alicia can't believe her father let the invaders escape. They struck first. It's time to launch a counterattack. The king blocks the cursed forest raid. Damage was minimal, and reports say they only crushed a crime syndicate. He doesn't care about the damage. This is about national pride and the forest's resources. The man sighed, citing a royal decree to stop his son. Ryuto understood. A man pitches the plan to the prince and tells him to mobilize his troops. Yuki and Lee Fire play checkers. She begs him to wait, but he refuses suddenly. His menu pops up. She asked what went down. He says they've got uninvited guests, 500 invaders with basic gear. They look like regular soldiers. Lei Fai pegged them as city big shots, fuming that the soldiers dared to be so rude. The dragon lunges for the kill, but Yuki stops her. He wants to test a plan first, keeping her as backup if things go south. He decides to warn the invaders first. After saying goodbye, Laphytios promises to wait for his return. Dragon warns Yuki return fast or she'll finish the game. How will he handle these uninvited guests? These soldiers use monster artifacts. Just like the criminals, the system warns that stealth fails against enemies of equal strength. The demon slips past the soldiers into a tent, but someone spots him. Surprised he's spotted, the boy watches the soldier prepare to strike, only for the man to freeze in shock. The demon warned him one sound and he's dead. The soldier nods in terror as Yuki coldly asks if he's the leader. The man isn't the leader. Our hero is stunned. He was sure that high-level and veteran look meant he was in charge. His fancy tent proves he's a high ranker. The demon orders him to deliver Yuki's message to the leader and remember every word. He doesn't care why you're on his turf. This is Demon Lord territory if humans stay. Yuki wipes them out. He ended the fight. The warrior was baffled. Why warn them when the demon could be easily crushed them? Annoyed, he's ready to wipe out these pests, but it'd cause too many problems. Yuki hits the dungeon to tell Leafy the experiment failed. He bailed with his squad, and now the rest of the warriors are rebelling. She snaps, demanding why he's back so casually. He claims he just warned them, but she's not buying it. The dragon fumed at Yuki's answer, ready to wait all night for his return. Moved by her feelings, he confesses and shows her something cool to apologize. The demon reminds Leafy she has system access. Worries forgotten, she checks the map and spots the violators. He's testing his traps on the soldiers invading their dungeon home. The Golden Eye is a mana-powered golem that broadcasts its vision like a live security feed. One man scans for Dawn while his crew jokes around, killing time before their shift ends. A soldier turns on his allies, hallucinating enemies. Chaos spreads as people see spiders everywhere and houses burn. A confused commander storms out demanding answers, but his soldier is clueless as troops fire blindly. Then, he sees the nightmare. A screaming soldier charges the commander for help. Leafy thinks he's hallucinating, and the demon loves her offer. The system reveals the Rausch hallucination tree pumps out mana to trap everyone nearby in illusions. The tree's a trap. You can pump mana into it remotely from a distant dungeon. Humans fall to this magic, but Leafy and Yuki's massive mana makes them immune. The dragon doubted this trap would finish them. The guy urged them to wait, certain a demon this clever wouldn't let them escape so easily. The girls mocked them, saying self-proclaimed wits are usually all talk. He clarifies the truth he's never lost a board game to Leafy. The dragon demanded a rematch to settle their unfinished game, claiming the boy was a pro. Yuki agreed, but told her to wait. A soldier orders everyone to flee the mana surge, but an obstacle blocks their path. The crew didn't recognize the vine, but the swarming monsters made this place a living nightmare. The artifact failed. One soldier panicked, another tried to save their broken comrade, and the last just looked for an exit. The swamp boils and shakes, sparking mass panic as the commander breaks down into incoherent rambling. The commander ordered everyone back and burst into a hearty laugh. Yuki's test was a massive success. The dragon thought it was over, and the demon confirmed it. Everyone's down, but the trap worked. Leafy gleefully calls to end the game. Dawn's approaching, but she wants to play. He's shocked, but she insists her sleep schedule is trashed and she's wide awake. He mocks her as a lazy dragon, but she snaps back that real talent saves its strength for when it counts. Sunrise hits Leafy lost and Yuki wants sleep, but the girl demands a rematch. Days later in Elfiro, Knight Captain Gamdi Lawston demands a repeat, but the man refuses to speak. Gumbia's fired and his captaincy dreams are dead. The army has no room for cowards who run. Lawston's livid he can't just fire the guy, but the order came straight from the top, Prince Ryuto. Soldiers are vanishing in the cursed forest, but the mission won to stop. They were just sending more men to die. The stranger notices the knight's fury. He's right. He was branded a coward and fired on the spot without a chance to explain. He's livid their greed, sent troops into a monster's lair. What was the king thinking sending them into this forest? The old man listened to the knight and knew something was going down beyond their reach. The knight recognizes Lord Rayler Luvia, who tells him to ignore the crowd's opinion for now. Ruling the forest border, this lord recruits a jobless elite soldier, offering to clear his tab and listen to his grievances. Gumdia warns discontent isn't enough. Luvia laughs, vowing to stay until he cools off. The plan to fuse their passions begins now. Yuki and Iluna enjoy the stroll, but Mofaria whines while Lefesios yawns in pain. Fenrir was struggling, but the dragon knew even a legendary beast had to endure being treated like a pet. Lefai wants the leash, but she's gotta wait her turn. She denies it, but he sees right through her. Ilunin says walking multiple rears is impossible, and the demon agrees. Yuki's bedtime story made the girl join Rear's walk. Unable to refuse the vampire, the boy mentally apologizes to the wolf. Iluna asks the demon if Yuki should let his pet run wild on the walk. Pets walk for exercise, but Fur roams the mountains solo. Urged by the MC, the vampire lets the wolf visit his favorite spot, but the beast only whines silently. Dragons joke Fenrir might kill him, but the boy knows his death would wreck the dungeon, and the wolf is too smart to let that happen. Intrigued by Yuki's stare, she assumed he was totally hooked. MC claims her looks are her only asset, but Leafy's offended and demands to know why he said only. Iluna walks with the wolf until Rear spots something and calls her siblings to follow. Lefine's crew is hyped. Iluna eyes a massive cloud, and Yuki nods along. The vampire eyes a massive tree. The boy's stunned. It's so wide, even 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. The demon guesses the tree is over 1,000 years old, older than Lefay. The dragon agrees. These woods predate her birth. She loves the giant flower, but he thinks it'll eat his head. Their friend warns, stay back. This monster eats heads whole. That danger pushed them deeper. Finally, the crew reached a spot that stunned everyone. Iluna loves the spot, but Yuki doubts Fear found it alone. Lefai's impressed too. This lake is surging with mana. This insane density sparks a new life inside the dragon, and she loves the feeling. Hearing the group out, he suggests a quick break by the lake. Hidden deep in the woods, the friends rest against a mossy rock, safe from prying eyes. They enjoyed a peaceful moment. Lefai lounged on the wolf's fluffy fur, but Iluna's request for a wolfskin blanket was shut down fast. After a break, Yuki teaches the vampire to play with Fenrir. He pulls out a frisbee, checks her stance, and shouts, "Catch!" The wolf's trick wows the girls, and the dragon asks how the boy trained it. Iluna wants in, so the demon starts her lessons. He invites Lefay to play frisbee too, but she refuses to crash the kid-s game. The demon's stunned she'd say that, especially since she goes all out against kids in board games. Sheepishly, the dragon insists it wasn't a game it was. Yuki hesitates, but she presses for answers. He finally caves, suggesting they all hang out again. Iluna wakes her friends, cheering that morning's finally here. Time to wake Lefi, who's half asleep and rambling about a 17-year nap. The vampire thought her brother leveled up, but Yuki wanted new toys and shut him down with Shia's help. Lou backed her up as the master's vibe shifted, claiming he'd just been gaming with the dragon all night. Layla greets me but stops dead when she spots the guy. She thinks he evolved, but he's clueless. The system reveals his new rank. Demon Lord, enemy of humanity. The menu reveals race evolution hit a certain level to upgrade your form, a power-up usually reserved for non-humans. The demon expected his trap to claim a massive body count, but felt zero change. The Demon Lord's race was evolving at record speeds, and Glyla was intrigued. She realizes the dungeon is the actual monster, forcing the Demon Lord to defend it. He freezes up under her intense gaze. She apologized for spacing out. It's breakfast time, but Lafai's still out cold, so Aluna tries waking her again. Item list updated. The dungeon grows with the Demon Lord. Leafy arrives, sensing Yuki's evolved mana. He wondered if she'd evolved, but ancient dragons are already the strongest. He realized ancients are born powerful, while normal dragons have to evolve. He thinks she'll evolve at level 1000, but she disagrees at her current rate. It'll take 1,000 years to hit that cap. Leafy's confused. Yuki looks identical. Usually, evolution adds horns or fangs while humanoids swap hair and eye colors. Some demons sprout tentacles, and suddenly, he realized he'd missed something. He popped his wings to find a second pair, but he wasn't exactly thrilled. The dragon lunged for the new wings, spooking the demon into a deal. A wing touch for a wing touch. They touched and praised each other's wings. Yuki wanted a bed as soft as those wings, but the girl told him to stop pressing so hard. He apologized for his rudeness, but the vibe stayed awkward. Wait, the guy apologized for being rude. There was awkwardness between the friends. The couple's drowning in awkwardness when Layla walks by, scolding them for their public behavior. She totally misreads the room, making things way more embarrassing. Yuki's wings still throbbed, so he distracted himself with a new skill from his evolution. The construction function builds anything he imagines DP cost scales with size, meaning he could manifest a whole castle. It's pricey, but cheaper than a catalog castle. The real cost, massive mana and imagination. Fired up, he starts crafting an earth magic miniature. Finally, his sandbox game obsession pays off. Hours later, Liu finds him and spots his masterfully crafted miniatures. Yuki's efforts paid off. The she-wolf asked why he was floored, but his joke about the demon's lack of imagination left her totally confused. He's hyped to rebuild the castle just like the games he played. Leo respects the drive, but Layla arrives. She's eyeing the cute dollhouses while the she-wolf handles the laundry. Lewin showed the model to justify herself, but the D- demanded to know their creator. Yuki proudly claims his work, even using earth magic to paint the roof. The hero and dragon wield high magic instinctively, but Lyle's got zero clue. Stunned, his magic is unique. The demon explains that casting without reading is primordial magic. Primordial magic is nearly extinct, with under 100 users left. Yuki had no clue it was this rare. Modern magic reads to build a core, infuses mana, and activates. Rare magic geniuses use pure imagination, a feat even true demons rarely pull off. Lafai explained the difference: natural births are born with magic, while lineage requires learning. Lila groans at the extra laundry while Lua apologizes. Yuki admitted he knew nothing about this world and set out to explore the outside firsthand. The demon approached Lafai with a question, instantly sparking her curiosity. The boy wants more mana without leveling up, but he's clueless, and the demon warns his current power 1 to cut it. Lefaya suspects forbidden magic, questioning why he needs more power when she's already a beast. He dodges, claiming his business doesn't need anything that risky. Leify doesn't know Yuki's plan, but she lends her power. This time, she's channeling her magic directly into him, not just through him. The demon can't copy it. He lacks the control to store and fire that much mana. Yuki needs the dragon, but Lafai only works for donuts. Her condition: Yuki must drain his magic dry. Recovery boosts his capacity, while water magic hones his mana control. The demon thanked her for the plan. She just nodded awkwardly. Lefesios happily helps her friend and demands answers. He sheepishly admits the dragon's charm was insane. 2 days later, Lafai wakes up. She yawns, opens her eyes, and cautiously asks Yuki what he's doing. He's just hunting for inspiration, but forget my question. The MC finally woke up in a new world. Leify asks again. The boys lack the vision for the castle plan, but he's sure looking like a demon lord brings enlightenment. Yuki needs Layla to build his castle. She's smarter than Lephesius, and as a sheep demon, she's a master of construction and art. The demon's unique magic left her staring blankly. She couldn't understand buildings, and the dragon slumped at the thought. Leify torched the demon lord's castle, scoped the human one, and loved the miniatures. But one exhibit baffled her. Meet the Mofure 2.0 fully transformable and dockable. The girl's stunned. Is it really that versatile? Yuki laughed sadly. No way a toy could pull that off. Levi blew the transformer, leaving the guy in despair and wondering why she did it. Awkwardly, she admits his face pissed her off. Realizing the blunder, the dragon apologizes and offers to make it right. Yuki, the most creative demon lord, gets a reluctant Lephite on board and magically crafts a new transformer. Meet the super transforming docking Lephesios 2.0. Add a dark aura and fangs for a monster version. The girl begs him to stop, blowing up the toy again. Yuki refused to lose to explosions, crafting 3 more versions to prove his art is superior. Luffy kept blowing up the statues despite her screams. He built 3 more, only for them to get wrecked too. After a quick clash, the exhausted friends call a truce and start over. Days later, prep is done. Only the dragon knows why he invited them, leaving the girls baffled by his strange behavior. Demon downs the potion, primes his magic and will, then tells Lafitte to stay ready. Yuki scanned the castle layout and triggered construction. Mana's draining fast as he holds the castle together. He asks Leafy for help, and she's all in. The beast's rumble shakes the earth from miles away. The girls sense its power. It's massive, dwarfing even large-scale magic. Spell complete. Yuki finally admires his creation. He finishes the project, leaving the girls stunned by the massive castle. The castle is finished and the girls pick their rooms. As the demon gauges his power, Lefi cuts in, demanding food and a nap. A girl asks Yuki for the living room door. Castle built, time skips. Layla orders Leo to do the dishes, and he agrees. She asks Leafy to hang her futon. He agrees, and Aluna takes she to explore the castle. He stared gloomily at the abandoned castle. The demon grumbled, lost in the massive maze of halls. The kid was living. Every man must dream a fortress perfect for scaring off scouts. Lefi's praise failed. The guy goaded the dragon to admit defeat, while the girl worried about her friend's rare pessimism. Lefesio hops on the demon's lap, leaving him rattled. She tells him he's the cure for her boredom, and she's just trying to cheer him up. He asks again, but Lefi's motive is the same. She just wants to end his gloom. She acts extra delicate just to please him. Dragon mocks the demons, fails. Thank the girl for the backup. Aluna rushes in, demanding her brother's lap. Lefi's down, but the brother isn't having it. The prince was livid. He needed more troops to win, but mobilizing them would reveal his scheme to the king. Past blunders made protecting the nobles impossible. Ryuto lost their trust and all respect. He ditches the army for elite adventurers, but they're already busy on another mission. Next, target the church's heroes, but the stranger warns they're under heavy guard while training. The prince bribes the church with a cut of the plan. They act like saints, but they're just hungry for gold. They ask about the money, but Ruto mocks them. It's the churchman's fault for trusting a verbal promise. Walking through the forest, a sudden bird startles the stranger. Confused and anxious in the deep woods, she has no idea what's coming until the system window reveals she's a hero named Nil. Nell's a human hero packing barrier magic and fast feet. Her kit includes holy magic, fencing, and detection, with titles like Holy Ball Owner and the Transferred One. Mid-decoration, Yuki gets a shock a hero just invaded. He didn't think they were real, and her stats are higher than anyone he's ever met. He judged her weak and flew back to his friends. Warning of the hero's arrival, he sends the girls to the throne room. Lu panicked as heroes slaughtered non-humans. The guy watched, curious how an evil spirit reacts to heroes. The girls head to the castle. Lafai offers help, but Yuki shuts her down. He tells Lafai to relax and test the castle defenses, while Nell hesitates at a cave entrance, unsure of her path. Before her mission, she's warned cursed forest enemies are elite, and rumors say one is a dungeon-born demon lord. Their base sits right outside the Supreme Dragoness territory. If the hero struggles, she can use her grimoire to escape. Nell finds the dungeon entrance, but fear stops her from opening the door. The doors fly open, revealing a massive castle. Lifa hated the demon's smirk, but he denied it, claiming the hero was just stunned to see his castle, Luan Fionel. She's uneasy. Yuki has no intention of killing the hero. She reminded him of the dragon. To avoid the guilt, Leaf spares her. Exploring the castle, she tried to steady herself. No monsters meant reality and imagination were blurring together. Nell's losing it. The armor definitely moved, but she senses zero bloodlust. She walked straight, but ended up right back where she started. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Her search skill detects 0 life signs. Before she can react, a head suddenly pops up right in her face. The hero triggers every trap, and the demon finally gets that demon lord feeling. Yuki felt the demon lord was mocking him for hitting the same trap 3 times, appearing only to congratulate the exhausted hero. Dungeon ghosts set these traps. Lu uses mind magic, Rei handles telekinesis, and Rui masters illusions. They re-hidden. Haunted house mode is a total success. Yuki's already eyeing surefire killing and destroying modes, his favorite part of the game. The girls scold him for bullying the hero, leaving the demon baffled why they're protecting their enemy. Seeing Nell cry, Lafine pressures Yuki into silence. He finished the farce, ashamed he'd made her cry. He speaks gently, but she's terrified he's a ghost. He calms her down, proving that even if he isn't human, he's definitely alive. She sees ghosts and panics, so the demons send the girls to plan the next room and thank them for their work. Seeing the monster submit, she realizes he's the true demon lord. Nell introduces herself and asks if Yuki's ready to fight. Her eyes were red from crying. She tried to explain, but the demon told her. Pulling a gun on a random intruder makes 0 sense. She's an uninvited guest, and Nell's sudden breakdown catches everyone off guard. Hero denies Yuki's tears and kicks her out, agreeing with Pity that he's busy with laundry and castle decorating. She stayed to stop the demon's rampage. Remember, the boy only targeted his family. Kidnappers and the soldiers hunting him. She tries to object, but he cuts her off, demanding to know if she's actually thought her actions through. Yuki didn't care if she believed he never started fights. He showed his enemies 0 mercy. She thought she was dead, but he wanted to kill a little girl. His words stung, but the demon was done. He ditched Nell and retreated, only to find she'd already walked away. Her hips wouldn't move, awkward and stuck. She needed a hand. Soaking in the springs, she reflects on her journey. Where did she go wrong? Nell was bathing, but in the demon lord's castle, she can't drop her guard. It's been ages since her last bath. The demon lord carries her to the water and asks her to stay the night, leaving her totally baffled by his behavior. The system only tracks hostiles, proving he never saw her as a threat. Suddenly, the bathroom door swings open. Iluna rushes in, finding the girl sobbing over her brother. Nell hates what she's become. The vampire explains her link to Yuki. Iluna thought she was kidnapped, but her brother actually saved her. Now she adores him, even when he's being an idiot. Nell's stunned by the girl's respect. The Demon Lord rumors are definitely real. Their talk made it clear Nell knew nothing about the Demon Lord. The heroine overhears Yuki insisting the girl has no hidden motives. No fight tonight. It's dark, the castle is empty, and he wants to study humans, so he offers her a room. Lefai's livid. She hates his thirsty scheme, but she's even angrier he hid 3 new ghost girls from her. His excuse for the ghosts. He pulled 3 girls from the gacha at once. Dragon spots the hero, who thanks her for the bath. Leaf recognizes the whiny girl, and Nell fears the nickname is permanent. Layla's glad the hero handled the bathroom vampire, but his words make things awkward. Iluna says goodnight while Lou fights for Layla's attention. He tries to ditch her with a fake excuse, but Leficia traps him. The night's just starting, and Nell is left speechless. Next morning, Yuki meets the hero. The church sent her to slay a killer demon. It's her duty to destroy it. Nell's out of info. The guy blasts her for being reckless and gullible. He investigated the army's link to the church, suspecting the Holy Knight captain, even if the guy didn't look the part. Hearing this, the hero feared a revenge strike, but the enemy's counter would repel the demon. Warn her bosses the Demon Lord crushes anyone invading his home. Barely a day at the castle, and she's already realized the demon doesn't use fear to make the girls follow him. He claims he only retaliates when attacked, but Nell's too clueless to know the truth. He's surprisingly normal. No killing, just hospitality, but the other girls have their own opinions. Wait, but he is someone you can talk to normally. She stormed the castle to slay monsters just because locals complained, but she still wondered if she was a real hero. Yuki snapped her out of her thoughts, and she had a question. Nella grilled him about the silver-haired girl, but her bait left him speechless. Yuki saw the dragon as a true equal and refused to treat her like a child. She mocks the confused guy, telling him to think for himself before jumping to conclusions. A solo hero and a tiny army, something's wrong. The mastermind is a mystery, but this definitely isn't an official invasion. Military and church pull, that's a government insider guessing, is a waste. Let's just ask directly. Yuki asks Nell for a favor, but she awkwardly shuts him down. The hero scouts the city. Yuki's feelings leave her dazed, but the dragon says give in, that's just his nature. Last time, the demon saw nothing. The girls guarded the house while Lefacios watched the master. He just wanted some fun. The knight stops Yuki for ID, but Nell steps in to handle it. The hero orders IDs for her crew, and seeing the sign on her ring, the knight obeys instantly. The demon eyes her secret a church pass that lets the hero bypass every border. Nell reminds them to keep her hero identity secret, and they agree. The guard warns them stay out of trouble or get kicked out. Their temporary passes save them from exile. One look and he knew the plan from the start. He suggests a group meal, so they hit different shops and grab their favorites. The meat matched Layla's, but the soup was even better. Suddenly, the demons noticed Leafine looked like a normal human. Yuki considers hiding her horns and tail, but to her, it's like losing a limb. It just feels wrong. He spots a magician in the square. The girl's too short to see, so he hoists her up. Leafy's vision returns, making the young man happy. The dragon starts teasing her friend, and the hero watches awkwardly. Nell sees they're tight. After the show, the girl suggests hitting the guild to get her team their IDs. Adventurers hunt monsters. Yuki was hyped for the guild until Lefai's warning hit. He's a target too. Adventurers hunt monsters, but they also take bodyguard gigs and gather herbs to avoid constant killing. Adventurers once swarmed Lefacios, mistaking her for a monster. The dragon wanted to slaughter them, but now stopped him. The system shows the guild links jobs to adventurers, Grab your ID card there. The receptionist greets the group. The hero asks to register her party, but she asks if the girl needs it too. The boy mocks the dragon as a young lady until Leif silences him. Meanwhile, Nell negotiates the license and grabs the application forms. Leify only knows ancient script, so Yuki fills the form, listing their names and classes. Revealing their true class triggers war, so the demon plays dumb and asks what a class is. Classes define your battle role. Pick your favorite on the questionnaire. Use analysis or the guild's crystal to check your class. It reveals your full status and class type, but he immediately refuses. Magic tools exist, so Yuki hides his status like Leify and asks his friend for the perfect cover. Dragon suggests the baggage carrier class for the weak boy. He agrees, but the hero warns it's a non-combat role and he's not fit. MC labels them a swordsman and mage. They start bickering, but Nell keeps filling the apps. Last is your signature skill. Make it an attack. Yuki wants magic. Ignoring the sword, the heroine force swaps his class to mage. Leif picks breath, a beam that incinerates everything. To avoid leveling the city, a terrified Nell just writes magic. The admin registers the couple. Now they just need to touch the magic instrument. Registration complete. This plate is your ID. Don T. Lose it. The demon's shocked. It's so easy, but the girl explains that complexity scares people off. Yuki shouts to the dragon. It's done. They enter the city, and he asks about using his item box at the guild. She says storage magic is rare, but since others have it, he's safe. Ashamed she's paying for everything, he learns the guild buys monster loot and hunts some easy targets for quick cash. Yuki flexes her power at the guild, but Leify ignores her weird face to hunt for snacks. Nelden thought she'd keep all the cash, but the demon corrected her. It was just food money, exactly half the monster profits. He asks about the map S pattern. It's a magic crest, a unique mana pulse used for identification. He triggers the card's glow. Only the true owner can do this, making fakes impossible. Then he counters, what about people without magic? Nell's stunned, magicless people Dante exist. Even those with mana issues get certificates, but zero power is impossible. He knew his questions sounded weird. Only this city and the capital required these certificates, which also revealed the user's strongest element. Leify's specialty is fire, but she's hiding it from the MC because it's too basic it only burns things. Yuki was impressed, certain her fire packed insane heat. Suddenly, the group is surrounded. Did this bandit never learn not to point blades? Too bad his only rule is that the weak surrender and run. The demon's strong enough to slay those monsters, but the man claims he just stole the loot and ran. System ID Dorga, a veteran axe fighter. One guy's strong, but the rest are trash. Yuki decides to kill them and stuff the bodies in his box to hide the evidence. The boy wants to keep touring, so the demon plays it safe to avoid exile until the man suddenly exposes him and the gray-haired girl as monsters. That magic tool blew their cover. If they're caught, they're finished. Demons are public enemies. Bandits hunt them without consequence, but if a demon attacks, the army strikes back instantly. The man's condition hand over the cash and the girl, then vanish for their silence. The bandit mocks Leify and laughs, but suddenly he groans in pure terror. Yuki hoists the bandit up, demanding to know what he said about his girl. As the demon trashed the enemy, Leify felt a whirlwind of emotions. Dragon wakes up, Hero and Yuki already cleared every bandit but the boss. Ogre warns they'll regret forcing his hand as his stats skyrocket. The demon's baffled. His enemy's power just surged. He's wielding a demonic weapon. This axe has tasted countless lives. As blood and hatred fuse with the steel, the wielder's status skyrockets while madness consumes their mind. This axe is the demon blade. The heroine's worried. The demon's intrigued, and Yuki's finally playing his trump card. The hero's holy sword is an enchanted blade, but Nell's never seen power this massive. The system confirms these are weapons infused with magic. The Fortress Destroyer Demon Lord Yuki's pitch black blade. It's an A+ rank beast too heavy for any human to lift. Harder, sharper, and heavier, this blade rejects magic, making it a purely physical weapon. He taunts the enemy, and Dogear snaps. The demon deflects the strike, already prepping a counterattack. Yuki strikes, landing the direct hit. His enemy missed. They trade blows, but he's losing desperate. He cheats and pops a smokescreen. S at the guy, shouting threats. Weight lunges is more dynamic than attacked. Final choice. The Dogra lunges at the guy, shouting. The demon parries, lands a crushing blow, and mocks the bandit he's still in his sights. Yuki's magic eye tracks mana flow, baffling the attacker as Yuki reveals Dogra blew his chance to escape. He wipes his blade and faces the dragon. If he goes berserk, Leafy must stop him, even if she has to cut off his arms. The girl agrees. Nell catches on and tries to stop Yuki, warning him of the danger. He grips the axe and it responds perfectly. Hateful voices flooded the demon's mind, but Yuki silenced them. He didn't care about their final thoughts. Their souls belong to the demon lord now. He silences the dead and uses them. Back at the castle, he reforges the axe into an epic weapon. Nell fears he's changed, but the demon lord knows darkness best. The hero feels awkward, knowing she should be the one in control. The boy was fine, the curse failed, and Leafy was certain. The dragon claimed Yuki as his woman, leaving her confused. The demon hasn't been this furious in ages. He forgot his words, but the hero backed Leafy. Yuki tried to apologize and blame his friend, but he was cut off. She didn't want his apology. She was actually glad. Nell wants to bail and Leaf backs her, but she's just craving more shoshlik. The hero's shocked by the dragon's bottomless appetite. Gamdya arrives with soldiers, warning the trio to stop or be branded enemies. The demon lord and Dia Lawston lock eyes. They know each other. Yuki dodges the status talk and demands to know the reason for the visit. The demon wants a word with the governor. Nell's stunned. He never mentioned this. The man asks why they're down. They tried to rob him, so he fought back. Gamdy's subordinate confirms it. Earth is a planet of guilty bandits, and the commander trusts the demon. Lost sent soldiers to handle the criminals, apologized for the mess, and offered to escort the team to the governor's mansion. Heading to the mansion, Leafy craves shashlik. They meet Luvia, but Rayler tenses up at Yuki's greeting, spooked by the demon's presence. Fearing revenge for his broken promise and the forest invasion, the old man offers his life for the village. But Yuki calms him. He's only here to talk. Rayler relaxed after confirming they weren't seeking revenge. He doesn't kill for fun. He and his crew are just hunting their shared enemy. The kid suspects the king is the puppet master, and the governor demands answers. They can deploy armies and force the church to summon a hero. Only the country's top elite hold that kind of power. The governor's obsessed with heroes, but Yuki's shocked he's clueless and points to Nell. She snaps, telling him to stop exploiting her status. Luvia reveals she's the hero, forcing an apology from the man who questions her alliance with the demon lord. After losing to Yuki, Nell realizes the church lied to her. She heads to town to confirm, and the demon tags along for his own mission. The old man agreed, pitying the hero's recent struggles. He couldn't believe such a petty reason sparked this mission. Rayler was livid. The country's greatest asset was being wasted. Yuki calmed the elder to get intel on the tyrant. Luvia stays silent, so the boy flares his terrifying aura. Yuki threatens to level the city unless the governor talks. Terrified, the old man reminds Rayler he's still the governor. He won't leak secrets that threaten his nation, no matter how angry Rayler gets. With terrifying calm, the demon says he no longer needs the old man. Yuki summons Leafy back to town. A kebab bribe silences the dragon, but the old man still questions Yuki's true goal. The demon says Luvia won't talk the boy's loss. He'll just sightsee and head home. Yuki asks Nell Essie plan she stays to talk to the governor. The demon sets a meeting at the mansion tomorrow to visit more spots. She happily agrees. Rayler sighs in relief as the boy leaves peacefully. Nell notes the demon lord is definitely weird. She finally sees him fight, and his power is on a whole new level. Yuki uses his power to protect, not attack. She can't believe this kind boy is actually the evil demon lord. The governor spills the truth. Prince Ryuto is the mastermind behind the invasion, and the girl is stunned. She never suspected him. The untouched cursed forest is a resource goldmine, and Luvia knows the prince wants to conquer it to make the kingdom rich. Every noble is on board, making their army massive, but the king is clueless. The governor could have stopped them, but high command dismissed him as a coward. The king is too kind to see through evil, making him a failure as a ruler. The lord despaired. No one realized this incident would destroy the Elysia kingdom. Nell promised to consult the captain and priest immediately, leaving Luvia hopeful for the nation's future. Walking through the food stalls, he suddenly realizes something. Yuki overhears the truth. The prince is pulling the strings. The evil ear is a stealthy dungeon mob that bugs conversations from 10 meters away. It stores a charge for use outside the dungeon and is nearly impossible to detect. He's glad it was worth the cash. Lee Fine notes her friend's weird taste. But this demon's packing 27 secret devices. The prince was a nightmare. Yuki wanted to strike back next invasion, but the capital was crawling with guards. Killing royalty meant instant war. Killing is too risky, a replacement will just step up. He knew they'd survive any war with the dragon on their side. Yuki wanted Leafy to laze around the dungeon as much as she wanted. He is here to protect his friends. If the demon uses the dragon to start a war, his mission is over. Yuki must win with his own power, even if he has to destroy everything from the top down. Born from the dungeon, this demon lord had to act. Suddenly, he's called out. Leaf tried helping by eating the guy's food, making the demon laugh. The demon kept it, so the guy promised his girl a new kebab to keep her happy. Morning hits and the crew heads out. Yuki loved the hotel, but Leafy preferred home. Great service, though the guy wished for an extra bed. They reach the governor's mansion, and the demon instantly spots Nell, calling her name. They spot a tired Rayler. He offers a walk, but Luvia refuses. He asks about the cursed weapon and calmly draws an axe. Panic spreads as the old man begs the demon to disarm. The governor's terrified, but the boy claims he's tamed the axe. Luvia still orders Yuki to hide. Their silence gets the MC thinking Nella's calm, while Leafy trains a clear sign of their status gap. The last owner outclassed average bandits. The weapon boosted his level, but since he was still sane, Yuki figures he hadn't used it long. Their fear says it all. This weapon is deadly, exactly what the governor feared. Rayler begs the monsters for peace. Yuki wants to explore, and Luvia wants to head back to the forest. Lefesios loves the city's food and One-T let it be destroyed, so the old man rewards the vendors. Baffled the hero is walking with his enemy, the demon decides to tail them. She's an outsider here and doesn't know the local rules anyway. Yuki hunts for weapons and books while the dragon demands sweets, so the girl leads them straight to the shops. First stop, the gun store. Knight's shop here, so the gear's definitely top tier. Analysis skill on A and B rank axes line the walls, but he spots the bargain bin. An ancient hero's blade. A nameless warrior once used it to slay legions, but now it's just a fraction of its former power, quality unknown. He finds a legendary ancient weapon, impressing the dragon. Now, he's ready to fuse them into one god-tier blade. Channel mana through alchemy to fuse any materials into a weapon. Fired up, he tells Lafitte to take her pick. She ignored the weapon the dragon just wanted to eat. As the demon toyed with the shield, his friend reminded him they had more places to go. I urged the hero to move, but she froze to gawk at a weapon despite her holy sword, forcing me to drag her away. MC tosses the hungry Leafy some cash and hits the shop solo to browse in peace. A tiny bookstore, packed with shelves. One whiff confirmed books were a big deal here. After a quick search, he finds it, Basics of Magic and Magic Circles. This 3-volume series spans beginner to advanced. The demon's enchantments were solid, but he couldn't form enough circles. Yuki's book crafts lethal weapons, poison, fire, and ice, but opening it just made everything harder. The demon reads the text but understands nothing. He's crushed, but he won't let this stop his mission. He'll start studying the second he gets home. He tracks his team through the system and rushes to their side. A stranger starts harassing the girls, forcing Yuki to step in and save them. The demon warns the strangers to back off. These girls are his companions, so go find dates elsewhere. Hero's stoked to see the kid, while Lafi nearly swipes his meat. Yuki grabs his meat and bails with his crew. The stranger tries to stop them, but Yuki snaps, asking what else he wants. The boys flee in terror, but the demon expected a thank you for saving their wallets from the hungry dragon. Nell thanked him, but he just told her to ignore those selfish jerks. She agreed, but felt he was being way too soft. Drawing on past life experience, he hits a restaurant with Nell to unwind Leafy's on board, but the girl's stunned by their massive appetites. The boy is starving in the city. The dragon explains that since mana is lower here than in the forest, his body is eating to compensate. He can't sense the mana shift, and human food won't fuel his demon body. He grills the governor for the truth about the cursed weapon. This isn't a fluke. Kind people snapping and going on rampages happens way too often to be a coincidence. Cases spiked this month, baffling the governor until rumors of a cursed weapon surfaced. Every victim claims the same person gave them the axe. Nell worries for the dragon as the demon warns Lafiziosa to stay sharp. Forget overeating, she's hunting a massive poisonous king snake. She fell for the bright colors, expecting a feast, but it was a total disaster. She asks where to go next. Done with his work, he asks about the city's tourist spots. It's swarming with travelers, but no tourist spot. Luckily, the girl has a plan. The team pushed past Alfiro's walls. Yuki takes 2 guild quests, slay 3 giant spiders and 5 orcs to test his strength. She knew the demon was strong, but his monster choices were a disaster. Now, she's starting to panic. He calms her, realizing they're weaker than his forest's weakest monster. Perfect training for the hero, but she demands a duel, while these monsters only hunt in packs. The kid's cocky talk enrages the dragon, but it's already spotted nearby enemies. Goblins appear, and Lafi instantly torches them with fire magic. Yuki stops her before she torches the whole forest. The dragon suggests a pressurized water ball, calming the demon until a massive explosion rocks the area. This magic erased all life in its path. He snaps at her for comparing her water ball to his dragon, but she deadpans that her compressed vortex explodes on impact. Nell's floored by Lafi's magic, but Lafi claims she could level the city barehanded. The hero demands to know her race. Lefesios is an ancient dragon, leaving Nell totally lost. Yuki reveals she's the supreme dragon. Her kid-like form completely fooled the hero. Lafi threatened him over the character comment, so the demon panicked, praising her as an indescribable powerhouse. Nell's confused. Why the supreme dragon follows the demon lord? He tries to explain, but Lafi cuts him off to save her reputation. He turns on the fool, and she accepts the duel. Everything's fine. The dragon promised to protect them, so there's no need to worry. Leafy refuses to protect Yuki. He mocks her ruthlessness, but seeing the photo, she just laughs. Nell finally understood them and told them she's counting on them. 4 hours later, the first quest is a total fail. The boy blames the dragon's mana for scaring off every monster but the dumbest goblins, but she takes zero responsibility. A secret meeting reveals the cursed weapon was stolen. They blame the governor, but a tourist did it. Now, what happened to the axe's last owner? Don T blame him for losing that cursed weapon shatters sanity. He was just a bandit, so now they're planning to brainwash the tourist instead. The sword failed. Impossible. He's too strong. Forget the weapon. The plan's changing, and we're going all out. The ritual starts. They chant for the homeland's ultimate sacrifice. The monsters head out, noticing Nell's finally comfortable. It's a shame the others missed the fun, but Yuki's stunned by her sudden words. Supreme Dragon missed her presence. The demon admitted he loved their walks together. It had been barely 6 months, but it felt like a lifetime. They'd been through so much together, even with that lazy dragon. Leafy skips chores to save energy for battle. Suddenly, a woman screams and a girl flees in terror. The spirit erupted with a foul roar. Yuki was confused, but he hated the ruined vibe. He hurls a rock at the spirit, 0 damage. Following LeFay's tip, he uses his magic eye to see threads binding their foe. The girl reveals he's already dead, just a puppet controlled by magic. She suggested young man S analysis, and she was right. She once torched the necromancer and his undead army, but now the body's gone. If the body S being manipulated, magic is the answer. Yuki shatters the caster's control with pure mana. No caster nearby. These zombies are either remote-controlled or rogue. Either way, this necromancer is bad news. Necromancy is magic, but the dragon despises anyone who desecrates the dead and treats them like tools. Yuki calls for security, but a deafening bell rings and everyone bolts outside. "Run faster," a man yells. It's an evacuation. Last time that bell rang, dragons swarmed the city. Exploiting the chaos, the demon scouts from the sky and tells his allies to stay put. Hero casts a spell, purging the undead. Regretful souls turn undead when exposed to mana, swarming battlefields and high energy zones. Sacred exorcism magic is the ultimate counter. Zombies don't just wander into town, someone's pulling the strings. Nell regretted splitting from her team right before the chaos hit. She's done following orders. Now she's going solo to save everyone she can. Gumdia commands his troops near the governor's estate. The mansion's now a fortress for refugees. A soldier finds a surviving girl. Rayler demands an update. Gamdia says night will soon reclaim the area. Evacuation S over. The governor sends them to the city center to face potential trouble, and Luvia's heading there too. Rayler rallies his troops, reminding them of the monsters, bandits, and enemy armies they've already crushed. This city never falls, and Alfiro won to start now. They just need to retake it from the undead. Luvia praised the governor's speech. He hadn't seen a battlefield in years, but he was once a soldier too. The old man knew the prince was behind this, seeking revenge for the city's abandonment, but none of that matters now. The governor draws his blade to save his people. Hero spots zombies roaming the city and calls it a nightmare as the undead hunt down civilians. He sees the adventurers holding their ground against the undead. They're hacking off limbs and dousing them in holy water. He realizes they've found a way to win and can handle the horde alone. Who did this and why? Only zombies are here, meaning he's not trying to take the city. He's sure the necromancer is nearby, stalling for time and watching. Inside his mind, he spots a lone tree and 5 dark figures. He's found it. The girl shreds the zombies. She orders the unnatural soul back to the grave surrounded by zombies. She draws her blade and carves through them, spraying blood everywhere. Yuki joins the fight and asks why she hasn't just cut them down and fled, but she refuses to leave the shelter unprotected. He hurls a bottle at her, demanding she drink. Nell's stunned by the luxury mana potion. Yuki tells her to wait while he summons Lafai, but she asks what'll happen to him. Hiro found the group responsible and he's just going to wreck them. Now wants to join, but Yuki can't leave. She tells him to handle the rest. She agrees, promising anything in return, and he's curious to see what she means. Nell's baffled he totally misunderstood her. Yuki then asks if the hero's lying. Flustered, she begs the hero to behave. Yuki strokes her head, confused. He just wanted one last tour of the city. Nell blushes, calling him an idiot. The hero laughs, warns her to loosen up to survive, and flies away. 5 silhouettes stand beneath a lone hilltop tree. Dark hoods mask their faces. Fewer than expected, Yuki charges straight at them. He swings with full force, but one manages to dodge. The cloaked man demands why Yuki's here, snarling that dodging one to save him, but the stranger parries his next strike. Blades clash. The stranger demands why a demon like Yuki is blocking them. His answer, they ruined his day. The necromancer summons the dead from the underworld to do his bidding. Zombie animals swarm from the portal with glowing eyes, shredded skin, and exposed ribs. The stranger warns this is Yuki's grave, unleashing undead far stronger than the city's. As a zombie wolf snarls, Yuki realizes Lafai was right. Necromancers are vile. A zombie wolf lunges, but he kicks it back before meeting a charging zombie bear with his blade. Yuki leaps, builds speed, and plunges his blade into the monster. The stunned necromancer brands the kid a monster and rips open another portal. Yuki charges, refusing to let him escape, but falls right into the trap. The necromancer smirks. The hero knows exactly what he's walking into a trap. Yuki fires a dispersal spell, shattering magic from the inside at a massive mana cost. Hero skewers the necromancer. It's over. Locals clear the capital's rubble while farmers return to the fields. Nell scans the merchant papers. 2 days since the undead invaded. Noel calls the city diligent. They're already rebuilding her destruction and clearing the dead and wounded. She asks what the healed survivor said. Nell realizes she needs the cloaked man. He traded it for intel, certain the governor is the right man for the job. She's glad they found that undead summoning circle. Nell agrees the city's fun, but he's starting to miss home. Lafai's in. She asks why he's staring, points to her treat, and refuses to share. Nell apologizes. Nell pauses, then reaches into the portal. Leafy gasps as the boy holds out his fist, saying it's for her. Confused, she cups her palms under his hand. Yuki hands her a ring he found by chance. It looks great on her, and one to break when she shifts into her dragon form. Lafai thinks he wants her wearing the ring 24/7, but he says she can wear it whenever. She hands the ring back, and a panicked Yuki sweats bullets thinking she's reclaiming it. Leafy asks, shouldn't he put it on her finger? They sit on a bench, hands joined, eyes locked. Yuki slides the ring on. She admires it. Then they turn away, sitting in silence. Lafai eyes her ring in the light and calls the boy's name. 50 rule says, aim for 60-80. She thanks him, beaming with happiness. 6 words, 60. Clouds drift over the mountain peaks. Yuki and Leafy announce their home, met by a little girl. Iluna's glad they're back, pulling her brother into a happy hug. Yuki's stoked to see Leo, Layla, and Iluna. Yuki asks a girl in a frilly dress who she is. She sways. He recognizes she AI, and she's ecstatic. Leafy notices she's now exactly Yuki's type. Hiro asks what she thinks he likes. Leafy asks if Shay evolved. Iluna explains she wanted to transform, gave it a shot, and it worked. Iluna trips and gets cut, but when she touches the wound, her body glows and the injury instantly vanishes. Shaya's stats skyrocketed since they last met. Yuki isn't shocked. Layla warned him. Monsters evolve way faster. Lafai figures her stats skyrocketed from constant mana transfers. AI says mana is delicious. Yuki agrees. Leafy's mana is way denser than the rest. He asks how strong her magic is, comparing it to rare Pokemon candies, but Leafy just calls him a weirdo. She asks if he's happy with her evolution, and Yuki confirms she's definitely grown. She's thrilled to finally look normal, but he watches her with pity. Leafy calls him a smiling idiot, but Yuki pats her head and points out she's grinning just as wide. He calls it the fearless smile of the strong. Just a few days away, yet everything's changed. Yuki remembers his shock when monsters swarmed the plain area. She asks if he means Fenrir's servants. He warns her this legendary beast looks cute, but outclasses her stats. It commands hundreds of servants, and he plans to hunt with it soon. Yuki stretches, laughing. He's heading home to chill. Relaxation is the Demon Lord's middle name. Yuki and the girls craft a new weapon. Check the materials, prep the items, and infuse your mana to trigger the skill. The result, a katana forged by Demon Lord Yuki. This blade of condemnation hates sin and shows sinners zero mercy. Yuki says this sword judges sin and grows with its user. The kid thinks it's perfect. Stunned by its size, the girl asks if it's a cutlass, but Yuki clarifies it as a katana. She asks if it's the same blade used in the East. She asks to hold the sword. Yuki warns it's heavy, but she trusts her wolf blood only to realize he wasn't kidding. Hiro tests his blade hunting with first Freya, promising to return for dinner. This blade is sharp enough to fell a tree. Yuki was right. The sword's buffs make him feel weightless, and this power is incredible. He eyes the blade, calling it the best. Hiro calls the sword adorable to win it over, while Yuki plans to add a magic circuit and incinerate their enemies. Layla finds Yuki in a bizarre pose, struggling to link a magic circuit to the sin. She offers help, and Yuki's thrilled. She reminds him, magic is just filling frames with spells and fueling them with mana to ignite the circuit. She explains primitive magic drawings show the imaginary parts needed for activation. Yuki's finally starting to understand. Layla breaks down fireball magic create, control, and launch. You can even morph the flames for different variations. Yuki realizes the secret: a bad outline breaks the flow, and too much volume slows it down. It's that simple. Hiro suggests a 3D circuit to Layla, asking if a more compact design will finally fix the magic circulation. Her eyes widen in shock. She's blown away by the owner's genius idea, and Yuki is stoked. Layla bails for urgent business. The hero heads to the yard and finds Iluna and she playing ball. Exhausted, the girls crash on Yuki's lap. Soon, he's out too, mouth wide open. A girl enters Layla's room, hearing a pen scribble across the page. Yuki and the girls hit the pond. Yuki brags about his big catch, but an annoyed Leafy instantly lands a monster. Yuki's stunned Leafy laughs, mocking Yuki for changing the rules and saving Liu from defeat. Nearby, the fish sizzles on the grill. Lafai declares the loser fries the meat, teasing Yuki that it'd be a shame if he never tasted his own delicious cooking. She feeds him a bite with her chopsticks. She expected a nibble, but Yuki devours it all. Leafy screams for him to spit it out. That was the final bite. Iluna stops the fight and feeds her brother. He loves it, claiming it tastes even better coming from her. She bolts for more, but Lafai warns not to spoil Yuki. He's the loser. Iluna and Shaya feast on delicious treats together. Yuki calls this kindness, and Lafai agrees. She shoves baked veggies into him so fast he can barely swallow. Lafai Wanti complains since Yuki shared her food. The boy asks to meet. She bolts, he chases, and Layla offers her meal. She refuses, calling it loser-s business, and hands Layla her share. Yuki calls Fear cruel for slicing fish, then reveals she's joking and offers him her meat. The girls show Layla how to cut fish from the back. Yuki sneaks meat into Leafy's veggies, but she still complains about eating grass. Twilight deepens as the heroes glow. Layla's crew rests on a log. A fur-clad girl stands by, and Yuki feeds Leafy. Bad news. The prince just rebelled. She tells Yuki the king and princess vanished. Fuming he forgot him, the hero sighs, cursing his own carelessness. She realizes the cursed sword and undead were just a distraction to kill the governor. But Yuki ruined their plan. Nell felt the wind, the riot paralyzed the guards, and Alfira's elite warriors now stood against the attack on Yuki's castle. Hiro asks if the cloaked stranger is the source, but the girl says even magic and serums couldn't make the necromancer talk. Nell reports a coup in the capital. The prince's men seized power, so the team rushes to save the king and crush the traitors. Yuki knows once this heir takes command, an even bigger army will storm his gates. He asks Nell about the church's next move. She fears the crown's control, knowing the prince's violent nature. The church wants to rescue the king. Yuki agrees dead or alive. It's worth a shot. Hiro vows to help Nell save the king. She's thrilled, and Yuki agrees the king belongs on the throne because he refused to invade the cursed forest. Killing the prince is faster, but his goons would never stop. Better to let the resistance handle this rebel. Nell asks who'd ally with a demon lord, so Yuki offers to hide his identity as her masked, pushy squire. She warns the masked one to fool the detection crystals, but Yuki tells her to relax. He's got a plan. Nell and Yuki's journey begins. Layla says goodbye as Iluna and Shy Eye beg for his return. He pats their heads, telling them to behave. Then someone cups his face. Lafai warns Yuki to ignore other girls. He promises to stay loyal, leaving her satisfied to guard the dungeon. Lafai brushes her hair back, revealing a magical glow. Yuki tells her he's counting on her. Yuki and Nell mount up. The hero hitches a ride to the capital, but a terrified Nell insists on walking. Fur bolts as Nell's screams shake the forest. Yuki leaves and the girls head out. A mask asks if their master's energy is why they feel so good, and Lafai confirms everyone's magic is unique. She claims Yuki's a natural magnet, using Iluna as proof that only a master womanizer could lower her guard so fast. Layla asks Leafy who gave her that ring. Leafy reveals Yuki gave her the ring. The group asks if he proposed, but she denies it. Seeing their bond, they press her. What is he to her? Liafa's clueless this is a first for her. Every man she met tried to kill her or ran away. Now she's finally living with someone and having a blast even if she has no reference point. Lafai's still unsure about Yuki, but the girls get it. Their master is anything but normal. The girls grill Levi on his romance with Yuki, demanding their origin story. Meanwhile, Yuki and Nell trek through the woods with aching backs. They reach Arsol's capital, a massive fortress where guards on watchtowers track every soul entering the city. The heroes need a way in, but it won't be easy. Nelsa's shocked by the massive army, but Yuki spots a small grate at the wall's base. She says this grate is a magic hidden back door and their meeting spot for the church night. Yuki says centuries have passed and they helpless. He asks her plan for the inside. She nods, then screams in shock. Hiro cloaks Nell and grabs her to fly over the wall, warning her to stay quiet or she'll bite her tongue. Yuki launches, wings spread, charging the wall says peak as Nell screams non-stop. He snaps at her to stay quiet, but she's too terrified to comply. Nearby, The guard hears a strange noise and grows suspicious. Guards scan the darkness, certain something's lurking in the sky. Yuki blames Nell for getting them spotted, but she fires back. He should have warned her before takeoff. Relieved they weren't spotted, Yuki warns Nell they're landing. He loves the speed. She's paralyzed with fear. The perfect duet between heroine and demon lord. Nell snaps at Yuki for the rough landing. Yuki claims he warned her, but Nell calls it a trash warning. He chuckles and says talk later, their company is already here. Boots stomp the pavement as guards charge. Now tells Yuki to follow. Hero's shocked. The city is a ghost town. The girl agrees. It's usually packed. The residents must have sensed danger and fled. Light engulfs Yuki as a mask forms. Nell questions it, but he calls it a disguise. As a demon lord, he hides his face from the church behind a mask he thinks looks cool, but he really just found it in a catalog. Nell doubts the mask, warning Yuki they might be barred from the shelter. Yuki tells her not to worry, he'll find a way. He hands the church credit for the rebel defeat, trading glory for fresh intel. Nell calls out, but he's busy flexing his mask. She shuts him down, pointing to something horrific with a look of dread. Zombie hordes swarm the streets, blocking the path. Yuki finally realizes why the city reeks. There are too many to fight, but every detour is a dead end. Nell asks if Yuki can sense the undead. He confirms, annoyed the guards are just slacking off. She agrees. Noticing the guards are holding back, Yuki senses a setup and warns Nell of the danger ahead. Cast the spell, banish those zombies. Yuki's stoked. She reveals it's sacred church lore that could stop the demon lord, but he's staying far away. Yuki wins, disgusted as filth drips from his hand. Nell orders the zombies back to the earth by God's will. The demon lord knows the stronger the spell, the deadlier the power. He's shocked coward Nell isn't as scared of zombies, but she snaps back, at least you can slice the undead, unlike ghosts. Yuki gets it. She fears her sword failing, even if pure magic can still finish the job. Hero thinks clergy banish spirits, but she only guards the streets. Ghosts aren't her job. They reach a shuttered mansion. Nell knocks, hears the first half of the password and finishes it. Strand. The door opens. A voice welcomes them back safely, but tells them to wait. Someone who knows. Face is coming. Yuki laughs, calling it a secret base. Neil shushes him, but the door bursts open and a girl rushes out to hug the heroine. Kalat was worried sick and relieved to see her again. Nell's face drops as she apologizes for failing, but her mistress brushes it off. The mission was madness. Khaled only cares that she's safe. Nell realizes she forgot to introduce her companion. Nell hesitates as Kalat and Yuki stare, then labels him her servant, claiming she found him on the road and his strength is legit. Yuki introduces himself as Y. Nell's lackey Kalat's wary of the mask, but Nell swears he's one of the good guys. Kulat tells the girl every warrior counts and orders them to follow. They enter a strange door as UK senses hidden magic and energy flows. He asks Kalat what it was. She's impressed he even noticed. Passing that door proves Yuki isn't a threat. She tells him to relax. They can't let just any stranger into the shelter. Kalat checks his status. He's human, and his mask isn't even enchanted. Yuki just wants to help the heroine. The trio walks down the hall, and she tells them to enter. Hero upgrades his pretend skill, swapping his name, race, and class to turn from a demon king into a human. Nell's stunned, but Yuki explains he tweaked his status magic to avoid questions. He reassures her. It's fine, and Nell realizes she worried for nothing. The hero nerfs his stats below Nell's, listing only basic skills. Yuki knows he must be careful. High-level enemies will spot his fake status instantly. Kalat leads them down the hall, heels clicking on the wood floor. She reaches for the wall and casts path to the Lord. Light floods the room, and a door appears. Yuki's hyped. A secret door is his lifelong dream. The door flies open to a pitch-black dungeon. Kalat warns them to watch their step as they march into the unknown. Lefai's in her room pining for Yuki, certain that distance can't stop her love. Yuki's crew hits a secret passage. He asks Carlotta when the dead arrived. She says 2 weeks ago, the exact moment the prince rebelled. He asks if the prince is behind this. Carlotta agrees. The soldiers' aggression proves it. Necromancy is beneath royalty. Yuki can't figure out the prince's endgame. They're outnumbered and overwhelmed. The scouts failed to find the lair, so Nell begs Yuki to track them down, but even he has limits. Hiro promises to try later. She thanks him as they reach the hidden exit. The heroes enter a massive church with towering ceilings and stained glass. Yuki's stunned. Seeing his reaction, Nell admits she was just as shocked her first time. The church is under watch, so Carlotta holds strategy meetings here and invites them to join. Carlotta addresses the group, introducing herself as captain of the Holy Knights of Faldien and taking command of the operation. Yuki realizes she's the real deal. Nell confirms Carlotta's a sword and magic master, the backbone of the entire Knight Order. Status or not, she'll lose the fight. Yuki knows Carlotta is on a whole different level. Hiro scans Demir's status. She's a high-level weapon master with elite proficiency. Lefai's warning echoes stats alone can defeat experience. Without training, even a genius is destined to lose. The capital's in chaos, and the country is dying. The captain demands unity free, Alcil, and restore peace. Carlotta opens the meeting and reveals the plan. Demir's plan: rescue the royals. Yuki spots the captive king and knows freeing him is his only ticket to survival. Tomorrow at midnight, the church bells signal the start. She dismisses the crowd, wishing for luck and victory. No praises Carlotta's amazing work. She thanks her and asks if they're tired. She leads them to safety, but alarms scream. The dead are inside and multiplying fast. The captain asks if the attack was accidental. The soldier thinks battle noise near their secret sewer exit lured the undead. Nell warns Yuki the shrine links to multiple sewers, but without the exact route, you're lost. Carlotta wants to find and destroy the lair of the dead. She tells Nell it's time to fight. Yuki's ready. He's the hero's companion, after all. Heroes repel the zombies. Nell's shocked by the boy's weapon, but he calls it practical. Yuki asks how the dead rise. Carlotta says there are many ways, but suspects a magic circle is the key. She says that's why the lair's missing, but they likely hid it elsewhere. Yuki detects a demonic sword aura rising from the corpses and sewage. Follow the trail. Find the magic circle. Hiro tells Carlotta he's found the magic circle. He can pinpoint it, but he senses the flow. Demir considers the claim. She tells Nell they're scouting the potential lair of the dead. Yuki's unsure, but she'll take any lead, even a dead end. She sends them to investigate, and a stunned Nell and Yuki arrive at the scene. Carlotta confirms it. The magic is way denser here. Even she can feel the surge. Yuki hits a dead end. Demir orders her troops into action, and they're ready. Soldiers spot a keyhole. Carlotta praises them, tells them to clear out, and slams her sword into the wall with everything she's got. A massive hole blasts open. Nell's stunned by Carlotta's effortless power as they step through the gap. Darkness stares from within. Demir masks the stench with his sleeve as she orders the soldiers to guard the entrance. Carlotta asks the heroes to join her. They re-in, but she warns them to stay sharp as eerie noises echo from the dark. These rotting corpses scream in the dark, oblivious to their coming doom. Liefa and Aluna brush their teeth, awaiting the demon lord. Surrounded by the undead, the group scrambles for their next move. Carlotta thinks the currents turn corpses undead. Yuki notes the prince's cruelty, while Nell blames the magic circle. Glowing pillars erupt. D. Meyer spots a hexagram pull 2 pillars to shatter the circle. Now asks how to break them through the horde. Yuki says he'll handle the dead and the pillars. He blasts them with water, telling them to enjoy the slide. Perlotta calls him decent and sends Nell to clear the left. She's on it, and the battle rages on. The undead are wiped out, their bodies carpeting the stone floor. Nell cheers for the win, while Carlotta thanks them. Stunned it was so easy, Yuki's thrilled those pillars were total pushovers. Why are these zombies still moving? They've mutated after being undead too long. But Carlotta says, oh, ignore them, the source is already destroyed. Yuki declines. The captain apologizes for the delay and promises to lead them to a safe spot to rest. The broken circle shocked the necromancer, but his undead did their job. Time for the final phase. Sun blazes over the capital. Yuki terrifies the kids with demon lord threats. They bolt, and one girl trips into the grass. He pulls her up, asks if she's okay, and makes her promise the demon lord to watch her step. The boys grab the game, shouting they'd crush him with the sacred sword. Nell sees the boys having fun. Yuki laughs, joking he can win against so many heroes. He offers her a mask to join the game, but she smiles and refuses. He claims joining him will make her a hit with the kids. Fernie Orphanage. Carlotta apologizes for dropping in, but the woman says helping is their duty as church ministers. Franny's stressed she's got no food. A hungry kid asks for a meal, but she tells him to wait. Yuki reminds her. It's war. Nell realizes the donations have stopped and food is running out. Hiro asks the girl for help, rips open a portal, and strains to pull something out. Yuki pulls a massive ham from the portal, declaring lunch is on schedule. They whip up a giant stew, and Nell assures the hungry kids there's enough for everyone. Meat's ready. Orphans swarm as Yuki keeps order, and Nell directs them to the masked brother for their food. A girl Yuki knows praises his mask. He compliments her eyes, shares 2 pieces of meat, and the kids thank him as the crowd hails him the best. Demiri questions the monster meat, while Fernie wonders who'd use such pricey spices. Yuki says hunting monsters is easy, and he crafts his own spices as thanks for the stay. Impressed by his way with kids, Carlotta asks if Yuki's a dad, but he says he only looks after a little sister figure as a mouth-watering scent fills the air. The scent of spiced meat hits the crowd, triggering instant hunger. Yuki spots the crowd. Perfect timing, he says. Leave them to me. He grins, asking the crowd if they're hungry. They agree. Yuki asks if they want meat. The crowd roars for it, and he promises them a taste. One condition the hero demands to be carved. The crowd obeys, slicing 20 portions as more plates arrive. Yuki eyes the ham, but he's too lazy to cook. He rallies the crowd instead, promising more meat if they keep grinding. The crowd feasts and celebrates. Nell calls it a festival, and Carlotta agrees. Demire's never seen the capital this happy. Who's the masked man? A voice cuts them off, demanding to know what this gathering is. Guards claim all food for the state, asking the girls if they want to be rebels. The guard mocks them for feasting while soldiers fight, demanding the food hiding rebels. Captain Diameri warns him to take it back. Yuki's in trouble again, but the castle stays quiet. The girls are just playing, waiting for their master. Carlotta claims she hunted the monsters herself, demanding answers from the guards while Yuki watches silently. Guards mock her pain, snapping that ignorance is no excuse. She admits she's hurt, but fires back that the people haven't seen a single meal. The guard spots her gift of speech and lack of honor, arresting her for breaking the law. Carlotta protests, backed by furious villagers demanding to know why the army needs so much food. They're done with excuses, and Dante trusts the guards. She eyes the guard, claiming his body fits this job better than knighthood, and they should taste him too. Yuki wonders why Carlotta lets these freaks talk down to her when she's way stronger. The map reveals they're being watched. These soldiers are bait to force a first strike. But then, the girl accidentally crashes into a guard. "No final!" He swings his blade, yelling at her to watch where she's going. "Wait!" He swings his sword, barking at her to watch. Yuki snaps and boots the guard in the head. Enraged, the soldier demands answers. The guards fight back but get crushed. They're blindsided, even though Nelsa claims they struck first. Hiro leaves guards with Nell to hunt the spies watching them. He has to stop their scheme before things get ugly. He says goodbye, then turns back to order the girl more meat. Carolina admits Nell is the real deal, worth every lie told to recruit him as an ally. She's stunned the lady gets it, while Demarie reveals he knows Nell has no brother. The girls assure Carlotta Yuki won't touch the church, despite the weird vibes. Nell's trust wins her over. She strokes the girl's hair. Carlotta worried about Nell's blind obedience, but sees she's finally grown. She asks if Yuki has her own reason to fight. Soldiers report in. The commander launches the plan and orders the word spread. Carlotta announces they're heading to the palace. The girl makes her move. Meanwhile, at the Demon Lord's castle, Liu gets a genius idea and rushes to tell Lady Li Fei. She tells her to get close to the guy, leaving her stunned by the sudden move. Ifei and Yuki closer since Leafy's clueless about their bond. Actually, Liu wants to bring Leafy and Yuki closer since Leafy doesn't understand their bond. She offers to close the gap while he's gone, but the girl snaps, demanding to know what Leo means she already has an advisor. Iruna arrives, demanding Li Fei cast a spell on her little brother. She asks Leo what bewitching means, explaining it's when a guy goes totally crazy for a girl. Iruna's amazed, but Li Fei scolds Liu for teaching her that the girl's just hyped to tell her brother what he likes. Iruna tells Li Fei Yuki loves fluff, and her brother is bewitched by Rira's. Leo laughs, denying it. Iruna claims he loves his sister's wings, noting how his face shifts when he strokes them. Leafy thanks her, but there's more. Master loves seeing them have fun, and Iruna's sure it makes him happy. Leo thanks the girl, while a fed-up Leafy admits she didn't realize he was this persistent. Layla knows zero about psychology, but she's still got advice. Layla tells Li Fei to admit she missed the Demon Lord. Li Fei's shocked. She can't believe Layla wants her to be that honest. Oblivious to her rage, Layla claims small touches are the secret to landing a guy, leaving a flustered Li Fei stuttering for more. Leo takes Layla's solid advice. Layla wants Lady Li Fei to live a long, happy life, so she's executing Lu's plan. The girl asks if Li Fei's ready. Clueless, Li Fei's visibly shaken. Can the invincible dragon survive Layla's training? Perlata shows the people the ruined capital. The captain warns a rebel prince has the king captive if he takes power. The country is doomed. She rallies the church to save the king and retake the capital, calling all fighters to join. Carlotta knows they'll win. God is with them. Yuki chases the suspect through the capital. Hiro pops stealth, tailing the suspect to the castle to rescue the king. Yuki hopes the church moves before dark. The fight was small, but too many eyes saw it. He sprints past the palace guards. Hiro-s closing in, but the suspect ducks behind a door. He yanks the handle, it's locked. A voice from inside asks the guard what happened. Yuki KOs the target with a headshot and scans the doors for the king's dungeon. Captain Demare gets the word the western gate and barracks are secured, and every soldier is detained. Gate S70 done casualties, 5 dead and 6 down, but the plan is still on track. Carlotta knew they were outnumbered, but a civilian revolt kept losses low. She sends the citizens to the rear to rest. Captain asks for intel. The soldier reports unknown mages, likely necromancers. Blindsided soldiers watched in horror as the dead rose, confirming the girls' fear the prince is behind the capital's undead. Destroying the magic circle saved everyone. Now, Carlotta's off to thank the masked man. Captain recruits the tireless Nell, and they head for the next target. Yuki scans his map for the dungeon entrance. The guards might be clueless, but the secret passage has to be on this display. Yuki inspects the fallen soldier, deducing magic stopped the invaders. He searches for proof the man belongs here. Hiro finds a magic device and learns its owner is immune to magic. A maid bursts from the door, sees his mask, and screams. He covers her mouth, promising no harm. He's only hunting the king, and the soldier is still alive. Yuki uncovers her mouth and asks if she'll scream. Maid asks if he's here for the king and Lady Arrow. He confirms and explains her identity. She begs for rescue, promising a guide, and reveals the dungeon entrance. Yuki spots the outside entrance. He thanks the maid and warns her to flee with her family before this place becomes a war zone. She blesses his exit. Yuki storms the dungeon. Descending the steps, he thinks the king is useless, but the guy's got charisma. If he were prince, he'd kill the king. Is he being saved for execution, or does the prince actually love him? Yuki stalks the dungeon when strange noises echo. Inside a cell, a guard pummels a girl in rags. He pins her down with his boot, winding up for another strike. The guard sneers, blaming her stubborn father for her fate before beating her senseless while the king begs for mercy. The king grips the bars, demanding he stop, but the guard just laughs and drools. Helpless, the girl can only weep. The demon lord looms behind the villain, freezing the guard's face in a grimace. He hates yuck, so the hero impales him. Now he's got to rescue the girl from her predator. Iruna knows the demon lord will do anything to protect their smiles. The guard thrashes the girl before her father. She's in agony. The princess must help her father, certain everything will be fine. She endures the abuse, hoping for rescue. If she survives, they're safe. Suddenly, the pain vanishes. Shocked, she forces her head up. A stranger appears at the door, promising her it's okay, and she tried hard. Yuki scoops up the princess. She calls him a hero, but the king demands his name. The king recognizes the boy as a demon and furiously orders him away from his daughter. The demon lord calls him cruel after everything he's done, mocking the king as a failure who couldn't raise his own son. Yuki warns the king. His son's greed for the forest spells trouble. He'll help, but only if the king never touches his woods again. The king demands to know if the demon lord is here. Yuki confirms. The king admits he's a fool who failed his son and can't guarantee anything. Yuki's people will pay for his sins. He'll kill anyone who enters his territory. The king meets the threats with silence. The boy asks, "Does anyone still believe in you?" Not the town, or even the maid. The hero reveals the church is coming, shocking the king. Yuki slams him for rotting in a cage and waiting to die. The king holds parents accountable for their children's actions. The demon lord frees the king with a warning, "Regret your words, and I'll slaughter you, your people, and your entire bloodline." The king checks his daughter, finds her safe, and asks if the demon threatened to kill them for disobeying. Yuki is confused. "Wait, I need to." He exits the cell, and the king thanks him for saving his daughter. Hiro blitzes the guards, telling them to run as they scream for a doctor. Yuki calls their acting trash, certain they're hunting for injuries just to flee the battlefield. The demon lord laughs, saying they like the king. The boy tags along anyway, despite needing no help. Furious guards order his capture, but Yuki figures a quick kick 1T hurt. With their captain defeated, the soldiers retreat. He demands the prince's location, noticing the princess's thin ranks until a soldier reveals even the prisoners are backing them up. He bets the prince is in his office or throne room while the guards ignore the chaos outside. Yuki asks about the chaos, suspecting the church. The soldier confirms, and Yuki knows they aren't wasting time. The soldier offers to clear the remaining guards. The hero agrees, escorts the king to safety, and warns him to stay sharp. Yuki tells the king the plan's on track. The church moved fast, and now he's gotta vanish. Clutching his daughter, the king asks about his son. The demon lord vows to kill him with his own hands. His majesty understands and joins them. He vows to stay away, and Yuki lets him. Captain Demare greets the king, relieved he survived. Nell's shocked to see Yuki with the king, but Yuki explains he freed him without knowing his identity. Carlotta tells the king to hide while her soldiers protect him, but he insists they save his daughter instead. Demare warns the king if he dies or gets captured on this battlefield, the kingdom is finished. The king apologizes for the trouble he's coming to see this for himself. Yuki triggers danger detection as Carlotta begs the king to rethink higher levels, expand the range. A stranger lunges, but the kid parries the strike. Shocked! Yuki blocked him. The man gets schooled for his cheap back attacks. He just laughs, confirming rumors of a woman and hero backing the church. He calls himself lucky as the demon lord senses a powerhouse has arrived. Leif wants Yuki to remember her face whenever he's lonely. Nell checks the boy, who warns them the fighter is lethal. Swinging his massive sword, the warrior tells the bugs to stay back. The demon lord knows he must handle him. Carlotta de Meyer offers her help. He declines, opting to handle it himself. Captain orders the princess to safety. The rest assist her while the soldiers prepare to die for their king. Carlotta warns Yuki they reached the prince, telling him not to die before she gets answers. Nell begs her brother to stay safe. The boy vows. The demon lord asks why the king was spared, but the fighter only hunts the strong, and the demon lord is his true target. The stranger's glad he underestimated the locals. Yuki tells him to rest. Battle rings out. Carlotta asks if she's worried. The girl questions his adamantite rank. The captain confirms, shocked. The guild broke neutrality, the fighter's name Warfan. She says he's a battle-crazed freak. Despite his power, his trash reputation and constant guild drama keep him stuck at Orkalak rank. The captain pulls her troops to avoid slowing the masked man down, betting everything on his strength. He considers it and agrees. The fighter laughs, stunned by Yuki's power and speed. Yuki snaps, telling him to shut up and drop the grin. He scans the fighter his strong stats match Yuki's, but his skills are even higher. He's not here for death matches, he's just hunting monsters and petting Rear's fur. The fighter mocks Yuki's calm, so the demon lord guts him with a full power punch that leaves him in agony. He blasts the fighter with water to drown him, and the guy chokes as it engulfs his head. Yuki's losing. He lacks real combat experience and needs skills he doesn't have to win. Hero blitzes the fighter. He dodges the strike and attacks himself, catching the man completely off guard. He skewers him and draws a pistol. Yuki fires, unleashing a shower of sparks. Unbreakable, he lunges again, his blade stopping inches from the demon lord's face. He catches the blade with his palm, blood spraying everywhere. Yuki parries heavy sword strikes in melee. He finishes the fighter barehanded, falling to the ground. The man says it was fun. The guy sighs in relief. Hero recalls LeFay's cute face, thinking she's 1,000 years younger than his only challenger. At the Demon Lord's castle, Liu asks Layla for Lady Leafy, but she hasn't returned yet. Layla notices she's disappearing way too much. She's got her own issues, but hunger will bring her back. Leafy sits on the hill, deciding to tell Yuki how lonely she was the moment he returns. The dead man Essie's showdown looms. Hero cleans his wound, wincing. Without that enhanced potion, he's done his. Bone is snapped and his fingers are paralyzed. Yuki wants no part of it. The boys impressed Lyle's circuits are top tier. They pump mana into the blade, igniting red flames that incinerate anything they touch. Yuki admits he only won thanks to his racial traits. This guy's as talented as Nell and has serious hero potential. He reaches the castle, flies to the roof, and spots the prince through a window. De Mayor accuses the prince of treason, but the prince fires back, calling them coup plotters and ordering their arrest. Guards rush to the prince call and run into Nell. The prince watch with glazed eyes. Look at the prince's strange eyes. Shaking off her doubts, she focuses on the fight to avoid capture. She can too wait. Yuki is facing a deadly adamant rank warrior alone. Nell's desperate to help him when a window shatters, glass flying everywhere. Yuki dives in to strike. The girl recognizes him. The demon lord attacked too soon, but he finally smashed the item blocking his skills. A necromancer appears, blindsided by his analysis skill. Yuki turns, eyeing the black-cloaked prince. Everyone stares as his highness's eyes cloud with darkness. Captain De Meyer orders protect the king and never retreat. A soldier stabs his sword through the prince. He warns everyone to stay back. He's already dead. The prince rises, morphing into a dark, cloudy shadow. He transforms and lunges at Yuki. The demon lord's terrified the necromancer will escape. The necromancer bolts out the broken window. He watches him go as Nell calls out. Yuki confirms the necromancer puppeted the dead prince and, breaking the ring, reset his status. He explains the ring of truth and lies can forge status screens. The hero realizes the prince's magic matches the guy from the stable. Yuki tells Snell to distract the others while he flies up to catch him, but massive footsteps crush his plans. They're facing an artificial corpse, the one they dare not name. No time to rest. How will they fight a massive beast in these tight quarters? A massive beast confronts the heroes. Deadman, an unspeakable spirit-class monster with super strength and instant healing. Yuki's had enough. He swings his weapon. Screaming, he lunges at the giant and slices its hand off with his black katana. The severed arm thuds to the floor. The enemy 1T back down, chanting in a strange tongue as he swings his last hand to strike. Spouting gibberish, the beast strikes as the demon lord barely leaps back. Yuki realized the monster was massive, but still lightning fast. Suddenly, the masked guy spots it, hyped. Strange fibers sprout from the giant's severed hand. Fibers stretch and fuse with the monster's hand, instant regeneration. Smirking, he analyzes the nameless spirit's power and plots his next move while a worried girl watches from behind. The demon lord aims and chants his spell. He blasts the monster with magic to purge the undead, engulfing it in light. The monster doesn't even flinch. Yuki reached the girl as the magic failed against the giant. Nell demanded answers. Realizing the beast was man-made, he asked Nell for a stronger spell. She agreed, but warned she needed time to prep. The demon lord stalls the beast with a flaming sword while his soldiers rush to assist. She whispers glowing magic words. The others flank the giant while Yuki charges head-on. Ford slices the spirit, but it heals instantly. It's slow, but hits hard. Even Red Flame fails against this nameless monster. The situation is hopeless. Seeing his allies fail to scratch the beast, the demon lord hears a retreat order roar through the light. Nell raises her sword, striking the enemy with a burst of magic light. Magic slammed the enemy. The monster blasts across the hall, smashing a hole through the wall. The demon lord freezes in shock as the commander instantly orders his men to strike. They swarm the enemy as Yuki slashes for the arm. The spirit grabs his sword, spins him, and hurls him into the ceiling. Nursing his bruises, the trembling demon lord begged Nell for some rest. She cheered, ready for another shot. Carlotta and the hero stop Nell, leaving her crushed. The commander admits her magic is elite, but there's a catch. Nell barely scratched the monster, and its regeneration hasn't even slowed. Yuki hatches a plan, handing Nell a drink and asking for another spell. She agrees. He briefs the team. The girl drops the monster with magic, then the Demon Lord shreds it. Charlotte and her troops need to grab these units fast, then scatter the pieces as far as possible. The plan was bizarre, but they had no other choice. The old man checks the victim as the commander realizes they can kill him. His regeneration is endless. Maybe the forbidden spirit won, to revive this way after all. Nell preps the attack while Carlotta and Yuki charge to distract the monster. Demon Lords strike the soldier in front of him. He hits the ground and the MC furiously stomps him. The soldier refuses to fight. Yuki blasts the coward, warning that his desertion puts everyone in danger. The crowd buzzed with hype. Suddenly, someone called out to the masked man. Carlotta spots the giant charging. The Demon Lord realizes her holy magic enraged the beast, so the boy rushes to intercept. He instantly appears before the nameless spirit and slices off its leg. The enemy drops with a bang. Carlotta locks in. She strikes the crawling giant to draw its focus and bolts as it chases her. Inspired by their captain, the knights and citizens rally to her side. With the monster distracted, Nell chants her spell, sword ready. The spell ends, and the masked man notices. Light strikes the roaring giant through the pane. Exploiting the opening, Yuki leaps and slices the nameless spirit in half. The split monster fumes as our hero circles him with a smirk. The Demon Lord suddenly senses something. The monster's severed hand suddenly grabs him, crushing him in its fist. Yuki threw his hands up, fuming. Sliced in two, he desperately pries at the spirit's grip, cursing his defeat while his weapon lies nearby. Carlotta offers help. Still wrestling the giant, Yuki agrees and leaves the rest to the commander. Done with his enemy, he slowly advanced. Cursing, he dragged the monster to the hole. He spots it and drives his katana through Yuki. He bursts from the monster's grip and snatches the weapon. The Demon Lord instantly shredded the spirit to bits. Tossing his sword, he curses the night sky through the gaping hole. She asks if the enemy can regenerate, but Yuki says the pieces are too small to reform. Stomping a piece trying to reform, he notices something. Soldiers hurl a piece out the window, and the commander meets it with a drawn sword. He realized something crucial. Everyone cheered as Yuki announced they'd crushed a powerful foe. While the ruler battles, they feast in his castle. Battle over, the princess's soldiers surrender instantly. Rebuilding with his lord allies takes time, and the church is filling every vacancy. The king aimed his rifle again, realizing a demon was controlling Rauta. Beside the old man, the masked guy thinks he's done, but he's fed up with these demon shadow games. Masked and holding back, his identity is safe, but if they uncover the truth, his forest is doomed. Yuki feared they'd use Lafai to destroy the country, but a voice suddenly hailed him as a hero. A smiling girl walks up to him. Demon Lord asks how she is, but blanks on her name. She happily reminds him, "I roll." On the sofa, the princess and king joyfully thank the hero. Yuki gloomily declares he's no hero, but a demon lord. He spreads his wings to prove it, shocking the girl. The hero's baffled arrow was only touched by his wings. Confirming he's a demon lord, she mentions they kidnap princesses and excitedly hopes he'll snatch her up. Yuki leaned over the table with an awkward smile, asking if she was sure before vowing to wait for him. The king kindly sends her to play in another room, and she obeys. MC asks the king to fix his frivolous daughter, and the king apologizes, blaming her sheltered life. He saw her iron will, the king confirmed, visibly worried. He apologizes for the weak thanks and tells the hero to ask for anything, anytime. Smirking with arms crossed, the demon lord warns he'll demand whatever price he wants. Their reward forest immunity and legal IDs. Yuki's hyped to finally tour the city with his crew. The king vows to hide their demon status, and Yuki agrees, knowing his friends are built different. The king offered a feast, but the demon lord refused. He claimed his allies were waiting, but the truth, he just wanted to go home. The king suggests an invite to. The boy reaches for the giant wolf with a grin, stunning the king and princess. The girl hugs the beast, but the king recognizes the legendary Fenrir. The wolf is embarrassed by the princess, so the MC cheers him on. The king registers him as Yuki's companion for safe passage, and the demon lord thanks him. "I'm just gonna keep petting the wolf." Seeing this, her father finally smiles in relief. Back at the house, the king tells his guests to settle in. Nell gapes at the stunning chambers, and the MC behind her is just as awestruck. Carlotta bows in thanks, but the flustered king insists he's the grateful one and tells her to skip the formalities. The commander smirks and agrees. The princess drags the girl and Yuki along to show them their places. Nell's skeptical when the girl calls him the demon lord, but the protagonist brushes it off. Iroh's just a kid, so no one will take her seriously. Incredible dishes hit the table. Nell and Yuki love the feast, and the royals are thrilled by their reaction. Drooling, she realized she'd never tasted anything like it. I laughed, noting their chef's incredible work. The monarch raises a toast, thanking them for their hard work. He called for a toast, kicking off the party as everyone cheered and chatted. 2 hours and plenty of booze later, Nell pesters Yuki to drink with her. She starts pouring, but he's baffled as she overfills the glass. Nell saw this and cut him off. She had no choice. Blushing, she yanks him in for a mouth-to-mouth drink. The demon lord cringes the hero's way too drunk. He grabs a drink with Nell and drains his glass. Nell gleefully shoves meat into his face, but he's clearly not a fan. Iroh drools on Yuki's chest, giggling as she loves the demon lord's scent while he cringes. The butler carries the sleeping princess to her room. Relieved, the MC thanks him. He turns, spotting something. Yuki finds the king napping behind a chair. Remembering his trauma, he leaves him be just like Carlotta. The drunk commander pets the embarrassed wolf, wishing its soft fur served the church. Carlotta shyly vows to feed Rier for life, while a stunned Yuki spots the scene. Night fell, he led his beast away, embarrassed by the mess, but hyped he had fun, and scored free wine. The demon lord spots Nell asleep on the chairs. Thinking of the girl, Yuki realized even this paradise was missing one thing. Thinking of his family, he heads home. Hugging the beast, the boy gets a nod. They step into the night together. The war is over. The Demon King is finally going home. A voice calls Yuki from the night castle. The chaos ends. It's time for the hero and demon lord to say goodbye. Back at the castle, the girls relax and braid Leafi's hair while she reads. Nell calls out, gasping for air after a dead sprint. She stops and snaps awake, shocking him. Gasping for air, she just laughs. The demon lord warns her to watch out for drunk guys, but Nell knows Yuki would never cross that line. She'll snitch to Leafy if anything happens, and the thought of an angry dragoness terrifies him. He pats her head, inviting her to visit and bathe anytime Nell nods, vowing to become a hero the demon lord himself will fear. Yuki promised he'd look forward to it, making her beam. Nell watches in shock as he summons a portal, pulls out a knife, and gifts it to her. The demon lord's white dagger, Moonflower, slices through any darkness. The boy can't wield it, so he gives it to the girl as a backup. Nell admires her new blade and thanks Yuki, her face glowing with joy under the starlit sky. Touching the weapon, she vowed to protect it with her life. A full moon loomed overhead. At dawn, the demon lord returns home to his overjoyed family. He patted their heads, glad they finally bonded, as Yuki announced he brought gifts. He thanks the maids for their work. Thrilled he's back, they scramble to prep a bath and meal. The girls cling to his hands as he tells stories of thieves. They beg for more, and the demon lord laughs, unable to refuse. He spots Leafy standing alone, far from the celebration. He approaches, but she looks away. Confused, he leaned in and shouted he was home, snapping her back to reality for a quiet greeting. Clutching Yuki's shirt, the dragon awkwardly admits she's lonely without him. Lefi was fine, likely just another bad forest snack like usual. She shyly says no. He asks if she broke something, but she screams her denial. Lefane summons her courage and asks him the burning question. The High Dragons just missed him, and her illness was pure longing. Yuki turns bright red as Leo and Lila cheer from the sidelines. He's baffled by her change while he was away, but he can't ignore how cute she looks. The girl turns back to him. Agitated, he reached for her to demand answers, but suddenly remembered he was covered in filth. A restless legend returns, recalling the supreme dragon sift form. Smelling other girls on the boy, the dragoness snaps, and her words leave the demon lord livid. Sweating buckets, he blames the stench on a brat, but still gets called a lullican. Aunt Lefi suddenly shifted, remembering something. She shakes her head to clear the intrusive thoughts. She spun around, her anger flipping to mercy as she asked if he was hungry. He fidgeted and nodded. The dragon orders him to wait for food, leaving him baffled by her sudden mood swing. Next day, Yuki's place. Leafy plucks a stray bit from the boy's hair, and the demon lord thanks her. She sits beside him as he eyes a sword. He had no clue why she was suddenly so clingy. Yuki checks his stats, embarrassed that the High Dragon looks totally bored. She tries to leave, but the demon lord shuts her down. Lefi shadowed the MC everywhere. That move left him mortified. He finally pins you against the wall. Yuki knew why Lefei snapped the demon lord hit her limit, and the master's harsh tone terrified her. Pinned by her master's hands, Leo's heart races as the demon lord demands the truth about Lefei. The girl tries to claim the mistress is normal, but Yuki isn't buying it. She used to be a lazy shut-in, but now she won't leave his side for a single step. The maid calls it cute, and the guy blushes as he agrees. Leo snaps, claiming she knows nothing. She tells him to ask Layla, fed up with always being blamed. The demon lord mocked his useless maid, and despite your protests, he was right, she was behind Lefei's transformation. She stayed furious, forcing him to use blackmail, spill the Dragon Essie secrets, or Rear never sees Leo again. The argument worked. The maid swore Yuki to secrecy. Sighing heavily, she finally reveals the lady is worried sick about him. Recalling the quiet girl reading on the ottoman, he's totally baffled. Lefei had way more than just that book on her mind. She's always been alone and can't express her feelings, but now she's attached to Yuki and wants to show she cares. The demon lord takes this seriously. The maid clarifies they're just giving tips to win over Yuki later. The MC finds Lefei brooding at a floor table. Bottle in hand, he offers her a drink. Lou preps for bed, humming a happy tune. Layla asks why her friend is so moody. She grinned, claiming nothing happened. The maid took credit. Layla played along while Leo insisted it worked. Tucking in, the maid felt proud for easing her mistress's mind. She says the master and supreme dragon are now linked, while the demon lord warns that drunk dragons love trashing cities. Lefine prefers sweets over bitter booze but likes the aroma. Yuki pours a glass, calling it smooth but warns her to go easy, remembering Nell's disaster. She claims she is the world's strongest dragon and tells him to worry about himself since he's no drinker, but he says he has neutral on booze. The demon lord excitedly vowed he wouldn't lose to a dragon bragging about booze, and the girl grinned in agreement. They toasted and downed it. Several drinks later, worried for Lefei's condition, drunk and hissing, Quake insisted everything was fine. Seeing her weirdly hyped, He's shocked she's even weaker than Nell. Demon Lord hands her water. One more check. The high drag chugged the glass non-stop, then pulled back with a loud exhale. Actually, exhaled noisily. She curls onto Yuki's lap, smiling blissfully. Leafy slumps onto his lap. He asks if it's over, but she's not done yet. She needed a breather. The MC flashed a smile. He pats her head and turns to Lafai. He shocks her, telling her not to push herself. She stood up to argue, but the Demon Lord just smiled after 6 months together. She couldn't fool him. Yuki doesn't know Leo's crew, but he knows her Lafai's a total slacker who does nothing but play. Smiling, he admits he watches her every move to know when she's forcing herself. Sitting face to face, the Demon Lord stroked her cheek, teasing her for reasons he wouldn't reveal. Li Fai cuts him off, insisting she isn't pushing herself and knows exactly what she's doing. The High Dragon swore she'd never do what she hated, but now she's doing it by choice. Blushing, she admits she loves hanging out with Yuki. He just blushed, speechless. Leify leaps back, stammers an excuse, and pivots right back to the argument. The dragon vows she won to lose. The Demon Lord smirks, but she reveals she's been holding back all along. Morning hits and shocked maids find them. Ryu's still buzzing from yesterday, and Layla's hyped they finally talked. Leo asks if they're cleaning now. Layla nods. They must be fast and silent before the rune wakes. Layla tells her friend to start and heads to her room with a book. Later, the maid wakes the mistress and master. He snaps his eyes open, stunned. Leo loomed over him, grinning wide. Yuki nervously returned the greeting. Lei Fai's out cold, the Demon Lord's armor gripping her waist. The Supreme Dragon stirs awake. Waking up nose to nose with Yuki, he sheepishly mumbles good morning. She blushes. Leo covers her eyes from the awkwardness and Leafy makes a request. She begs to be let go. He rushes to fix it. The sun rises on a new day as the gap between them vanishes. Their bath is cut short, a brutal reminder that messing with dragons is pure, unpredictable danger. Checking the stats, Yuki realizes the human heroes are insanely strong. Past losses haunt him. One more clash with these monsters means game over. He needs to level up now. Leaving the girls on the lawn, Yuki heads into the woods to level up and test his new dungeon defenses, quickly vanishing into the thicket. He can control every trap and snare, second monster summoning and control. Third is plant-based poison. Yuki realizes he's stronger in a squad. He's training with his wolf for now, but he needs 3 more allies to reach full power. He planned an impossible dungeon that spawned 4 bosses behind intruders to terrify them, but low DP forced him to scrap the idea and go back to leveling. The big turtle dies first, gunned down. Yuki praises the wolf after the kill, warning Riru that his traps hit anything so dawn to get caught in your own nets. Mounting his giant wolf, the Demon Lord hunts on, racing his companion for more levels. Yuki drops the chained flying monster. The rest of the beasts fall fast. Yuki's chains made it easy, but the map reveals a massive boss is lurking nearby. He rushes the threat and spots a massive winged lion lurking in the trees. A ferocious level 96 manticore blocks the way, a lethal hybrid of dragon wings, scorpion stings, and lion fangs. Rattled by the high level, the Demon Lord braced for a brutal fight. Back at the capital's royal chambers, the king reviews the report on demon weapons and their origin. Evidence proves the Rogald Empire built this weapon. Brooding at his table, the king weighed the human-demon war and Rogald's legendary feud, wondering if an alliance was actually possible. Surrounded by Elysia and the demon forest, Rogald is clearly a warring nation. Their alliance with the demons strictly for profit. As Yuki and his wolf battle, the king realizes they need more power. He refuses to let his people suffer and knows he's lucky to have found such a strong ally. The king knew help was a lie, but if he fell, He prayed someone would protect his daughter. Meanwhile, Yuki triggers a massive trap right under an enraged manticore's claws. He raises his katana for the final strike as the king waits in his silent office, still hoping. He hoped for a worthy king, and the demon lord's grin as the beast fell confirmed it. Yuki sighs in relief, wiping his brow and waving to Riru as her tail wags happily. His katana, Flame of Sin, turns pitch black, but as he senses the shift, the blade floods his mind with pure doubt. The sudden telepathy caught the demon lord off guard. Yuki's hyped weapon is finally talking to his mind. The blade claims they've always been linked, but Yuki shuts it down, arguing with the steel. He saw this as a promotion. Yuki inspects the blade, demanding answers, but the confused Flame of Sin needs time to think. He bided his time. Seeing the sword's confusion, Yuki drops the subject for now. Katana agrees, relieved. Weapons have souls here, and the demon lord is racked with guilt. Does his katana hate how he's used it? Is it actually sentient? Confused, the boy crafts a sheath for the Flame of Sin, wondering what style she'd like. Yuki witnessed the katana's true power. Back home, he's hyped to grab a scabbard for his sword. The Flame of Sin rejects the black scabbard. The patterned ones failed too. She tells the hero to stop, hating everything. Suddenly, the demon lord gets a plan. After endless trials, they finally found a design the katana loved. A bright red sheath with a blade-reinforced tip to handle heavy loads. Yuki admired the work. In this bright design, the Flame of Sin looked like a masterpiece, not a weapon of death. He laughs, bragging that his cute looks make the coming death even scarier. But Katana just calls him a freak. Leaning on his sword, he asks to call her in. Katana remembered being the Flame of Sin, fueled by her wielder's pure rage and despair. The weapon only fed on the darkness consuming her. Yuki unknowingly shielded her from the darkness, giving her a brand new reason to live. Flame of Sin figured this was a fateful meeting. She prayed he'd stop the questions and just let her serve him. Katana eyed the determined Yuki. She reached for the light. A tiny girl in a dark kimono materializes right on Yuki's lap. He froze as a system alert flashed. New skill unlocked, weapon anthropomorphism. Another mysterious girl appears in the Demon Lord's domain, eyeing herself with childish curiosity. The girls were hyped to meet N. The new girl stayed stone cold. Yuki's thrilled with his 3 new girls, but Leafy kills the vibe, demanding answers with a dark, suspicious glare. Total opposites from different worlds, these kids bonded instantly. The high dragon eyes the tiny kimono girl and asks Yuki where he stole her. Outraged, Yuki reveals she's actually the soul of his katana, Flame of Sin. He checked the weapons, the changes were undeniable. The demon lord reveals his katana is sentient, so he spent DP to give it a human form. Leafy's stunned by his perversion. 2 girls weren't enough, so now he's turning weapons into waifus while Yuki makes excuses. Liu teases the master for misbehaving but swears her loyalty while Lila agrees, ready to die despite his weird taste in girls. The MC is visibly annoyed by their nonsense. His face darkened as he squatted, insisting he wasn't a lolicon, just a fan of cute girls, nothing weird. She cautiously approached to check on him, but Yuki brushed it off as a simple misunderstanding. Anne's face hardened. The weapon-turned girl swore she'd never let anyone touch her master. Despite her fragile look, she lunges forward to hug Yuki, acting as a human shield. Touched by her protection, he smiles as Erdruna quickly clarifies they aren't mocking her brother. "Finish it!" She beams, saying they're all friends, leaving Katana deep in thought. Meanwhile, the kids reach out. The boy lets the girls do as they please to keep them happy. Leafy scoffs, calling him a pervert who collects cute girls. The demon lord tries to object, but the noise drowns him out. The girls lead NA away as she looks back. A faint smile cracked her stoic expression. A clear, sunny day under the trees. Aruna held her friend S' hand and asked what she liked. He considered her favorites. The bubbly girl rattled off her favorites. The katana replied it loved to move. Yaruna loves a hot bath and deep sleep, then asks her friend what she likes. Jaw dropped. She couldn't answer. Katana has no clue, so Iruna suggests they go find something she likes. In the clearing, Iruna beams with arms wide. To her, loving something makes every day a joy as she hunts for what's next. En's eyes lit up. She'd always thought the world was trash. Katana thought he had you chained up in a dark castle. Yaruna grabs his hands and suggests they find a shared interest. That meant everything to the katana. Oyan, right behind him. Let's go with Yuki. Watched the kids play. Lefeon, looming behind. Wait, looking at the prompt. Lefeon. The maid smiled too. The world was totally different. Now, her new family enjoys a sunny countryside picnic. Deep in the mountains, far from the sun, a savage storm hammers the rocks. The cave's darkness vanished. Rope-wrapped spikes loom from the darkness. At the cave's center, an ancient dragon sleeps on a massive stone platform, its wrinkled skin and pale mane showing its age. The old man's milky eyes snap open, instantly tracking Kyoko in the pitch black. His voice booms through the cave, demanding to know what she's searching for. Before the platform stood Kyoga, a young black dragon with a ruby third eye. He stayed icy calm as the blind elder reminded him he was banned from the sanctuary. Ignoring the insult, the black dragon fires back. If the elder has the power to rule the world, why hasn't he conquered it yet? The blind dragon growled with newfound rage, snapping that these sheltered Kyogre had no right to judge him. Wings spread at the platform's base. He wonders why rule a world that bores him. The elder chuckles, reminding the brat the village took him in and raised him. He's just too young and blind to understand. Kyoji mocks the dragon as a pathetic, ambitionless old man. Inhuman roars and claws clashing on stone filled the cave. Blood streams down Kogi's face. The black dragon spreads his massive wings, drowning the cave in shadow. No roar follows, only a triumphant laugh. The old man is dead, and the beast is loving it. He declared himself the Dragon King, his dark roar shaking the world. The girls welcome AN to the Demon Lord's research lab. Yuki steps out in a white coat to introduce his assistant, but she and Yiruna find the outfit weird. Leifai shows up in an oversized robe demanding 4 chocolate bars, but MC haggles her down to 3. Layla asks what science is. Words are tough, so he shows her striking a match on the box. He lights the jar's candle. Setting a candle before the crowd, the Demon Lord asks why it's burning. Iruna calls it magic. Yuki expected that. He turns to the yawning dragon, ordering his assistant to scan the power. Leafy peered inside, confirming it was the simplest flame. Shocked, the kids fired off questions. He covers the jar with a plate, snuffing the candle. Layla claims closing the lid triggers magic to kill the flame, but Leifai shuts her down. There's 0 magic involved. The Demon Lord explains fire needs fuel, heat, and oxygen seal the candle, cut the air, and the flame dies. Yuki thought magic changed the rules, but physics here work just like back home. Grabbing the jarnus, he flared the sealed candle and demanded answers, the secret magic. He explains they've mastered more than just magic, like the oxygen that keeps them breathing. Iruno's hyped by the news, leaving the other kids baffled by her and N. Touching Shia's nose, the Demon Lord remembers she's all stomach, no lungs. He wonders, does she breathe through her skin, or do some creatures not breathe at all? Yuki checks with N the katana doesn't need breathing either. She shot him a confused look. He confirmed it. These little ghosts don't breathe. Confused, he just bites the hand. The boy screams, startling the girl. tossing him onto her shoulders. The demon lord claims her new evil scientist, ready to show them true fear. Yuki grins, chasing the laughing kids as they run off screaming. The katana on his shoulders set the whole vibe. Cackling, the MC grabs LeFay and brainwashes her into becoming his second evil scientist. She protests, but joins the dark side the moment he mentions they have cookies. LeFay joins the hunt with a grin, promising twisted experiments. Horrified by her evil turn, the girls call for the good scientist Layla. The maid smiled softly, vowing to protect everyone. She recruits researcher Liu, who accepts in shock as the girls circle Layla. They played straight through to lunch. A voice calls out Yuki. Glued to his book, the MC replied. Leafy leans in and asks him out. The demon lord calmly accepts. Reality finally started to sink in. Lafayette asks Yuki out, leaving him stunned. Flustered but hyped, he hesitantly agrees. Lei-Fai targets the mountain behind theirs. He's down, but the dragon insists they fly instead. He's confused by her flight offer until she points out a beehive on the mountain. Le-Fai praises the honey, and the demon lord finally gets it. The dragon begs Layla for honey treats, but Yuki sees the truth. The date was just a cover for her sugar addiction. Le-Fai excitedly rushes him, but he suddenly rolls over and changes his mind. The refusal stuns her. Tracing the floor, the demon lord coldly admits he hates honey and sweets. Le-Fai shakes the fallen man, begging Yuki to save her partner, but Yuki stays calm. He knows she's just using him to reach the bees. Embarrassed, the dragon offers to sleep with him to win the argument. The demon lord didn't budge, asking the stunned girl why he should care. Leafy froze, completely speechless. She awkwardly drops the truth she just wanted Yuki all to herself. Finally, he smiles in relief. Stepping out, he vows to sleep with, cuddle, and hug the dragon today. They fly to the spot as Le-Fai points out her former home. He's stoked to check out her place and see how she used to live. His flustered partner agreed. They already hit the mountains. Yuki gasps for breath, even the air here feels different. We find the old home, and it's a total shock. Flat, bare mountain terrain, littered with leaves and scattered bones. She says there's nothing to see, but he's glad he looked. He points and asks what it is. Outside the lair sat a massive pile of gear from fallen challengers. Leafy gave the loot to Yuki, who immediately cashed it all in for DP. Scowling, she recalls when people hunted her for immortal blood. The demon lord mocks her fun life. He spots something else in the distance. Yuki noted her strength, then turned to Leafy. He asked for her scales and lair scraps. She didn't object. He'd always planned to forge blades for Aruna's team, just in case. Le-Fai's particles were perfect, and the demon lord wanted that power for himself. Flustered, the dragon brags her scales beat divine steel. Only she can break them, so she lets him take his fill as he thanks her. Next stop, a sun-drenched lake and meadow with a small cave tucked behind. Yuki loved the scenery, and I had to agree. Confused by the golden water, the demon lord reaches for the girl's hand. A sweet scent fills the air. The boy reaches for Le-Fai's hand, but she pulls away, cheering. They found honey, but something just fired him up. Aggressive bees swarm the lake to build a hive. Leaf explains their habits while the dragon orders Yuki to slaughter them for the honey, but the sweetness is a total trap. While Le-Fai licks honey in bliss, Yuki spots a nightmare motorcycle-sized bees swarming from the thicket. He grips his katana, maxing its power as a massive swarm of insects storms in from behind. The flame of Sinblade reacts, light surging across its dark steel as it hums with power, ready for war. He blitzed the massive horde at lightning speed. Steel screeched against the stinger. The demon lord let out a hysterical laugh as he realized his weapons were useless against bugs. Drooling for her meal, eyes locked on the prize, The dragon warns that her sting shatters metal. The girl warns Yuki the stings are lethal. He's got 5 minutes to live, surrounded and under fire. Yuki's fuming. She waited until he was in the death zone to drop. Leafy calmly eats honey, revealing her past raids forced these bees to evolve into combat geniuses. She smiles, thanking the guy for tanking the swarm while she feasts. The demon lord is. Leafy casually tells the exhausted Yuki to move before he ruins her honey. Yuki snaps, yelling at her to get ready for what he'll do to her once they're home. Standing over a mountain of bodies, he gasps for air. Where did they all come from? Leafy mocks the demon lord and teases him by refusing to help. With Yuki's strength fading and more enemies closing in, he begs her to unleash the true power of the supreme dragon. MC convinces her to unleash the roar. A dragon's roar, the ultimate magic beam shredded the bee swarms and carved a massive cliff for kilometers. Dust erupted as Leafy bragged about her scream, but the boy was just annoyed she waited so long. Back home, she writhes in bed, groaning and clutching her blanket. Flushed and panting, she tears up, silently begging Yuki for mercy. MC sits beside her, happily stroking her sensitive wing bases and ignoring her pleas to stop. The demon lord buries his face in his wing, ignoring Leafy's protests just to tease her. He wonders if her tail is as soft as her wings, but the dragoness just shudders and keeps begging in vain. He backed off to the wings and Leaf Ice screamed in rage. They kept going until dawn. Next day, the demon lord's castle. Her blank eyes widen, silently awestruck by the structure. Katana's stunned by the massive castle as girls swarm her, and a friend proudly reveals Yuki built it himself. Yuruna grabs En's hand and drags her inside, eager to show off the castle's wonders. Inside, it's pure luxury. Suddenly, she spots 3 ghosts. The kids introduce the ghosts to En, Rui, and Rui greet the guests with a smile. In gave a cold, quiet nod. The ghosts were stunned by her total lack of fear. Aruna explains her castle plan and asks the ghosts for a full tour. Ro lunges through En to test his strength, but the weapon soul doesn't blink while Iruna shudders in terror. Ro suddenly flies off, shocking the kids. Yuki rushes over, calling the girls to eat. He closes in, but she's just playing hide and seek. He leaned down, smiling, and asked if she'd made friends. Katana nodded. Pleased, the demon lord pats an embarrassed En's head, his fingers brushing through her dark hair. Hearing it's mealtime, the group emerges. Yuki calls Rei and the Ruis, wondering if they'll devour the whole spread. He pulls away to head inside, but En suddenly grabs his hand, refusing to let go. Yuki got the hint and scooped her up. Profus was satisfied. Iruna noticed and smiled, calling the girl lucky. She nods. The ghosts, kids, and the boy retreat from the castle. Cards littered the floor. Lefine plays cards with a dragon who bets a joker draw to make him her servant, but Yuki shuts it down. Something catches Leaf's eye. She bolts up, eyes locked on the door. Yuki watches, confused by her sudden shift. A map pops up and he's stunned by what he sees. Recognizing her old friend, the dragon moves in to talk. The demon lord bolts up, insisting he walk with her. Leafy warns Yuki the dragon is a loose cannon, but he cuts her off. That's exactly why she can't go alone. She tells him not to worry, she's the supreme dragon. He won't budge, reminding her he's her partner. Seeing his resolve, Leifai gives in with a tired smile. Something stirs in the forest. Yuki and the high dragons brace for battle at the cave as a massive shadow looms over the rocks. Dust explodes as a massive black dragon with a diamond forehead slams down. It's Kyoga. He glared at the duo. A new challenger just stepped up. Leifai and Yuki look up as a massive dragon dives straight for them. The duo faces their intruder, Gerodio Jiwoga, the new dragon usurper king. He tells the girl he's finally found the supreme dragon, Lephizios. The dragon's baffled by Lefai's human form. She demands his business, asking if he's just here to flex his new power while the boy readies his katana. Lefai asks why, since the old dragons 1T serve Huoga's solution. He killed them, and now they obey. He roared in agony, declaring himself the Dragon King. He shouts his plan for world domination to the High Dragon, leaving Lefai baffled and annoyed. The Dragon King offered her the world, but she just laughed in his face. The Demon Lord cuts in and orders him to shut up. Sick of his world conquest rants, Yuki asks who this dragon even is. Lefai snaps that world conquest is too much work, so he's out, leaving the girl stunned. Still, she cracks a small smile. Lefai doubles down, telling the punk to go home and brag. Maybe then he'll finally find a girl. Guogu's livid. He knew she wasn't human, and that meant she chose death. The Demon Lord snaps, and Lefai readies for battle with her partner. The High Dragon admits he's a fool, but since Yuki's no worse, he'll survive while the beast returns to sleep. He smiles, asking why she's roasting him. Leafy claps back that their history proves she's right, while their enemy laughs at the bickering. Guogu's made his choice. He strikes with full power, catching the Demon Lord off guard. A desperate katana block fails to stop the force, blasting him back until his wings steady him. The usurper expected an easy kill, but Yuki spread his wings, sword ready, and cursed the dragon. The girl panics for her partner, but Guogu scoffs. She's human and weak now. She no longer belongs with them. Lefai spun around, snarling, ready to teach him a lesson. Yuki suddenly appears, telling the girl to stay calm. He's got this. The Supreme Dragon tries to object, but Yuki insists on protecting her. Lefai brushes her hand against his. She let him step in and walked past, telling him to try. The Demon Lord thanked her for the trust. Lefai warns Huogi to back off, but he's ready for battle and tells her to trust him. The dragon stepped forward, certain this bug couldn't drop him. "Fail, let's go with!" He laughed defiantly, calling it a joke and telling the man he'd fail. Actually, he sneered that it. Fed up, Yuki scowls and tells him to shut up. Their strike splits the pines in half, and he instantly regrets his words. As the dragon lunges, the Demon Lord calculates his odds. It's 5 times his level, leaving him with a measly 1 chance of victory. Grigye isn't holding back. Yuki's Demon Lord body is the only reason he's dodging, but one mistake means he's mincemeat. Suddenly, Dragon strikes. He mocks the Demon Lord's lost courage. The strike nearly lands, but he narrowly dodges. The man strikes. Yuki grins, mocking him for being cut by a bug, but a sudden shock catches him off guard. Badly wounded, he's blasted into the air by the impact. Recovered, the Demon Lord tracks Guogi flying off, screaming for Lephios to look. He approaches the girl, calls the guy a weak loser, and claims he's the better man. Leaf stared down the dragon, body tense. Joji's too strong, so Yuki targets her while he recovers. Suddenly, he notices something. He narrowly dodges the incoming spear. The sight hyped him up. Suddenly, dozens of copies aimed right at him. The Demon Lord's terrified scream shakes the grove. She didn't budge. I scanned the distance. Who are Olga, Grint, and Evely? Gasping, Yuki grabs the spear and tries to yank it out. He hits the dirt, battered and gasping for air. His opponent S shocked. He survived that lethal blow. He just smirks at this. Daylight still hit the mountain. The Demon Lord stands and laughs like a maniac. Huoga mocks the insane, pitiful sight. The dragon lands right before Yuki. He grins at his opponent, telling him to shut up and look at his feet. The ground vanishes, dropping the shocked dragon into a deep pit. Huig narrowly escapes the floor spikes, but a new ambush hits as magic circles manifest around him. A massive blast rocks the sky. Grinning, the charred monster calls the man a smart insect. Yuki's already there, mocking his wasted DP and telling him to just stop clinging to life. He'd been planting traps while dodging, aiming to bridge the massive power gap. He demands a rematch, but Olga snaps his dirty tricks one to work twice. A pentagram flashes, slamming the enemy and snapping his head back. Furious, the dragon charges a blast in its mouth. He dodges the dragon roar, but Yuga 1T let him escape. The magic reactivates. A massive blast erupts. Smoke rises. The dragon just fell for another magic trap. His speed and power match Leafy S, but Quelgo is way ruder. The Demon Lord's only regret was zero combat experience. Meanwhile, Leaf looks up. She mentally warned Yuki to stop being so reckless. He sets the value and seizes his chance. Suddenly, his opponent drops from the sky with a deafening roar. The dragon lunges, jaws wide. The man drops his guard, paralyzed with fear. Jabaka lands a lethal strike, sending the Demon Lord crashing into the rocks as he hacks up blood. The dragon blitzes the fallen Yuki for the kill, but the Demon Lord leaps back just in time. He flies off as dozens of spears impale his old spot. Close call. Staring back, he knows he's officially pissed off his enemy. No time to breathe. Hu Yong's flames are already closing in. Yuki hated the fire. Soaring higher, he feared the dragon would turn him to coal. He's faster. He flies into the sun, blinding the dragon. Realizing this, the Demon Lord strikes Yogu from above. Another fire blast fails. He zips to the side and strikes. The dragon roars from its sin flame wound and lashes its tail. The man curses, barely dodging the strike. Yuki realized the horror about to unfold. His opponent's tail slams into his back. Blood sprays as he screams, while back home, the girls and maids are just solving puzzles. Liu and Layla feared for their master. They remembered the Demon Lord's warning stay put until he and Leafy return. Layla worries about the constant quakes, and Liu grimly confirms the danger. She nervously gripped her dress. She's sobbing, terrified Yuki is hurt. But Iruna reassures her En is with him, so he'll be fine. She smiled, noticing something, and our tears finally stopped. Arunas knows her siblings are safe, while the Demon Lord lies broken arm missing, wings shredded, and his katana dropped. The kids fell asleep hugging. End calls her master, and he moves heavily. Katana was relieved Yuki survived. He opened his eyes and stared wearily at the sky. He struggled to his feet, gritting through the pain. The nearby weapon warned him he was too injured to move. The Demon Lord laughs weakly, apologizing to En as blood gushes from Hiwo's mouth. Yuki strides onto the battlefield. He's not done yet. Panting, he bites the flame of sin. Down an arm and both wings, he grips a katana in his teeth and readies for war. No rest until victory. The dragon shrieks and bleeds, slamming into the rock and losing control as he lunges for Lafai. The high dragon stares him down, calling him a fool. Guoga snaps at her to stop. He killed her, man! Leaf flashes a cocky grin over his kill. The Demon Lord warps behind the dragon, leaving a trail of blood. Guoga spins in shock, seeing the hero stand firm through the pain and tears. Sick of humans, the enemy roars and slams Yuki back with his tail. The boy stands again. The dragon roars, ordering him to stay down and back off. They square up as Huogas shouts that the MC is worse than a dead man. The dragon charges a roar, ready to grind him into dust. It failed. A force slams the stunner down as the Demon Lord grins, blade ready. His plan worked. Yuki realized the owner controls everything in his domain, and he's helping him do it. The air is full of invisible, odorless carbon monoxide. 10 minutes in, and you're hit with brutal headaches and vomiting. Just one of this element is lethal, so he uses wind magic to create a pure air shell and stay safe. Lei Fai retreats while Meathead Juogu stays put. The Demon Lord stalks the shivering dragon as it gasps for words. His foe begs for mercy, but Yuki's already moved the blade from his mouth to his hand. The battle ends, but darkness swallows him until he finally comes to. Lei Fai loomed over him, dead calm. Yuki calls her name, and she realizes he's awake. He's resting on the Supreme Dragon's lap as she cradles his head. He asks if he blacked out, his opponent lying lifeless in the distance. Leif agreed, giving him a lap pillow and demanding gratitude. He cheered, calling her the best and praising her soft lap while thanking her for everything. Yuki nuzzles the dragon's lap, joking he was just testing her wings as pillows, and Leafy realizes he's finally back to normal. He stops moving and checks his body. The wounds are gone. He asks if she did this. She grinned, telling him he owed her one despite the easy heal. The dragon clears the gas so the boy can breathe. Li Fane thanks the demon lord his wounds are healed, but protecting her left him exhausted. Yuki asks if he actually... Lei Fai pats his head, proud of his kill. He's satisfied with the reward, but she sadly admits she was actually worried. The demon lord laughs, asking if she's his next prize. The high dragon fumes. Sunlight pierced the leaves. Yuki faced the high dragon. She's stunned as the MC finally confesses his feelings. Leaf. I blushed, caught off guard. He knows he's not worthy yet, so he's grinding every day to finally reach her level. Reaching for her face, the demon lord asks if she'll stay with him until the end. Le Fai approached the smiling Yuki and gave him exactly what he wanted. She leans in, eyes closed, and goes for the kiss. Le Fai swore to stay until the end, taking their pact to a whole new level. Embarrassed, she admits she doesn't know the Dragon Clan oath. Yuki just smiles and asks again. Le Fai finally agrees, and he hypedly asks if she's his wife now. The Hydreigon struggled with her new status. He grinned blissfully at the new meaning, leaving her baffled. Still ashamed, she orders the Demon Lord to stop. Yuki tells Leafy it's time to make babies, but she's embarrassed and totally creeped out. Now they're together for eternity. He scowled, staying silent. The master of the house apologized to her. He apologized again. On his lap, she admits her worry while he excitedly apologizes again. Seeing you near death, the katana emerged to save you, but found a couple kissing. To make amends, the Demon Lord offers her a full day of whatever she wants. She just wanted to sit with him. Yuki's stunned, but her friend turns to calm her nerves. Iruna remembered her brother collapsing for days after every injury. Worried sick, she just wanted to hold him. She reaches for him, 3 ghosts rising behind her to do the same. Le Fai confronted them, slamming her husband's behavior, but he didn't see the problem. The Demon Lord loved being called husband. Yuki checks his tablet and finds fortitude below 20 HP. He takes less damage and gets a 1/5 times stat boost. Next is Monarch's Intimidation, an AoE slow that scales with the level gap. Yuki's hyped he's finally becoming a monster. His Lord of Demons and Dragons title and the Dragon King's murder unlocked a new skill, Monarch Intimidation. Lost in his new rank and refusing to rule the dragons, the boy's every move is tracked by the girls. The Demon Lord just gained the Supreme Dragon's Consort title, marking him as a fearless madman. Yuki wonders if the world itself grants these labels, even as the girl. He'll worry about the why later. The dungeon leveled up, the dragons turned into DP, and he's finally hit rank 10. He checks Le Fai's status level 987, the ultimate dragon, now officially the Demon Lord's spouse. Yuki's stunned by his wife's power, but glad he can finally see her stats. Meditating with the kids on his lap, losing his DP with Leafy hurt, but the result felt worth it. Then Layla approaches. Maid hauls the sleeping girls away while you prep a blanket. Lee flashes Yuki a smile. The maid praises him and the ring, but he laughs it off, pinching her cheeks. She apologizes instantly. a wedding ring forged for Supreme Dragon Leficios. From her bed, the girl warns Yuki not to overdo it. He's still recovering. Leaf snaps awake. Leo shyly watches the bedroom as the demon lord climbs into the dragon's bed. Meanwhile, N steps in. Grip the katana and materials with a dead serious look. He fuses his sword with Lefi's parts to boost his magic granting skill. The demon lord scanned the explosive flame roar's stats. He offers Anne new magic and she's all in. Upgraded, the Flame of Sin now maxes out physical and magic power while keeping its elite telepathy and vampirism, earning Anne the Dragon Slayer title as the sword that Yuki's hyped his katana hit legendary class the highest rank possible. Lefi's ring, self-healing, and a magic buff make him invincible. With 20,000 HP, he's untouchable. He tests his power within. Newly empowered, the Demon Lord slaughters the Manticore. Ignoring Rear's concern, he triggers N's wind magic to supercharge his flight. Grinning like a maniac, he loved his new power. Yuki told the wolf to slaughter everything in the forest daily, and Rear was hyped. Embarrassed, he admitted he rushed in. Night falls. Lounging on her ottoman, she reads Happy Leaf and dreams of a massive world she'll never fully explore. Her husband returns with N on his neck as Yuki brags about crushing the Manticore in Alicorn. Thinking of their bond, the dragon realized only he showed her how to truly live free. Without the demon lord, Leafy would just rot on the mountain. The boy smiles at his wife. She flashed a warm, genuine smile. She found the world's beauty through her loved ones. Dawn breaks through the trees. He asks Dreer if he's ready. Dreer barks back. He steps through the panel and claims the pets as his own. He summons the general. The hero declared himself their ruler and welcomed them. He orders them to hunt in the dungeon, but it's a death trap where Armbir takes command, and they must obey every word. He's counting on Rear. She grabbed their attention. The hero asked why they were after him. He figured they were here for his new allies. She's terrified he'll mess around again and end up with another daughter at home. Iruna calls everyone big and strong, then introduces herself with a friendly greeting. She names one monster Smooth and Shiny. She asks the monster for a ride. He nods. Iruna says he lifted her sky high. Hero calls her brave. She says they're the same, and he's totally embarrassed. She demands he learn manners from her. He asks if she just wants him to sleep all day. She yells to drop the girl, ready to catch her below. She warns the monster drop her, and she'll destroy him. She calls them late and claims the ball. She calls foul on his flight, but he says it's fair game for football in another world. He questioned her obsession with soloing them all. She claims the game just started and she's still gonna win. Fans scream for defense, eyes locked on the score. The girl said his cruelty finally crossed the line. Hero asks what she'll do next. She tells him to grip tight. They ask the demon lord about his routine, and he admitted he just lounges in bed using his wife as a pillow. His generals and traps repel all forest invaders. The attackers are thinning out. Hero asks what the Royal Hellguard wants from him. He knew her instantly, no surprise from the demon lord who crushed Alicia's devil tribe. What did she want? She's just here to talk. She's got vital intel the enemy is about to strike, and she knows their plan. Nothing's free. The hero asks the price, knowing she came straight from hell. She's proposing an alliance to crush their common enemy. She serves the tea. He thanks her. The demoness recognized Layla's sheep-horned clan. She's a demon of knowledge. Layla says it's her childhood nickname. She reportedly left the demon world for rare human research and hasn't been heard from since. They grill Layla, why stoop so low just to become a maid? She says a lot happened, and despite the prying, Layla just keeps repeating herself. The girl demands answers about the demon lord and his connection to our hero. She wanted to talk about the king's territory. The underworld is on the brink of civil war and he's staying out, but she warns the enemy already knows about him and the dungeon. With their track record, she asks why he doesn't just join their alliance. He asked for Layla's take. She says hell hasn't changed a bit since she left. The hero wasn't exactly thrilled about them coming for revenge, them for weaponizing the Leafi. She's asking for help against their common enemy, but he wants to know what's in it for him. They'd track every move and report back to him. The girl apologized. She's only got intel. If he wants answers, he's coming with her to meet the kings. The boy asks why he didn't come. She says the king can't leave the country while she's like this. Hero asks her to wait while he consults his wife. She's staying the night, so the maid preps a room. The girl refused. She backtracks, claiming she just didn't want to go. The hero believed only a solo journey with her could heal his heart. He apologized, thinking she'd appreciate the compliment. The maid asks how long he'll be in hell. He didn't know, maybe 3 weeks. If he hates it, he's coming straight back. The hero had an emergency way back to the dungeon. She asks if he's sure, certain he'd easily win over the king and strike a deal. He tells her not to worry. The girl's got the dungeon covered. He named his loved ones, refusing to let them fight. The hero vowed to protect his wife above all else. He says love confuses him. Maid says he's gone. The girl's not worried he's got Layla, so they'll be fine. She thinks his power is safe, but she's still worried. She asks why he helps every girl. The maid laughs, knowing she's just jealous of his attention. Heroine snaps that maids should clean, not talk. But the maid promises to handle the house and all of Layla's duties. She warns the hero one wrong move, and she's telling Leafi everything. They hit a hotel tonight and head to a new city tomorrow. Hilaria orders the MC to rest. He asks if his pet's speed makes her sick. She says yes. The maid says city carts are always pulled by different monsters. He asks Anne, does she like Layla's stories? The girl loves Layla's stories and promises to share even more on the road. Hilaria apologizes for the wait. Naya spots the guy and calls him out for staring, but he denies everything. She calls him a bad boy. Noticing the resemblance, she asks if the girl is her biological child. Like his own child, he asks if she likes it. I'll go with... She was overjoyed. Actually, she was absolutely thrilled. Is better, let's try. She was overjoyed. Naya questioned their bloodline, but she was told that's off limits. Hero points out the girl's massive staff. She held a report for Leafi, a tool every witch carries once they reach adulthood. She says it controls her magic. The hero asks if she's an adult. She asks if he's calling her a kid. He asks her age, and she says she's 15. Hero sees her potential. He's got a list for her, including intel on the guy. Louise says witches stay small, but she thinks it's cute. The hero orders everyone out. Robbers are tailing the carriage. He tries to explain, but the carriage jolts, sending her falling right into his arms. The hero mocks them as weak, pathetic bandits. She asks to transform, but he tells her to protect Layla instead. The boy blasts the earth dragon with magic. He brags to Layla about his OP spell, and she's impressed. She's stunned. He cast massive magic without a chant. He wants to master it, and she's officially down to date a guy this strong. He warns bandits make hell unsafe, but she says they're a new threat. The hero couldn't leave things like this. His mission make hell safe. The boy says the bandits cured his boredom, and the girl had a blast. He asks if she's visited the capital. Layla's been there plenty for research. He asks what she studies. Layla says it's a lot, spanning massive research in science. Hero had no clue she was a genius, but Layla claims curiosity alone fueled her research. He asks if she'll just ditch them once she loses interest. Layla gives him one answer. She isn't here for fun. He pegged him as a demon lord. The guy introduced himself as Final, Lord of Hell. Final S, glad to meet you. Aida figures Hilaria already briefed the hero. Seeing the travelers exhausted, he skips the small talk and gets straight to the point. He's a master of schemes and stealth, but a total weakling in a fight. He's turning the hero into a symbol of their military power. He claims they're making him the scapegoat. He asked why they thought he was strong and how they knew. The hero asks what's in it for him. The demon's answer is simple. His appraiser saw nothing, proving the level gap is massive. He says beating him proves the guy's got real power. Question 2 first. He gets the intel. Born in a labyrinth, the hero knows nothing. He'll give him the truth and everything else he desires. The demon offered him any wish he wanted. The boy demands gold and treasure. The ruler gets the message. He offered guided tours, figuring the newlywed would love a honeymoon there. The demon offers the hero girls, but his terrifyingly strict wife stands in the way. He expected a fight, but soloing was pointless when the payday was this big. Final question were the capital S demons. The demon denies it. He never gave the order. Even if he did, he'd never know the plan. One false move meant death, so he agreed to cooperate. He consults his maid on the details and the ruler allows it. He's stoked to have a hero backing him. He kept them waiting, so the hero apologizes for the delay. But the guy refuses to help. Demons like him are too rare. He introduces him to the Mountain Lord and the Dwarf King. He introduces the Forest Ruler, the Elf Queen, the Beastman King. He introduced the MC as the Dungeon Master and Demon Lord. The man rejected the greedy, worthless Demon Lord, and the dwarf agreed he didn't trust him either. The king says exceptions exist, and he's the special one. She calls the rulers fools, fearing only the traits she can see. If he's trustworthy, she'll follow his orders. The king remembers her appraisal skill, MCCs. It's level 9. She can read his every stat. She invites the demon lords and their dungeon to hell, but the boy wants no part of it. Hero told them to relax. He left it with his wife, the safest place on earth. They spoke of the legendary Supreme Dragon. Elves and dwarves offer an alliance, but he's distracted by his wife's monstrous power. The man laughs, saying he looks nothing like himself as the king asks to be Yuki's friend. He says friendship isn't just handed out, it's earned by trading blows. He demanded a real challenge. Everyone's here, so the king starts the meeting. The Elf Queen gave her this token of trust. Show it to any elf, and they'll honor you instantly. He claims he gave the elves and dwarves elixirs. He's officially backing the Hell Demon Lord with military aid, with a follow-up meeting set to finalize the deal. Layla asks if he'll use his army, but he refuses. He's tired of demon surprises and wants them dead now. He hands her a gift, a device to return to the dungeon. The teleporter stuns her. He says to activate it, just pour in mana. He calls N a beauty, telling her to ditch him, turn human, and use the necklace to warp home if things go south. Laylif needed that item too, and she wasn't a refusing. She says keep it secret from Mrs. Lafai. Layla negotiated them a massive payday. She told the hero to stop soloing and lean on his allies. He wants Layla by his side for the negotiations. She saw him and lit up. He warns her, ID gear is failing the check. She says the church gave it to her. The hero knows her from business in the capital. Nell introduces her friend, and the hero-s happy to meet her. The girl apologizes for Ranya's rudeness, but Ranya insists she's just misunderstood. Nell denies being rude. Ranya shifts the blame, and the guy thinks she's incredibly stubborn. She greets Layla and asks about the newcomer. He introduces his daughter. He reminds her the girl is her weapon, a spiritual reflection. Modified with a leaf eye, she's now indirectly her mother. She's never even heard of a weapon like this. Hero winged it and won. The girl calls it another dumb plan, and Nell thinks the MC is crazy. He asks why they're always trashing his image. Anne insists he's a good guy, shocking him since she hated him just recently. Nil hands the guy the letter. She asks how he's doing in the heat. He's on her mind 24/7. She tried sneaking out to confess her love, but her father's guards caught her instantly. Nell's staying behind and wants me to write back. She warns if he doesn't write, he'll be forced to, and the girl will be devastated. He asks what she forgot. She agrees to tell him, but warns that this stays a total secret. They're hunting the mastermind behind the capital's dinners. Since only she can navigate hell and be trusted, she's the perfect choice. He thought the hero was sent straight into the enemy's heart. The demon lord invited him to the capital to help wipe out the demons he spotted. Nell knew hell's factions were weird, but she never expected him to join them. The heroes aren't worried the ruler's enemies are their enemies too. She asks him to spill the info. She doubts his intel, but he's no master of hell's secrets. The finale revealed everything. He trusts her, so he's spilling everything. She thanks him. He asks to be called handsome brother, but she shuts him down. He suggests meeting there next time. He hands them a warning ball, saying they'll need it. Stunned by his advanced tech, she listens as he explains white light for comms, red for danger. Nell spots his ring and asks about its power. He says Leafy gave it to him. All cause he married her. She's shocked. N is a sword, but he warns her to brace herself. Something's coming. He's seen this before, just like back in the capital. Layla says he's still absorbing mana, a substance that boosts his magic, strength, and mana capacity. Once consumed, they'll absorb mana non-stop until they blow past their limits. A similar case hit 10 years ago. They quickly handled the tenderness and production. The Demon Lord banned it. The substance grants insane regeneration and strength. Nothing else was found. He claims these monsters should be level 1, but she snaps no time to chat. Hero asks how they fought these monsters a decade ago. Layla said they chopped and burned them. These monsters are human, so they have the same weaknesses. He realized he couldn't just kill them. She unleashes dark swamp magic. The hero froze. The gap was gone. The undead finally stretched their limbs. MC says he's fine, but the guy's stunned. The monster just stretched its limbs and snapped its own bones. Every strike made hurting him even harder. He spotted the creature's legs evolving, adapting its defenses to counter her magic mid-fight. The original owner couldn't do that. He's terrified. The monster keeps adapting. She uses magic to save the undead. He was a magic champion. Facing him without Nell is pure madness. She says the healing's failing, but the hero tells her she did great. Someone screams, he's lost it. Hero tells Lila to give chase. He says he's fine, then suddenly calls it quits. She agrees, then panics about the bill, but Layla already paid in advance. She met their expectations, so they suggested parting ways. Nell warns the hero's stronger than ever, even going all out. They'll lose. She couldn't believe he was actually stronger. He knew the girl. He was the clown-masked legend of the Civil War. She finally saw what a real demon looks like. She says the king will do anything to avoid that person. She trusts him but fears the unknown. Nell insists he's a comrade. Talking to him will prove he's not an enemy. She handed him a report on everything she saw. As promised, he leaks fake intel on the Elven Forest to buy her some time. He spots the MC's massive list of titles and is instantly intrigued. The Dragon King title was The Real Problem. She asks if he knew all along. The bishop claims he lacked proof. He notes she can't see their traits. She agrees. It's been ages since she's met anyone like them. She wants to stay close long-term. He's still a useful tool. The stranger brought the demon a report, telling him to talk and ignore the girl. Yuki teamed up with a human hero and crushed the artificial undead. He asks if the girl from 2 weeks ago was a human hero. They confirm it, but the meeting was just a total accident. They crushed the artificial undead, proving they'd be perfect tools. They aren't targeting the hero's party, just the other faction. He's leaving the hero to Yuki. The fake wasn't alive. It was about to strike. He deployed guards to buy some time. Deploy a secret squad to multiple locations. Keep the enemy in the dark. She's stunned he learned so much from one report, but the king claims he's a mental specialist. He's exhausted from playing defense and hiding the strain. Exhausted, Leafy asks how much longer. He says they're close, but she suspects they're lost. He just laughs. Hero calls her Agatus. She's thrilled he noticed, but he brushes it off as they arrive. She recognizes their old hangout, but he's already tweaked a few things. The heroes swore the dragon's oath, but talk is cheap. He's staging the ceremony his way. He asks the demon lord to take Lafizio as his wife and stay by her side until death. He swore to love her until death. She's terrified, but he claims it's just a homeland tradition. She doesn't care. His second voice is straight up trash. Leafy ditched the formalities and finally spoke his truth. He says they mess around daily, fight over nothing, and barely get along. He fights for peace like a good husband, promising they'll survive to keep loving. She admits they clash, but vows to stay by his side until death. She'd keep the family peace forever, making him swear to the world it would stay that way. He says she copied half his vow. She insists it's sincere and asks what's next. Rings on. The heroes sealed the deal with a kiss. The king asked if the boy was exhausted from yesterday, but noticed he looked surprisingly fresh. He says he slept soundly and had a perfect dream. The Lord knows he refused the succubi. The hero's shocked. He expected a talk about yesterday instead. The king delays the talk. He has a request for the hero first. He told him to join the tournament. Demons test their strength in this traditional festival, and with the 4-race alliance meeting, it's bigger than ever. The demon floods the arena with followers to stack the crowd, ordering him to enter and crush everyone. Hero felt mocked by the demon threat, but the king assured him he'd scouted ahead. No one there could match his power. The boy calls out his power abuse, so the man leaks the enemy's full intel. The hero pities the subordinates with this advantage. Losing is unforgivable. The king's loving the info, but the boy regrets saying yes. Meetings in 2 days, tournaments in 5, but the place is already packed. The capital's celebrating, so he tells her to quit working and finally have some fun. Next time, he's bringing everyone. Hero warns 3 steaks is overkill, but she disagrees. It's just too delicious. He offered food, she wolfed it down, and since they both love meat, she declared them friends. Mel found a friendly ally ready to cooperate. They're meeting soon, but she's warned to stay sharp, hoping he's actually on their side. She wants to see him compete. He tells her not to worry. He'll win and make his name echo through hell. He swiped her meat, and the hero awards him 70 points. He says they'll meet later, but if trouble hits, she needs to find him. Thinking it was the young lady, she's just relieved she's safe. Layla says it's been ages, and he's shocked she has recognized yet again. She treated her like a little sister, teaching her everything she knew. Hero tries to calm her, but she screams he ruined her sister's innocence and honor, then blasts him for being a maid. He claims she's insulting him. Layla says she just has a wild imagination. She recognizes him as the Dungeon-S Demon Lord. Hero asks if she's crazy. Layla's just worried about her future. She's not Lilas's kid, just a friend. She actually thought she was the Lord and Lady's daughter. She claimed only a brainless, principled fool could resist Layla's beauty. Layla defends the MC, calls out the rudeness, and offers an apology. They called her baby and told her to relax, but she snapped, vowing to one day match Lila's beauty. It's never happened before, and she's nervous. M calls it an outrageous, painful blow. She asks if Lila's returning to the academy. Fed up with this cramped lab, she decides to handle the MC's research instead. She promised to talk to the elders and told them to trust her. He asks if she should go home before someone worries, but she brushes it off. Her people, the Sheep's Horn clan, have always lived for the thrill of the unknown. If she wanted home, she'd have told Lu first. She fled home and got snatched. Now her parents are worried sick. He's shocked she ran away, and Layla realizes she just broke her promise to stay silent. Layla figured she was there for the tournament. The girl confirmed the festival hype, but seeing Layla was her real priority. She asks if she sest alone. Mu says yes, but she side got lucky charms. Layla praises the master's elite talismans. They're moving into the castle, so she's on call if they need anything. Shocked to mention the Demon Lord's castle, Layla claims she's just tagging along with the hero. He spots Naya at the festival. She's flying solo, claiming the girls don't always need to be together. Naya spots the MC's companion and calls him a heartthrob. She asks why he won't join her, but he's already married. She tries to sway him, but he refuses. He's with an employee, and his wife's sharp nose would bust him anyway. Naya offers to ask his wife first. He panics, but she's just joking. Layla thinks he likes her, but the hero says she's dead wrong. The Demon Lord blinded their sensors as stats skyrocketed. They've finally hit the target limit. He wants more tests, but the Demon Lord is wrecking their plans by buffing the Guardian. They were warned he's a threat. He asked if he was sure about going all in. He replied, it was the only way he could help. Time's up for testing! He hands them over, frustrated he couldn't deliver perfected gear to the leader. The monster had to hurry. Time was running out. The king orders him to wear it to hide from enemies, instantly changing his hair and eye color. Hero thanks him, explaining it needs mana to activate. He's shocked, but likes it. Layla giggles. She says he looks just like his wife now. The hero claims it was an accident. He just wanted some bright color. In a single day, 24 demons fell, and he personally crushed 12 artificial dead. The enemy storms the castle with 20 artificial dead, launching a full-scale assault on the Lord. Finale predicted it all and ordered them back to the castle. With his help and the castle's army, they wiped out the undead and captured the demons. They had to survive, regroup, and return stronger than ever. Leaders demand survival at all costs to seize control of the army. He learned someone must control the dead from the shadows. One look around, and he made the right call. Fear makes people weak and stupid, and the masked man knows his business. The king hid in his castle, smug about his genius plan, but his rival asks does he even realize his team went berserk while he was hiding. He insisted he's strictly a strategist. Rulers Dante belong on the front lines. Prisoners confirm the tunnels are empty. The Lord expects a fight soon and needs the hero's help, so he tells him to rest. The Yard ordered him to bulk up and train. He's a frail weakling surrounded by powerhouse demons. She feeds the MC. Lila samples the hero's meal, but the girl insists food tastes better shared and offers her a bite. Wait, looking at the word count original. The man asks if she's his kid, noting she's the same age as his daughter. He says kids are pure, just being near them warms the soul. She calls herself Sinful Flame. He asks if it's real or just a bluff to look tough. He asks if she likes meat, and she's thrilled. Divorce notes even kids know meat is life's foundation and builds muscle. He says eat, train, and rest to grow up strong. Calling him bearded uncle, the girl tells him to eat big and grow. The dwarf laughs. The man predicts her greatness. The boy claims credit for raising her, and the woman questions her massive muscles. She told her to look, calling herself the ideal woman to strive for. She says he's joining the competition. He hits the arena for a random draw, a 40-man battle royale prelim. 40 people is a crowd, but with so many applicants, he'll breeze through the prelims. Management staff have slipped in. If he needs anything, ring her bell. If things go south, get back to the dungeon and protect Layla. She saw he was the bishop's personal pick. She tells him to touch the ball and channel mana to register. He's sent to a waiting room, told to grab anyone and wait for the moment. He liked the vibe. The registrar says 40 fighters per match, so he's in for 3 rounds. She says the lord of the final arrives this afternoon. Now, they wait. He didn't plan for 2 faction leaders to show up at once. She announces the first fight, calling the warriors to the arena. End admits she's stronger, but warns her never underestimate the enemy or drop your guard. She always warned him he was dropping his guard. She kicks off round 3, summoning the fighters to the arena. Standing out's impossible, so he meets Lala for dinner. Everyone's asking about the masked guy. Word is, he made the finals days ago. Another guy praises his insane power. He's the one, the tree mentioned. They questioned his presence. Was he there to wipe them out, or did he have a secret plan? He's clueless. The experts are baffled, and they're still waiting for the report. Another warned if he gets in the way, they'll eliminate him. She asks if he's faking or just insane. He asks what he did wrong after trying to stay low-key. But she snaps that soloing everyone in under a minute is the definition of standing out. She warns he's mobilized the entire enemy army, but the king saw it coming and already made his move. Short-handed and buried in work, she's baffled by the king. Dying for him is an honor, but dying from overwork, hard pass. The hero apologizes, but she shuts him down. Their plan is on track, and they're accelerating to crush the enemy. The king sent a secret weapon and expects a win. Rumors say he ended it instantly. Now the crowd's hyped for the next round. The man tells them to enjoy the tournament. Plenty of surprises await. He looked more like a demon lord than him, and it pissed him off. Plus, his stats were hidden. The man says the finale didn't change him, but the king mocks his stupid face and tells him to hide it. He laughs, claiming he's the only one who'd take that treatment. The king mocks his lack of friends, but he sees everyone as comrades who speak their minds. He's the ruler's laughingstock, losing everyone's respect, but the king insists his staff is loyal. The man doubts these random hires, but the king won't listen to him. Everyone is just a pawn. He's livid they dare mock him. She demanded a handshake before the match. Gojum's dying to see his total agony. And Finals just as hyped for his post-match reaction. One guy won with a roar without drawing his blade, while the other a 10-time veteran. Palgro asks for his last words, but the hero was breathing so hard he missed it and asked him to repeat. Everyone's asking who he is after he one-shotted his opponent before they could even get close. The host calls him a beast, fearless against any foe, and even ready to take on the crowd. Yuki eyes his item. It's go time. Seeing spatial magic live for the first time, the boy finally gets it. The man calls him sharp. Hero sizes up the demon guard. He's actually got solid traits. He knew this demon was a monster. The man asks why he's here, snapping Yuki back to his mission. He ordered him to scan the crowd and eliminate anyone targeting him. The hero spots him third row, wearing glasses, and sitting right next to a group of kids. He blanked on the rest and apologized, but the man waved it off. He had enough info to take over from here. The demon grins, dark aura pulsing, and praises the hero as sharp eyes. He says Finals got some weird subordinates. The announcer calls the result. He wins again. She says Epsilon won in a blink. Some cheered him on, while others prayed for his downfall. He saw the two factions, but didn't care. He only cared that the killer finished the job. Yuki asks her take on the tournament. She calls it noisy, and Yuki laughs, agreeing. Anne hated those mocking him, but he told her not to worry. Their opinions didn't matter. He told her to pretend he was just playing a role. She tells him to get serious since he has a demon, and the hero agrees. He can reveal his identity yet. They summon the hero to the arena. They wanted his signature, but he refused. Anywhere asks if this is a demon lord as a look. He confirms it. She calls the match a one-hit finisher versus a killer ball handler. He asks if the man knows Neil. He confirms, then asks if he's the demonic helper mentioned before. Shocked he knows everything, the man claims he's only heard of the sword. He's annoyed the hero's still standing, but thanks fate for a real challenge as he draws his blade. Yuki has no reason to fight. His opponent says that's exactly why it's a shame. Fighting him mid-tournament was a death wish. He's a max-level swordsman with legendary titles. Questioning his enemy's humanity, the hero reflects on his own past. Yuki suspected a bluff, but he might actually be the strongest. He had to win, he moved for the kill, and she understood instantly. She notes Epsilon finally draws his sword. Hero lands a heavy blow, his speed stunning the man. The boy attacks, but the man slices the stone clean. Yuki's stunned. He can actually slice through magic. He calls carelessness his greatest enemy. He exhales, narrowly dodging the blow. Basic sword skills 1. To cut it, he's outclassed and needs a strategy to win. He realized he could use wings. He ordered N to use magic and she obeyed. He blasts red fire. The man's annoyed, but the hero refuses to talk. Anne asks about his wounds, but he shrugs it off and asks how much mana they have left. 1 minute left. He says it's not enough. He's never seen a weapon like this. Is it sentient? The kid guessed. But the man felt a bond with the blade. A sword like this is a true treasure. He calls this his treasure. He won't dare touch his daughter. He asks to come down, but the guy calls him insane. He'll just get crushed. If that's the case, the old man will force him down. Max sword mastery allows long-range strikes. Once again, he wonders if his opponent is even human. He dodged, but he's clearly reaching his limit. The old man's stunned. He parried the attack after seeing it just once. He needs to pick his moves carefully. He tried channeling magic through his blade, but he's not capable of that yet. Every attack missed his opponent, dodged everything using foresight. He lacked battle experience, but his massive mana reserves gave him the edge. He fires every spell at once. The old man can dodge them all. The hero orders a spell to finish off the dying old man. The man demands he respect his elders. She calls the fight insane, wondering who'll take the W. He strikes again, praying his opponent can dodge. His only shot at victory was sticking to basic attacks. MC summons an earth dragon. He laughed, unable to dodge the magical Amina. He swore he wouldn't lose to this man. MC pins his chest and claims victory. Defeated, he admitted it all started so well. He knew his younger self would have lost. Hero reaches out, glad he's finally old. He'd learned the truth: humans are weak and die fast. To compensate, they sharpen their skills and pass down knowledge, while demons and demi-humans rely on their massive lifespans for power. He claims true strength is skill and knowledge, not stats. Exhausted, he tells the girl, "This feels like a living nightmare." She agreed the old man was a powerhouse, and he confirmed the geezer refused to die. She asks how he's feeling. He says he's fine, but he'll be better later. He spots the girl and asks what happened. She just got an urgent message from Layla. He asks why the rush. She says the ball's glowing red. Nell's backing them but staying neutral. Manwing leader Ares mocks the weak humans, asking why he'd ever agree. She says demons follow the strong. The monster respects power. Show him respect, and he'll listen. Nell asks to be blunt, but Ludacreel is totally clueless. The girl claimed she was way stronger than him. A monster calls her tiny and claims she's mocking her. He mocks her ego, asking if she can take them all. She says yes. Nell warned that if they fight, she's taking everyone down with her. That's why they had to accept her deal. She knew he prized duels, and if she couldn't beat him, no one could. He warns she can win a fair fight, but Nell's ready to die for this. It's the whole reason she came. If she wins, they stay neutral. Manwing laughs at her guts. He respects her fearlessness and agrees to stay neutral. The man calls the leader insane, but he's told to shut up. It's his call. The leader orders everyone hands off the girl and her crew. From now on, they're family. Lutuin offers a room and a feast tonight. The girl thanks him. The leader says, don't get him wrong. Her squad was all they cared about. She told him she understood. She collapses onto the bed, exhausted. The meeting was a success. She gave it her all, but she was secretly a nervous wreck. Maki says they can finally hold the demons back. She's staying neutral, shrinking the war between the factions. That's a massive win. Nell says they gotta push harder. The girl praises her, but Nell admits she'd be dead in a real duel. Machina questions his strength. Nell claims only Romero can stop him. He's old now, but he was the former One Oracle Com adventurer. She's still miles behind his level. Machina wanted to be useful, sick of being a helpless burden in every demon fight. Nell's grateful they do what she can't. The leader declares her the winner. She thanks him for the fight. He's losing ground, but Ludicrol calls it a lesson, stunned that humans are actually this strong. Nell swept all 3 matches, crediting her victory to Romero's training. The leader called her a human girl who finally proved her worth. This'll convince the others. The feast starts soon, so eat and rest your fill. Nell's done holding back. She's going all out to thank him. She triggers peaceful sleep. Good thing she prepped. Nell thanks her, while Machina hails her as a savior. Rania credits Machina, but she insists she's only good at detection. Rania snaps at the heroine for drinking too much, reminding her they aren't here to relax. The girl just calls it delicious. They stared at the attackers, wondering who they were. Those wings weren't human. Machinas knew they were demons and suggested asking the leader. She looked out the window and realized something was going down. The street's a bloodbath, and Machina warns they aren't the only ones hunting. She apologized for the oversight, but Nell vaulted out the window, shouting that action matters more than words. Offered the comm ball, Nell refuses she's helping the leader first. She hoped the leader was safe. But since he's stronger than her, there's no reason to worry. She tells them to stay hidden, but if things go south, leave her and rot. A winged man asks if they attacked. Nell denies it. The leader denies it, citing their peace pact and demands to see the attackers. They recently offered to join, got rejected, and now they're likely killing them for it. The leader apologized for dragging them into this mess. Nell declares them allies. They'll solve this together. The leader's on board. He claims you're blind at night. She asks for light magic, but they've got bird vision. She stepped up to handle the problem herself. She unleashed the sacred glow. The leader's stunned. A massive mansion looms ahead. She turns to face the leader, ambushed. A winged man drives a sword through his back. The girl and another monster charge. Nell signals Machina, who gets it instantly. Ludicrol demands to know why he betrayed his father. Ranius recalls their first meeting. He was hostile from the start. Begarus said his father didn't fit the plan. He told her she was a nuisance. The leader realized his own son led the killers straight to them. This is it. These aren't killers. They're brave comrades building a true demon nation. His father's unfit to lead, so he's taking the winged throne. The leader calls him a foolish son who fell for a demon's sweet lies. The leader's got one last lesson to teach him. She turns to him, but he orders her to take her team and get out. This isn't their fight. He's counting on her, calling her a human hero. The leader orders his men to evacuate the others, and they move out. The leaders beg to live, just to sit at the same table again. Nell shouts they're at their limit. Where are the reinforcements? The girl tells Rania to use the communication stones. She commanded the sacred arrow to strike, and the crowd rallied to block the enemy. Rania warns they're in trouble. The stone is broken. Nell asks about the red and white stones, but the girl says both are broken. Machina knows he can handle it and calls the next one up. Rania says she can fix the stones, but needs 2 more hours. She's ready to help if you need it. Nell asks for an update, and Regri confirms his barrier and confusion spells left the enemies in the dust. They'll catch on soon, and being found is inevitable. To make matters worse, the nearest town is a 2-day walk away. They're doomed without outside help. Ronnie's doing everything to restore contact. The leader questioned if their backup was truly reliable. She says he'll rush over the second he sees their signal. He's leagues stronger than her, so they just have to survive. The leader's stunned. Is only one warrior really coming? A wingman calls him a beast, so the leader and his men challenge him to a duel to see if he's legit. Scout reports an enemy squad closing in from the southwest. They're 10 minutes away. Shocked by the speed, she asks where they can hide. A valley hours away offers cover, but the wounded are dragging them down. The guru raises an unbreakable wall. Questioned on her actions, she orders the leader's men to handle the rest. The girls turn to Nell, begging her to stop being an idiot. The girl says if Rania wants to help, she must fix the ball, only she can. She told the girls she'd survive. They couldn't kill her. Now they had to go. Nell wants a moment to be sentimental. The demon asks about the barrier. She claims it, vowing no one gets through. She thought she failed. Her one shot failed, and now she's completely outnumbered. Cornered and under fire, she stops thinking and charges to crush her enemy. She's barely dodging mana's drained from the barrier, and now the demons have backup. She's bleeding out from heavy wounds. The barrier's gone, but the demons haven't chased the others yet. Good, because their tracking skills make interference useless anyway. Run, hide, escape. She should have survived. Nell's a hero, she can't go out like this. MC greets her and warns that the girls are in deep trouble. She tells him he's late. He calls her ugly and a ruthless killer, but she tells him to shut it. Ranya's fighting back tears and the crew's worried, but she's just relieved everyone's safe. He reminds her to call if she needs him, but Nell apologizes there's no time. To heal her, he has to yank the arrow out. It's gonna hurt. Is she ready? She's a hero, ready to endure it all. She laughs, noting his hair matches Lafai's. He's entering the tournament as a masked, silver-haired demon. He dealt with the girl. She thanks him, back in the fight. He calls her silly, the potion heals wounds, it doesn't restore stamina. He tells her not to worry, he'll handle the rest. He tells the hero to rest, hands her the mask, and offers her the Demon Lord's title while praising her. She thanks him, relieved. MC apologizes, telling Anne she has to stay in the inventory, and she agrees. Our MC warns they'll all die in agony. Nightmare traps nearby enemies in a waking terror, forcing them to cripple themselves and thrash in agony until the spell ends. She announces only a few fights remain next up, the semi-finals. The boys snapped and became worm food, leaving only their tough commander. The hero stayed livid. He should have made him suffer more. She crowns the winner, and he's losing it. Now, a masked, arrogant demon lord, he plays the villain and stops holding back. Crowds roar for Gojima. He could refuse. He already knew. The ruler laughs, loving the view. Ojim asks if he's responsible. The ruler denies everything. Let's try. Gojim asks if he's behind this. The ruler denies it. Both were stunned, but the show was getting wild. The ruler asks if he'll flee again. He says he's just avoiding the pain. Go, Jim snapped, telling him to shut up and stop talking about running away. He claims those cheap tricks won't work on him. He says it's no trick, just regular smoke. He's out for revenge for his friends, and the hero already knows the whole story. He warns him to pick better performers. The man starts to thank him, but the hero strikes mid-sentence. Jim calls him impatient. He called it a win. He's just like him. That cursed sword outclasses his own. He needs to stay away. He's glad the kid noticed his living blade, now it's begging for blood. The kid thought he was strong. Gojim challenged his willpower. Hero blasts him with magic. Go asks Jamast about his magic. Jamast is shocked. He even has a grade, never realizing he was actually trash. He'll crush him without using magic. Blood sprayed, but not from his strike, a curse, then Go-jum's a pathetic magician. He had to force an opening. He loves the pain. It's proof he's still alive. Gojim was sick of it. The guard orders his capture. He tries to bolt, but he's trapped. Gojim regrets meeting like this, but he had to face him. The hero demands a rematch. His subordinate checks for wounds, but the chief's fine, he's just pissed. The guy interfered. The subordinate apologized for his arrogance, ready to take his punishment. He warned that fighting too long with that blade would kill him. Gojim orders a cleanup, and his subordinate obeys. He swore she'd be safe, no matter the distance. He's glad she's safe, but frustrated he couldn't help. The old man says it's hopeless, the MC is already way too busy. Nell's arrival was pure luck. No one expected the winged race to join the enemy, so what's the move? The old man's trio is heading back to the demon land, but Ronya and Mikana must report their results home first. They sent their thanks, so he tells him to say hello when they meet. The man offered anything for the rescue, but the hero brushed it off. He was just doing his job. He asked the old man for sword training. He's Nell's comrade, so they'll meet again. Training can wait until next time. Hero wants to master his baby, and the man agrees to help. No one expected the girl to be a sentient weapon, let alone the ultimate one. Deal made. The hero heads home. He apologized for the DQ, but the man brushed it off, saying his effort was enough. He had another request but saved it for later. The hero thanked him for the hospitality and for protecting the girl. He mentions she's healing, so she decks him for not knocking. Lefai asks if he knows why he's kneeling. She begs for a heart, stunned that no one cares. Li Fei's livid he dragged another girl to the dungeon and didn't reject her advances. Nell calls the hero kind to everyone, then realizes he meant her. He asks if he should play hard to get, admitting the Beastman chief and another girl seduced him and he didn't refuse. He only cares for those in the dungeon, but he loves his wife above all else. He's got zero interest in other women. Leah Fate warns him to watch out for women. He agrees, and she hopes he gets the message. Calling him her husband, Leif I demands he be worthy. He vows to obey, and his smooth flattery wins her blessing to marry Nell. She says it's not too late, but he calls it total nonsense. She asks if the dungeon was a marriage test. He's shocked. She thinks every girl there is a potential wife, but Lei Fai explains that since he's popular and brought her along, she reveals Nell loves him too, then bolts, shouting to keep it a secret. He asks why she married him. She says for the treats. He then asks what she fed Iruna while he was away. Leafy tells him not to worry. They survived the week alone and spent every day mastering the kitchen. Iruna promises to show her progress next time, while Leafy reveals she already spoke with Nell. Days ago, Nell teleported in, battered and exhausted. She's filthy and exhausted but uninjured. Leafy's potion worked, so he sends her there instantly. Nella apologizes for dropping in, but Leafy brushes it off. She's just glad she's alive. She blames Yuki for not warning her. Nell laughs, asking why the porridge is salty, and Leify realizes she mixed them up again. She offered to remake the dish but ate it all instead, grateful he saved her life. Ifei said she was glad her husband had been of some use. Neil said she had heard the girl had married him. Leafy spoke of him with a smile on her face. She asks if she likes Yukim, telling her not to deny it. Leif says Nell gets hyped when he's mentioned, but another girl claims she looks totally bored. After everything he did, Nell admits she's fallen for him. She apologized, knowing those weren't words for a wife overwhelmed with emotion. She was completely lost. Left asks about Reese's 3 daughters, but Nell doesn't remember them. only 2 other maids she barely knows. She wasn't the only girl after him, and she knew a harem was inevitable. Lei Fai said she was fine, but she still cared. She just loved him and their life together. She's totally fine with Nell marrying him. She's stunned. Leaf chose this. He needs someone to love, but she isn't the one trapped in that dungeon. She told her to think it over. They'd talk tomorrow morning once everyone was awake. Nell thanked her, admitting she liked that side of her. Lei Fai says it's not about love, it's raw instinct nature drives everyone toward the males. He asks Iruna if she can handle that. That's their conclusion, but the choice is his. Nell has doubts, but she'll never stop loving him. She's staying forever. She promised a happy ending, but Nell's still a human hero. Before meeting them, she didn't care what he did. But as a hero, Nell's life could end any second. He knows her struggle. He was once human too. Yuki's wife is insane, and he loves it. The hero loved her and needed only her. But he didn't hate Nell. Lei Fai tells him to talk to Nell while she hangs back. He returns the sword. She thought it was stolen, but he tells her not to cry. It was nearby. Yuki asks why she fought at all. She thanked him for the dagger, admitting she wouldn't have survived without it. He thinks she's faking, but she's actually terrified. She was already set to die a hero. Yuki swoops in and saves her like a total prince. Seeing his face brought relief. But she realized she was no hero. Her feelings would only burden him. She thanked him and confessed, telling him to ignore Lei Fai since it was just gratitude for saving her. She'd hide her feelings like always, expecting nothing more. He was clueless, but just like a human, he loved hearing she liked him. He didn't love her back, but he'd slaughter every demon that dared to touch her. She hid her feelings a hero's burden when facing the demon lord. She promised to stay with him forever. He asks her to stay. She accepts, and the hero tells her she's welcome as long as she likes. He mastered talking to people by following that demon lord's example. Heroes banned until dinner, but he's already starving, and she's right there with him. Leif, I told them they could head back. She told them to close their eyes, promising everything would be fine. Nell loves the food. The guys shocked Lee. Fai cooked it, but she admits she had help. It's been nearly a year since they met, so she tells him to take a holiday. He asks why she refused the demon cooking lessons, but Le Fai claims she's already skilled enough to help at home. He scoops her up, calling his wife the world's best and sweetest. He won't let her go, so she braces herself. She begs him to stop. They're being watched. Lei Fai tells Nell to stop standing around and join the celebration. The girl seats Nell next to Iruna, and she thanks them. He toasts to their anniversary and the year ahead. The girls invite Nell to play. He asks if she really ran away from home. Her chieftain father forced a marriage, so she fled, got snatched by a villain, and lied to the hero about her past. Hero orders Leo home, but she refuses. He lets her stay, warning her to think of her father. He warns that if Aruna's hurt, he'll crush the world to find her, and while her father panics, she already knows. MC offers to see her off since he is irresponsible for her. She asks if she can return if forced to marry again, and he agrees. She asks when she became irreplaceable to him. The hero calls her his star employee, admitting he's lost without her help at home. He tells her to gear up. They leave next week. Regretting his inaction, the hero wants out. She's safe now, so he suggests a peaceful split. He mocks their lack of safety in this monster den, claiming everything as his own because he's not human. He's a demon lord. The chief hid the truth. The hero is the demon lord who kidnapped his daughter. He begs for peace, but the man's ending him right here, right now. He's relieved Leo's safe. He thought she was toast once the demon lord snatched her, but she's safe, and he's beyond relieved. Lu claims she wasn't kidnapped. She's here by choice. The girl realizes her father already made his move. The man apologizes and thanks Yuki for watching his daughter. He took the blame for missing her escape, so everything's fine. MC forces the girl to apologize to her dad. Stunned by the Demon Lord's mercy, the man regrets his ignorance. They both overshared, but everyone's okay. His elite potions erased every scratch and fully healed even the critically injured. He owes him everything, even his daughter. With the deal done, the hero invites Leo to stay since she's already settled in and refuses to leave. He brushes it off, but Leo refuses to marry. Her dad calls him the village's best, but she shuts him down. She's not marrying anyone. They apologized for the showdown they caused. He stays out of family drama, but Liu's an adult. She chooses her own path, and he'll handle the rest. This isn't right. Warwolf Law says men decide their children's fate run again, and he'll never forgive her. He realized Liu had no other choice. Hero apologizes but refuses to hand over the girl. He claims she's his employee and isn't leaving, but the man thanks him and demands her back. Leo begs them to stop fighting over her. The man turned and challenged him to a duel. She tries to stop her father, but he shuts her down, claiming she wouldn't understand his plan for her happiness. Her dad shuts her up, telling the hero to man up. Lil apologizes, but the hero says the duel was proof enough, no apology needed. The girl cheers him on. Leaf vows to mock his failure forever, and Nell warns him to stay safe as the hero asks about their picnic. The boy steps up, but the man refuses to fight, wishing Lynott luck. He's grateful his team is safe, but kidnapping his fiancée? That's unforgivable. He just challenged him to a duel. Thinking he escaped the game, Lin tells the girl to watch him fearlessly slay the Demon Lord. Leaf says Leo's popular, but Nell hates it. Leo screams at him to stop calling her his wife. The guy calls her shy, claiming the Demon Lord is begging for a beatdown. She rejects him because he's just too stupid. Lynette says the hero is mocking him with a wooden sword. He expected victory, but he's already lost. He admitted Yuki was too strong. Fine, he'll handle it himself. The boy flexes his strength, making Liu ask if he's demanding a surrender. He refused. For his daughter's happiness, he won't give up. He thought he understood him, but the man never listened, even if he was a good person. He asks if he understands. With Lewis's permission, he begins the oath. He vowed to protect you, even if it costs him his life. He asks if he's serious, but he says, trust him, Liu is irreplaceable. Swearing on his bloodline, his oath is worth more than his life, break it, and he's dead to his family. He demands she keep her promise. If he makes his daughter cry, their oath says he dies. He'll return in a year, and Yuki says he can visit Liu anytime. Her dad even promises to officially recognize him as her fiancé when he returns. Lowe's totally misunderstood LeFay and Nell call it a proposal, and the girl starts congratulating him. He only wanted an employee, not a wife. Leafy snaps, it's too late for excuses, she should have known better. Leo's thrilled, she always knew Yuki cared and would never leave her side. She regrets not proposing first. Thinking he's at his peak, he asks Leafy for her take. She says her husband's strength lets him take any wife he wants by law, so she doesn't care if he picks Lou or anyone else. He turns to Nell, but she wants to argue she met him after Liu, so she has no say. Surprised they didn't mind, the hero realized having multiple wives changed nothing. The man thanks him, but Yuki tells him to stop fearing the forest. Leo warns marrying Fenrir's owner is rare, telling her to stay healthy and avoid fights. She asks him to say hi to everyone for her. He warns Yuki the neighbor's politics are a mess. They likely wanted to invade his forest, but he's staying on guard. She says today's first marriage meeting is off. She says there are no ranks, everyone's equal and should live in harmony. Nell's glad Leafy agrees, but reminds them she's the only legal wife. She tells them to be happy. They're finally one family. Nell says his face gives it away. LeFay notes his shoulder rolling, and Liu plans to ask why he stares at her post-bath hair. She says fluffing her hair makes him stare. MC asks what's happening, but the girls freak him out. Lafayette helped him stack enough cash to stop working for a while. The girls are acting strange. Their games are a mystery, and now his wife is acting up too. His past was worthless, but he's the only one who knows it existed. I asked Leaf about the guy's nightmare. His past was a waste. Now he's finally revealing where he was born. She thanks him for the meal, but Nell realizes she's a vampire. He confirms it, despite her human looks. She wants his blood too, claiming it's tastier than juice after Iruna called it delicious. Realizing she's a vampire who craves blood, the hero lets her feed on him. He's speechless. The girl says she put 3 stars in his blood. He's flattered. Now I'll ask if she can taste his blood too. She wondered if she tasted as good as the rumors, but the hero reveals they aren't human. He never expected this. He warned her, no spitting or puking, even if she hates it. Lafay's down, but thinks they need a more private spot. Nell cringed, unable to believe she'd actually taken the plunge. Meet Layla, an Eldegoria sheep-horn disciple working as a maid in the Demon Lord's dungeon. Observations unfinished, but she files the report anyway. Her boss is Yuki, a Demon Lord. Just 1 year in, but his skills are already elite. Theory confirmed the dungeon spawns an adult administrator for protection. Few familiars, but they're all powerhouses. One looks like a little girl who understands human speech, wielding a living weapon that shifts from a girl into a sword. 5 residents remain, including her. 3 are the ruler's wives. First is Laphysios, the legendary dragon known as the ruler of all dragons. Layla forgot breakfast and asks Nell why she's still sleeping so late. She says she just can't sleep. Layla offers herbal tea for sleep. The girl thanks her. Humanity's hero is the Demon Lord's second wife, and she's starting to worry. She turned to Layla, asking to stay forever. Asked about her doubts, Nell stood firm. She trusted the MCS feelings and loved her new life, so she refused to leave. Layla's not staying forever. She's only here out of curiosity if the hero loses interest. She's gone. They all love his attention, her included, but nothing can make her stay. Haunted pasts, uncertain futures. It's tragic yet thrilling. It was cozy, and she never wanted it to end. Nell was right. She should have loved herself and started living. Layla asks for hero stories, but the girl calls them boring. Layla disagrees they're gonna be legendary. He suddenly shrinks into a kid and screams in total confusion. Lafay laughed, patting his head and calling him worse than a kid. He told her to stop the insults and chill. He remembers sorting his inventory last night and finding a mysterious potion that creates a child. Too high quality to just toss. He downs it, certain he wants to die. Hero claims he did nothing before bed, but Lafay knows he definitely did. Liu called him cute, and every girl agreed. Our MC is finally back to normal. Leif, it was boring, Layla says. The potion only warps the boys' time. Relieved to be back without a body, he ordered the filthy group to go wash up. Nail says Leafy thinks couples swimming is normal, but she's clueless about local customs. Leo feels the awkwardness too. Leafy asks if he'll marry Layla too. He's stunned, but she explains they're all together and doesn't want Layla feeling left out. He loved them all. Leifai's childhood honesty resurfaced, but the hero struggled to find the strength to admit it. Thought, he's stunned she secretly spiked his research with magic. She claims she forgot, blaming him for drinking it, but the hero knows she's still responsible. Nell wants to go home. He asks if he's boring her. She tells him to quit joking. She sent the letter but wants to settle things in person for her worried family. The hero agrees. They leave tomorrow. She's shocked he's tagging along, but he insists on explaining their situation himself. She thanks him, so he offers a high-speed ride. She's in no rush, but he says it's fun. Nell insists on going slow to enjoy the journey. Hero thanks his pet, promises the return device will bring them back, and orders him to guard the house. He suggests a cart ride to relax, and she's ready to ditch the constant shaking. Hiro meets the commander. Realizing the girl is clueless about the capital's chaos, she demands to know what happened. He want to talk here, move it to the estate. After years apart, the hero reveals he and the girl are finally married. His head throbs again, so the boy offers a potion. With nothing left to say, the man simply wishes him happiness. Since the MC is her partner, he's involved. He tells them to sit down for the full story. Massive rebellions leave the nation vulnerable, and neighbors are pouncing. Borders are burning, trade routes are raided, and rookie officials are powerless against rampant spies and corruption. She regretted leaving home, but he reminded her she's a hero fulfilling her duty. Nell and the others desperately wanted life to never end. He blames himself for her month-long palace stay, wishing he'd reached out with more than just letters. The hero's absence was top secret, but the word leaked anyway. They couldn't track the hero's every move, and explaining was useless. Worse, the weak government couldn't stop the public's rage. Rumors say the hero's back. Subordinates confirmed it. She's already racing from the border to the capital. They call this the Kingest Dog-S City, but it's too late. The plan is already in motion. By the time she returns, the capital will be gone. Hiro asks if she's okay, but she's in total shock. She cringes. He calls the hotel fancy, but it's nothing compared to the castle. Van offers one room since they're married. No one objects. Hiro says the room can wait. He warns a monster horde is closing in less than 30 minutes out. He rallied the guards to march on the city ruler's mansion. Nell asks where the monsters are. He says they're coming from behind, even though the path was just empty. She vows to protect the city and asks for his help. He tells her to count on him. He's livid they're interrupting their rest. Mixed races, but zero teamwork. Hiro masks up. No one can know he's teaming with the Demon Lord or things get messy. Goblins and mixed monsters swarmed in, but they could handle the massive horde. He'll fight unseen from the rear. He told her to show them what she's got. The hero warns an enemy's in the city and it's no monster. He's got eyes on him, so don't worry. He doesn't expect an attack, but he's staying alert. She's terrified, but the hero knows she's fall-proof. A witness spots them, calls for light, and opens the gate. She tells him to trust her and drops an unbreakable barrier. He spotted the barrier, her unique skill. She says the city's safe now, we can go all out. Hiro hands her a potion. She thanks him. He apologizes to his gun for waking her, and she says it's fine. Asked what he's doing, the hero says it's enough and floods it with magic. He tells her to wave it and imagine magic blasting the enemy. She remembers his instructions. A magic blade is about to fly. That massive power made her realize the hero had gone too far.